What is up, guys? Welcome to the Dawn of War Definitive Edition World Championship 2025. I'm your host, Dusty Minister, and in today's video, we are going to look at the first Group A for the World Championship. This is going to be the first video where I will go through a lot of games in the World Championship, and I will cast them all front to back. But this one video specifically though, I will put timestamps down in the description because this video will consist of several things. It will consist of a rule set. It will consist of rules by seedings and formats. And it will also consist of many different things like what players are in this tournament, all kinds of stuff. Whatever you guys want. If you want to go straight to the action, go and click down and look at the first game. Look at the group breakdown. Maybe you want to start there, you click there. Maybe you want the whole goddamn thing. You want to know how this whole thing was put together from the start, you start there. You do yours, guys. Click down in the description to find the things that you truly want to look at. But without further ado, guys, I will get into the rules and the players we have in this group, and I will tell you how the whole tournament is put together. That's where we're gonna start. So guys, thank you for watching. Enjoy. Alright guys, before we get into all the rules and all of that kind of jazz, let's just talk about what players we have in this tournament, shall we? And guys, without me saying anything, just look at this. Just pause for a second and look at this roster. All right, have you paused and looked through the whole thing? Okay, let me just break this down to you guys. Okay, guys, do you want orc players? Are you orc fans? Okay, we have the best orc player in the world, Master Yoba, probably the best player in the world himself. He goes for orcs. We also have old school orc players like Santiago. We got King's Pawn in here. We even got this Star in here. We got a lot of orc players. So if you like orcs, there you go. Oh, you want Eldar players? Yeah, we got Neki, probably the best Eldar player there is right now. Definitely in contention for being the best Eldar player this year for sure. We got Mahalic. We got Frenetic. We even got Araxia in here. I see you. You want Chaos, don't you? No problem. We have Dantist, probably the best Chaos player, potentially of all time. Not even a joke. Even Blast said, F it. I saw how Dantist is smoking everyone. I'm gonna go Chaos myself. So, we have a lot of Chaos players. We even have, like, Yubibaga in here playing Chaos. We got a bunch of Chaos players. As you can see, I wrote down the mains, but, you know, a lot of secondaries, they're Chaos as well. Oh, wait. You want SM player? You want an SM player, don't you? You guys complained last year, man, where are all the SM players? Oh, no problem, bro. We got the best SM player as well, all seeing eye. So, oh, what about sisters, man? Oh, no problem. We got Scouty. We got Nameless in here. Probably the best sisters players we have on the whole server. Oh, you like Tau? We got El Bandito Tornado, probably the best Tau players we have. Oh, but you really want that Dark Eldar player, and you're so mad of the fact that Blast haven't chosen Dark Eldar as his main. No problem. He has chosen Dark Eldar second, and we still got probably the best Dark Eldar if it's not Blast Furnace. Yeah, we got him too. We got Yang Wen Li. Oh, what about, man, I really want to see some IG. Where is the IG player? Oh, no problem. We also have Iron Beast. This roster is insane. Probably the only race that is a little bit underrepresented, underrepresented. Damn, I can't speak English right now. It's probably Necrons. Coming into this tournament, Necrons had some few bugs and still has a little bit of them that nerfed them significantly. This meant that sadly we did not have all the strongest Necron players in the world. However, I can tell you Master Yoba has actually chosen Necrons as second, so just keep that in mind. There's a lot of players who has chosen Necron second. We still have Focus in here. Densuman, he has actually chosen to main Tau, but he's also secondarily Necron player. And we got Forgotten in here, so we still got some or Necron players. They're not completely void in this tournament for sure. They're all here. All races are represented by a lot of strong players. What you're seeing here is seedings. Seed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These seedings are also rankings. So for example, Seed 1 is the best players. Seed 2 is the second best players. Seed 3 is lower, Seed 4 is lower, Seed 5 is lower, Seed 6 and 7 is the lowest levels of players. At least in me and Montana's considerations. And I'll talk about how we rated these players. But they're also ranked. So for example, Master Yoba is number 1, Neki's 2, Dancis is 3, Blast is 4. So for example, we do consider that there is a significant gap between Yang and Master Yoba. That's what we think. We don't know if it's actually true. This is just what we believe. And then right under Yang is Tornado. So Yang and Tornado might even switch. You know, Scouty is number 12. All Seeing Eye is number 30. We might switch those two as well in other considerations. We don't consider, for example, All Seeing Eye the same level as Kings. So you can see how these rankings would do. And they went all the way down to 42. So Krillaria here is sadly our lowest seeded. And this is just our considerations. We could just be a bunch of idiots and we are not correct whatsoever. And a lot of these players can be are very easily changed in positions. And me and Montana also disagreed a lot. And I will go over some of those disagreements. But yeah, we have a lot of powerful players, so let me just break down how these seedings are going to work. So Seed 1 is going to be the best players. Every single group will only have one of these players in it. So there's 6 groups. That's why there's 6 players in each seeding. So Master Yoba will be in one group, and he cannot be in a group with any of these other players. And then Master Yoba is going to be in that same group with one of these players from Seed 2, one of these players from Seed 3, and so on and so forth. So for example, Aaron Beast cannot be in a group with either Tornado, Mihalej, Frenetic, Destar, Scouty, right? So he cannot be in that kind of group. So that's why we're doing these seedings. Seed 6 and 7 is basically just because I didn't have space for an extra box and I didn't want to waste a lot of time. So I just did this kind of box here. But yeah, let's just talk about what we expect. So the reason why we do this, by the way, is just to spread the power of the players. So we don't get random group of deaths or group of life. We don't get those insane scenarios. That usually means that very strong players will not get through because there's so many strong players in one group. But then some weaker players that aren't supposed to get out of groups will get out anyway because they are in a pretty easy group. So we try and balance the group through this seeding system. A lot of other sports, including esports, do this, but esports is really garbage when it comes to this kind of seeding level here. It's so bad in esports. It's mainly normal sports that actually do these kind of seeding systems, especially European seedings. So how do we rank these players? They are ranked based on MMR, our experience with these players, kind of our gut feeling, so it's not just based on numbers, and then also performances in many different tournaments that had different amounts of different levels of players. So we basically, Montana is the auto match spammer. Like, he plays all races in auto match. It's very high rated. Most of his I think at this point he has hit 1500 MMR with every single race. So he has experience with pretty much every single one of these players. I also play a lot of auto match, but not to the same degree as Montana. And I'm not at 1500. I'm around 1400 usually. So it's like I don't have the same experience with the absolute best of these players, but I've met pretty much every single one of them. But on the other hand, I have a lot of knowledge about tournaments and also Soulstorm tournaments, which Montana had almost no idea about. So it's basically just This is basically just me and him trying to put together a list. So I'm gonna tell you what our disagreements were and kind of what we are considering with certain players. So for example, we agreed in the top 6. We were very, very, very much in agreement. The only player that was a little bit in consideration was Yang and Tornado, if we should have switched them. But overall, we agreed that this is probably correct. Mahalish was also a little bit, I wanted to have him a little bit higher, but Montana was definitely pushing back. He felt like Mahalish was in C2. He even, like, low-key wanted him to be in the lower end of C2, and we just came to be kind of in the middle of C2. But other than that, we kind of agreed on this whole seating here. Then Alsing, we actually agreed that he was here. He's number 13, ranked number 13. The only reason why he's not higher, because he would very much in any other case be higher, is just he's coming in a little bit of a bad state. He has been losing a lot of auto match games, and he's also suffering a little bit from burnout. He has accumulated all his energy to actually get back to this tournament. So shout out to Alsing for showing up anyway. And even at his lowest, Alsing is an absolute beast. So he'll probably perform really well. So that's why we ended up putting him in the high end of C3, but he could very much be C2 himself. Then Sikorsky, that was the other way around. I wanted him to be lower. I even consider him being down in seat 4, like high end of seat 4. But Montana was low-key pushing for him to be even higher than this. Montana, I felt like he won this battle a little bit, but I definitely made sure that Sikorsky didn't end up in C2. But Sikorsky is a very strong player. He has been in many different tournaments and actually performed really well. Personally, I've also met a lot of... I've also seen Sikorsky in other tournaments where he's not performing that well. So that's why I didn't want him too high. But yeah, don't get it twisted. Very strong player. Ataraxia, massive question mark. But we agreed with him here. Montana basically didn't know who this player was. I told him last year he was an absolute monster in the World Championship, and I underestimated him a lot. But he has been away from the game for a while. But yeah, he's one of those players who can just pick up the game and still perform really, really well. So Araxi is an absolute monster. He definitely deserves to be here. No doubt in my mind. How well he will do in the tournament overall, though, we will have to see. Nameless, he's put in C3. Last year, I felt like people underestimated him. I wanted him to be even higher seeded last year, but there was some pushback. But he still came out on top, and he actually qualified to the playoffs. I think he's gotten a tiny bit better with time, even. He definitely deserves to be here. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here's another player. So me and Montana agreed with this, but this was probably our biggest what if, which is Alex UK. Alex UK doesn't play that much auto match as of now. But he's a super strong Eldar player, which is what it looks like. But how strong in a tournament setting, we have no idea. And also, he doesn't play that much auto match. So it's so hard for us to truly, truly grasp how good of a player he actually is. Kickspawn as well, kind of low-key a rusty player. But if he peaks and he shows what Kings really could do, he could even be in C2 conversation. So very, very strong player, but he's rusty. He's in the low end of C3. Alex UK and him could have easily switched here. But yeah, it's a big what if. We got, let's see if there's other... Oh, Yubibaga. I wanted him lower. Montana wanted him higher. We ended up being here with a compromise. Kind of the same with Santiago. No, we actually agreed on Santiago. He ended up being in the low end of seat 4. He's like Kings. If he peaks, he's a very, very powerful player. He could as well also be in a conversation of the high end of C3. Maybe if he's like at his true level, he could even be in the low end of C2. But he's down here, rusty player. When he peaks, he's a very, very powerful player, but we have to see that peak before we really truly know. And coming into this tournament, he has not played much Definitive Edition, so we need to see more from Santiago, but definitely he is seed 4. We do expect him to get out of groups. Seed 5, is there anyone we disagree with? No, we agree with all these players. Warden, I probably would have put him a little bit higher, but me and Montana ended up agreeing that he's seed 5. Could have probably been a little bit higher, in my opinion. I think Montana pulled him a little bit down. Then this one, seed 6. I wanted Balchia higher. I even wanted him significantly higher. Montana was pushing back. He ended up being in seed 6, but don't get it twisted. He's the high end of seed 6. Darian as well, I really wanted him higher. But he ended up being down here. I wanted him significantly higher, even in seed 5 as well. But Montana was definitely pushing back, and I wasn't willing to take that fight, so he's down in seed 6. Back, this was more Montana kind of rooting for this guy. He has been coached a lot by Blast, and he's also an RTS player in other games. So he came in here and wanted to try out this tournament. He has a potential to do pretty decent and actually take a win or two. So that's why he's seed 6. And yeah, that's kind of it. So I just went over the names where we had some disagreements, but mostly we actually agreed. Or at least we're very close in agreement. So, seed 7, let's just talk about the players down there. This is basically players we don't expect to win anything. Or if they win something, they are gonna probably only get 1 win. If they shock us and we're just a bunch of idiots, they'll get 2 wins, but they won't get out of groups. We just can't visualize it for us. We just wish these players to do as much as they can, potentially. If they show up and they do their best, we might actually see some potential for them to actually do a thing or two. But these players are question marks. We don't expect them to do much, but if they do something, respect to that, and they are very, very welcome to give it a try. Seed 6 are low dark horses for getting out of the group. We don't expect any of them to do. But they could be here. We don't expect them to get out of groups, but they are potential. Seed 5 are the biggest contenders to actually get through the group at number 4. So Seed 4 is basically the players we expect to get out of groups, and Seed 5 is the one we just think will fall short. But yeah, these are the biggest contenders to definitely get out of groups if it's not any of these players in this Seed 4. Speaking of Seed 4, this is the players we do indeed consider getting out of groups. If they get to playoffs, they might get a little bit far, but we don't expect them to get very far. And then Seed 3, these are dark horse players that are potentially getting very far in the tournament, but they could also fall short, and if it's shocking, they might not even get out of groups. So this is kind of a big coin flip kind of section. And Seed 2, these are players we expect to get far, definitely get out of groups, and we definitely also expect them to get in the top 12. We might even see some of them get in top 6, and if not even get in top 4, and in a very, very huge scenario, they might even get to the final, but that is more on the unlikely side. And then Seed 6, these are, or Seed 1, these 6 players are our favorites. One of them will win the tournament, except if we see a shocker from Seed 2, or maybe even Seed 3 if it's really ridiculous. But Seed 1 is definitely our favorites. These are the players we expect to end up in top 6. There might be some situations where it doesn't happen, but we will most likely see 3 or maybe even 4 of these players in the top 4 of the tournament. These are players, and definitely one of them will win the tournament. We have been shocked before, and me and Montana could definitely do some mistakes, but this is what we expect. So this is actually the whole breakdown of all the players and the seeding and how we rated them all. Guys, let's actually get into the rules of the tournaments and how the formatting is going to work. So let's get into it. All right, so this is going to be the rules. And yeah, hold on tight, guys, because this is a lot of information. It's not going to be too brutal if you get through this. And I'm not gonna like heavy break down everything, maybe except for the map pool. Other than that, I'll just get into it, shall we? So, this is just a little bit of a pitch talk. I'm not gonna get too much into it. General info, Dawn of War Definitive Edition Steam version. Starting time is Saturday, 15/11, 2025, and it's going to be 13 o'clock Moscow time. And here's the prize pool. We have, just keep this in mind, how insane this is. Thank you to all the donators who's been donating like crazy for this tournament. We have a prize pool consisting of $3,000 fucking dollars. Absolute insanity. You can see the players here on the True Heroes section down here at the World Championship 2025. For advancing out of the group stage, all players that gets out of the group will get $25. All players that gets into top 12 will get furthermore $20. And if they get to top 6, they'll get even more. They'll get $20 more. So that at that point, they'll get $65. And if they get to the top 4, they get furthermore, and they'll end up being $85 at that point. So top 4 at this point. But if you end up in the top 4, you get bonuses. So this means if you get number 1, you get a bonus of $850. That means together with all of this, $935. 450 bonus for second place, 300 for third, and 150 for fourth place, with a total accumulated of 235. So if you get far into this tournament, you'll get a lot of money. But even getting out of the group stage is you getting $25. So this is actually a dynamic prize pool. This is the best way to go, in my opinion. This is in order to spread out all the money to the community of all the people who participate in this tournament. Thank you to everyone who has joined this tournament. Okay. Furthermore, as a result of donators' special request, any player who main race in the tournament is Eldar, or who achieves the highest placements among all players will receive an extra $200 reward. I won't tell you who made this, but yeah, this is a donator special request. If 2 or more Eldar players achieve the same highest placement, $200 reward will be split equally among them. Any player who requests a technical loss without a valid reason, leaves mid-tournaments, or dodges games, trolls, or shows unsportsmanlike behavior will have their prize revoked, regardless of how far they progressed. So yeah, if you end up in the final and you don't want to show up, yes, you lost all of this. You lost all of this, or potentially the chance to get all of this. So yes, we are dead serious with this. We don't mess around with this. If you just don't show up for the tournament and you break the tournament by just leaving, or just, oh, I don't want to play this game, or I don't want to play this specific game here, give me a technical loss, I just pass on this one, I'll just go down in the losers bracket. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get your money. Case closed. Okay, let's talk about the format here. It's a 2-stage format. So there's a group stage and then there's a playoffs. I'll go more in depth with this after this. And then group stage is best of 3 matches or best of 1, depending on the total player count. So it ended up being best of 1, and I'll tell you why that is. Playoffs, double elimination bracket, with winners bracket being best of 3, losers bracket being best of 1, losers bracket final being best of 3, and grand final being best of 5. So this is just normal circumstances, how the bracket would unfold. I'm going to show you how that bracket looks later on. Grand final advantage. Winner of the winners bracket final bans the first map, then picks the first map to play. So when you get into the cross map, you ban out first if you came from the winners bracket and won the winners bracket final. Then you get to cross out first, and not only do you get to cross out first, you also, when there's 5 maps left, get to choose which one you start with. The other guy has no say. Okay, We'll get to the map pull a little bit later. Let's get down to the little funny section here. So when I did the Westerners Invitational with Jacobs, we had some ideas, and I basically chose to take that further and evolve that a little bit. So hold on tight, guys, because this is very important to understand. Each player picks 2 races of their choice. The primary race will always be played in the first game of each match. The secondary race is used in case of a loss, mirror match, ban, or advantage. More on bans and advantage below. Race groups. So to maintain balance, some races has been grouped. We'll refer to them as follows. Dominant races, which is Orcs, Eldar, and Dark Eldar. Now, a lot of people complained about this. They wanted chaos up here as well. We did not give a fuck about that. This is what we chose to do. Statistically and historically, this is the 3 best, most dominant races in the game. Period. In every single tournament scenario, these are the 3 races that gets the furthest on average. And then handicap races are SOB, SM, and IG. These 3 races, although we do lump SM and SOB more together, you'll see why. These 3 are the races that on average doesn't get far compared to the other races. Now, there are cases where they'll get very far. There are cases where they'll get in top 4, or even in the most insane scenarios, they'll actually win the tournament, but it's rare. If it happens, it's 1 out of like 100. Maybe not 100, but definitely close to that. IG is a little bit stronger than SM and SOB in our consideration. Montana even argued that IG shouldn't even be down here, but I actually disagree with him because I have a lot of statistics with a bunch of tournaments. I know how IG usually does in tournaments, and it's not looking good. So that's why they're down here in the handicap races. Now, stay tight, guys. If a player locks in only races from the dominant races, so for example, they go with Orcs and Eldar, or vice versa, they go with these 2, they will be handicapped by not having the right to ban. If you combine 2 races and you go for Orcs, Eldar, Dark Eldar, or Dark Eldar, Eldar, or something like that, if you only pick these 2 races, you will not get a ban, period. However, this restriction does not apply if a player chooses only one of the dominant races, either as their primary or secondary pick. So here's some examples. For example, you can choose Orcs and Eldar, and then you don't get a ban, period. You can choose Dark Eldar, and then secondarily Orcs, you don't get a ban. But for example, you can choose Orcs, and then secondarily Tau, you get the right to ban. You go for SM first, and then secondarily you go for Necrons, you get the right to ban. IG first, Eldar secondary, you get the right to ban. So I hope you guys get it, basically. Now, there's also this rule, and this one was a complete new introduction. So let's just hold on tight. This is new for you guys. You have no idea what this is. So let's get into it. Advantage rule. If a player locks in only races from the handicapped races. Just remind you what that is. SOB, SM, and IG. They received the right to 1 advantage. Details explained later. On top of their right to ban. So they get to both have 1 advantage and they get to have a ban as well. An advantage also applies if a player chooses SM or SOB as their primary race, so no IG here, and their secondary race is not part of the dominant races. So you can get it this way. Primary SM IG, advantage plus ban. SOB, secondarily Tau, advantage plus ban. SM secondary, SM primary, Necron secondarily, advantage plus ban. Now, if you go SM, but then Dark Eldar second, you don't get an advantage. IG and then Necrons secondarily, right? You could go SM and Necrons and then get an advantage, but if you go IG and Necrons, you don't get an advantage. Orcs first and then SOB second, no advantage either. This is just to show you what is going on here, how to get the advantage as well. Now, hold on tight. We're not done yet. Bans. Players who have the right to issue a ban may ban any race they wish for the entire duration of a tournament. Players must declare their ban choice no later than 30 minutes before the tournament officially starts, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's what a ban is. You guys know what a ban is. But advantage. An advantage is a reward granted to certain players, see race rules, if it must be picked against a specific race, not a player. Similar to how bans work, an advantage applies to both the primary and secondary races. So here it is. When a player has an advantage over a specific race, they gain the following benefits depending on the best of format. So if you're going up against a player and you have advantage against that player, and you guys are going to play a best of one, you get to choose any map on the map pool. So say, for example, you choose to ban Eldar, and then you have advantage against Orc. And the player you're playing against is going for Orc as his primary. You can now choose any map you want against him because you chose to go advantage against him, right? If you guys are about to play a best of 3, then normal cross pick happens, but the player with advantage can say, these 2 maps are maps you cannot ban. You cannot ban these maps. And in a best of 5, you get to say 3 of those, okay? I hope this makes sense. Pause the video if you want to listen carefully to what I say. Otherwise, you can just pause the video and read what exactly this says. Okay, the advantage player must declare which maps they secure before the cross pick begins. Just like with bans, if a player is eligible for an advantage, it must be declared, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't matter. Nullifying an advantage. Now, hold on tight, guys. If a player faces someone who has an advantage against one of their races, they can nullify that advantage by committing upfront to not picking that specific race during the entire match. They must be clearly, this must be clearly stated before the games start. However, if the opponent cannot play another race because it was banned, for example, they cannot nullify the advantage and are forced to play their remaining race. So here are some examples. Player 1 picked advantage over Orcs and banned Dark Eldar. Player 2 has a lineup of Orcs primary and secondarily Eldar. Then player 2, this guy here who has Orcs and Eldar, can either play both races granting advantage to player 1 or commit to not playing Orcs, in which case the advantage does not apply. So for example, here player 2 can say, okay, you have advantage against me. I don't want to give you free map picks, and then I play Orcs. Okay, that's fine. Then I will instead just play Eldar for the whole thing. I will just only play Eldar in this case, and I will not pick Orcs. Then complete normal cross map or cross pick happens, and then the advantage does not apply here. But then this player 2 is still handicapped because he cannot play his main. Okay. Example 2. Player 1 picked advantage over Orcs and banned Eldar. Player 2 is now still Orcs and Eldar. Now here he is forced to go for Eldar, or forced to go for Orcs, right? Player 2 must grant advantage because their other race, Eldar, was banned. He's forced to. He cannot nullify this. It's impossible. So he is directly countered by player 1 here. Player 1 picked advantage over Eldar and banned IG. Player 2's lineup is Orcs, secondary, Eldar. Okay. Player 2, so here it's not, the main is Orcs, right? Player 2 can play both, granting advantage or avoid Eldar advantage nullified. So in this case, right, player 2 has to say, okay, I want to keep, I want to be sure that I can still play Eldar. I want to make sure I can still play Eldar. I want to keep on playing Eldar. So, for example, player 2 here, he says, I want to play Eldar and Orcs. So if I lose the first game as Orcs, I want to switch to Eldar. But then player 1 gets to have advantage and choose whatever map he wants. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Obviously, this only applies to best of 3 and best of 5s. But player 2 can also say, okay, I'm not playing Eldar. I promise you I'm not playing Eldar. You have my word for it. And we agree. I only play Orcs for the rest of this best of 3 or best of 5. Then player 1 could say, okay, then I don't have advantage against you. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So, example 4, player 1 picked advantage over Eldar and banned IG. And then player 2 is primary Orcs and secondary Necrons. Player 2 does not have Eldar, so the advantage does not apply at all. So this player is not touched by the ban, and he's not touched by the advantage either. Okay, so all these cases are possible. This is really good examples of Montana, in my opinion. It's really, really good. Important edge case. We don't expect this to happen, but hey, if both players have advantage against each other's races, the advantage cancels out. They proceed with normal cross-map pick. Or normal cross-pick, sorry. No advantage applies. So, for example, say one guy is maining Orcs and he goes IG second. And then the other guy is maining Orcs and IG as well. And they both have advantage against Orcs for some godforsaken reason. Then advantage doesn't apply whatsoever. Okay? So if they both have advantage against each other, say, for example, an IG main has IG Eldar, and the other guy has Dark Eldar main, and he's Necron second. One guy has advantage against, the IG player has advantage against Dark Eldar, and Dark Eldar, for some reason, has advantage against IG. Then both of them don't get to have advantage because they literally counter each other, right? So that's just, they'll just nullify if they both have advantage against each other. Now, in that weird case, say, for example, one guy just says, okay, I don't want to play my secondary race. And then the other guy wants to say, yeah, but I want to play my secondary race. Then advantage applies. I hope this is very new. This is very experimental. It's going to be interesting to see how this one will turn out. But yeah, this is a very new rule. I hope you can follow along with time. There are some observer streaming rules. We don't want to get into that. There's also some stuff like behavior, fair play. Obviously, just don't be a fucking idiot and all kinds of stuff. Game settings, normal, prohibited bugs. We have a bunch of bug lists and all of that jazz. But I want to get into the map pool a little bit here. So, the map pool is basically focused on nerfing Eldar as much as possible, with also trying to nerf Orcs, while also making sure Dark Eldar doesn't pop off like out of nowhere. This is probably the most balanced map pool we could come up with. I'm not going to go through this whole thing because I've already talked about these map pools in Westerners Invitational. But Garvik's Imperial Ale and Deadly Fun Archaeology, some of you guys are not familiar with these maps. These maps are custom-made maps. They are made by the community, and they have been used in many different tournaments, including my own, which is Westerners Invitational. They are very, very, very cool maps, in my opinion. And they are usually told by some of the weaker races that they like these maps. So that's why they are in this tournament. But yeah, I'm not going to break down this. I actually thought I want to break down this whole thing, but we have 11 maps. We're making sure we're not having like a long list of different maps, because that will nerf the weaker races, and it'll make races like Orcs have a really good time because they can play on most maps. We also made sure that we had a good split between 4-point maps and 5-point maps. We have Shrine, Quest Triumph, and Meeting of Minds in here. But we also made sure we had Blood River, and we also had Tranquility's End. We also have Titan's Fall. We made sure that most races can play here. There's not a single race that'll just suffer really, really badly on this one. We avoided Fata Morgana. We don't like Fata Morgana overall. It's a classic map, but it's also a very boring map in many, many matchups. And it's also a very powerful Eldar map. So that's why we are making sure we're not having Fata Morgana. Another map is Emerald River. It basically is really good at nerfing Eldar, and it's also pretty good at like not making it so Orcs is like the most broken race on planet Earth. And it's a pretty good Necron map. It's just way too freaking good for Dark Eldar specifically. So that's why we don't want that map. And also the map sucks. Just a personal opinion. The map just absolutely fucking sucks. There are some maps in here that might be a little controversial. Some people don't like Garvik's Imperial Ale. Garvik's is probably the most experimental of all the maps. That's why it's here. It has been tested. A lot of players, not a lot, but some players on the weaker side of the races has said that this is actually a map that has a tendency to actually help them out. That's why Garvik's Imperial Ale is in here. Deadly Fun Archaeology is said by specifically Tau players, but even some SM players actually says that, you know what, this is not the worst map in these and these matchups, and I actually like to have this as a possibility. Yeah, so there's a lot of maps here. Quest Triumph is the most important of all of them to make sure that the weakest races are not suffering too much. Outer Reaches is a really good anti-Eldar map. Certain races that suffer a lot against Eldar can have this as an opportunity to use. So that's why Outer Reaches is here. So there's a lot of maps that is contention here for many, many different reasons. So yeah, guys, without further ado, I'll talk about how the formatting is going to work. So we're going through it all, guys. This is from top to finish. Let's go. Okay, guys, the last thing I want to go over is actually this little document, tournament seating, which basically shout out to Motomori, who made this for me. He helped me make this document to make it look a little bit crispy because I literally didn't have time and resources to do this. So he helped me out with that. Shout out to him. But yeah, this basically just explains how the seeding works and how the format works. Now, I've already explained the seedings. It's based on MMR and tournament performances, yada yada. Let's get down here. So this was basically, the format would be of 3 scenarios. If we had 32 players, which was the bare minimum, 35 to 40 players, which was scenario 2, and then 42 to 48 players, which was scenario 3. Now, we got 42 players, which is insane. That means we ended up with 6 groups, which 7 players each. Players compete in a best-of-1 match, and then top 4 in group will move on to playoffs, 24 players. Now, top 4 is important. 3rd place and 2nd place are different. 4th place and 1st place are massive. There are a huge difference depending on how you end up in the group. And this will be explained later on. This is how the format will work for scenario 3. We can talk about that a little bit later. Because I just want to go through this. Because there's also something extra. Tiebreakers. So scenario 3, which is this one, it says reference scenario 2 tiebreakers. So let's look at scenario 2, what that said. Players tied on best of 1 will be placed on who won their shared best of 1 match. Okay, so this basically, if 2 players are tied with each other at the end of the group stage, the player who won against the other player will move on. But if we get into this scenario, if 3 or more players are tied, ties will be decided by seedings. Okay, so you guys remember this one. So say, for example, Forgotten and Alex UK and Nameless, they are for some godforsaken reason in the same group. And they're all 3 tied with the same amount. Forgotten won against Alex UK, but Alex UK won against Nameless, but Nameless won against Forgotten. Right? That's a 3-way tie. Then that means that Nameless will be the highest of them all. So say, for example, they are tied for 3, 4th, and 5th place. Then Nameless will end up being in 3rd place. Alex UK, because he's seed 4, he'll be the secondarily one. So he'll be 4th place, and Forgotten will end up in the 5th place, even though they are tied. Right? So, for example, say that Nameless, he also, let's say they're all 3-3, but Nameless beat them both. Let's say that randomly happens, then Nameless are obviously higher, right? So head-to-head will matter, but if they are a 3-way tie, which means Forgotten beat, or Nameless beat Forgotten, but Forgotten beat Alex, but then Alex beat Nameless, that will be broken by seeding. There could also be an insane scenario, 4-way ties, where like frenetic, even 5-way ties, like really insane things. These players basically will be broken by seeds. Now, this isn't the only thing that's seeding where it matters. And even in some case, the ranking will matter. I'll get into that later. But yeah, so that's how tiebreakers work. I'll just have some few notes here. Players placed in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in groups may differ in playoffs placements depending on performance. There's a little mistake. This includes 4th place. Top and bottom of playoffs brackets will be balanced in theory. And the better a player performs in groups, the easier path to the final they will have in theory. Now, I'm going to show you how that will unfold, because 1st, 2nd, and 4th, 3rd place, all of these will basically be placed in different places. I'm going to show you where that is. Okay. So let's just get to the last part here, which is actually just explaining how players, after they go through the groups, how they'll end up placing in this playoffs. And so I clipped this out, and then I came with this picture. Yes, this looks god-awful. It's zoomed in and stuff, but just bear with me. You don't have to care too much about what these group 2nd, 1st, blah, 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 what this is. You don't have to give a damn about that, because all of this is just basically just an example. This is also why it's said in the document that that it may differ. Players placed in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in groups may differ in the playoffs placement depending on performance. So basically, this is sort of correct, but I'm actually going to tell you how exactly this is going to be correct. So how this is going to work is that all players coming out of groups, 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place, are also ranked based on their performance. This is why I say the better you do, the higher possibility there is for you to go into a playoffs and then give you the best journey as possible, the easiest route to the final. So every single one of the placers, so 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place, will be furthermore judged based on their performance in 3 categories. So 1st placers, the top 2 best 1st placers, will be placed here. And the middle of the pack of the best will be placed here. And then the first placers, those who still won their group but performed the least best, will be placed here. Now you might be thinking, well, what if the players are basically just both 6-0, for example? How do you determine how well they did? Well, you remember the seeding thing where I showed you the ranking? Basically, that one will be the final tiebreaker. So if all players are 6-0, they'll be placed based on the ranking in seed 1. I hope that makes sense. So, again, back to the second places now, because this is where it gets a little interesting. So the best of the best, the top 2 second placers, they'll be placed here. So they'll get a bye, as you can see. And then the next couple of second placers, both the middle of the pack in the second placers and the lowest end of the second placers, will play against each other here and here. And then the third placers, furthermore, will also be placing against each other here and here. But those who were the lowest end of the third places will be placed here and here. These players will be joined by the top of the fourth place. So even if you're fourth place, if you perform the best of those fourth placers, you actually get to get even a little bit better opportunity. So you'll go up against these third placers, but at least if you go further, you will not go up against the best first placers, because that is going to be the fate of those who went the lowest end of the fourth placers. They'll end up being here and here. So the reason why it's set up like this is because the best of the best first placers here and here, the first thing they're going to meet, not only do they get a bye, but no matter who they go up against, is technically, in theory, the weakest of the fourth placers. So it's almost like 2 free wins. Whereas the second best first placers, here and down here, will have to go up against best fourth placer, and then the lowest end of a third placer. Both of them will have to. So there is at least a tiny bit competition, just a little bit, but not by much. They're still in the good, very, very good end. However, they get handicapped a tiny bit because if they get through in the quarterfinal, the first thing they will have to meet up against is a first placer. And let's talk about this first placer, because this first placer is the lowest of the top 6. They have to go up against the best third placer and a second best middle of the pack third placers. So not only do they have the potentially hardest competition from the get-go, but they also have to, if they pass through, go up against the first placer immediately in the quarterfinal. So you can see how if you win your group, and not only do you win the group, you're also highest seeded and you perform the best, you will get an easy bye. Also, talking about these high-end first placers, the best of the best, they'll only at max meet a first placer in a semifinal, because they'll meet a second placer in the quarterfinal no matter what. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the second placers. The second placers, yes, it's true, they have to go up against each other from the get-go, but they will, if they go through, still go up against the second placer. They're not meeting a first placer from the get-go. And this also means that they can go all the way to the quarterfinal without meeting a first placer, which is good, right? So there are, as you can see, dynamic situations, even for the low enders, right? If you perform the worst as the third placer, you have to go up against the best of the fourth placers. And fourth placers, the worst of the worst, they'll go up against each other, but they'll get body backed immediately in the next round. So there are pros and cons. Is this a perfect system? No, not at all. But with all due respect, try and tell me how this could have been better if you did not go with a dynamics system like me. This is the best incentives for players to perform their best. That is at least my opinion. So that is how the playoffs will unfold. Now, who will be in these different areas? Well, you'll get to see when the playoffs happens. Now, guys, let's get into it. This video is going to cover Group A, so let's just get into it. Group A, here we go. Let's break it down. All right, guys, so let's just get into it. So we got Group A here. Got 7 players, some very, very powerful players already from the get-go in Group A. Got Master Yoba playing as Orcs and IG, and he chooses to ban CSM. We got Scouty, SOB, and CSM second. Scouty is definitely the strongest SOB player we have right now. Nameless is also a very, very good shout. We'll get to Nameless later on in this tournament when we go into other groups. But he chooses to go for Orcs as a ban, and he has advantage against Dark Eldar. He can do this because he's maining SOB and he's choosing CSM as his secondary. So very, very good choices here. I think Dark Eldar is pretty good ban for SOB. I don't like it if he's going for CSM, but there will be a lot of best of ones in this tournament. So I understand this situation for Scouty here. Good choice, I think. All-Seeing Eye, he's going for his known SM. Very, very powerful SM player, as I've already stated. And he actually chooses Tau secondary. I like this. I think the combination of Tau SM is actually a very powerful choice compared to SM not being the strongest race. I think SM is really good against Necrons, whereas Tau isn't. But then Tau is really good against other races that SM wouldn't be that powerful against. Eldar, namely. I think even IG is actually a good shout for Tau as well. So I think this looks real good here for All-Seeing Eye. He's choosing to ban Dark Eldar, which makes a lot of sense because he's playing up against SM. And he's actually choosing advantage against Eldar. So this is a very, very good choices here by All-Seeing Eye. I think this is the best way he could go about it for sure. Santiago, he's going Orcs SOB. And he's choosing to ban CSM. I think Santiago has already told me that he feels very, very uncomfortable at going for a CSM. So I very much understand that he's doing this, but I think in theory, it's a wasted ban. Not a wasted ban, but it's not the most optimal ban, I think. I think Eldar would have been better for him in this case, but he's choosing to go for CSM, which is fair. Master Yoba, he actually agrees with him, so maybe it's just me who's tripping. Got Forgotten here. Forgotten, he's going for Necrons and Orcs, and he's banning CSM as well. So you can see, like, already the meta, Dante's definitely put some fear into a lot of players. Very, very much like a little bit of a meta change we got here. Danoll, he's choosing Eldar and CSM, and he bans Necrons, actually. That's a really weird choice, I must admit. I really don't get this ban. I think Eldar and Chaos is actually pretty good against Necrons, especially Eldar. I really don't get I don't get this Necron ban here. I would much rather have him like ban Orcs. Even Chaos or Tau or something like that. But Danoll probably doesn't feel comfortable going up against Necrons. So I guess in that regard, it's very much fair. And then we have New, who is going IG and Orcs, and he's choosing to ban Eldar. This makes a lot more sense to me. I like this choice by New. So already we got some fire ones. I think Forgotten and Santiago is going to be the guys who's actually fighting for 4th place, unless Danoll and New is actually making me and Montana eat our words. So we'll see. Like, I think this group already is like a fire group to start out with. I think the top 3, Yoba is definitely favored here, but the 2nd place is also very much up for debate. And as you've already seen, or as you have already heard, 2nd and 3rd place is definitely important to it's definitely important to actually get the correct placements.
Even a second and third place is actually super detrimental to the players. So this is very, very important. Scouty versus All Seeing Eye will also be very interesting to follow. But we could see Santiago actually smurf, and we could see, as I've already stated with All Seeing Eye, a little bit of a mental boom. So we'll see how this group will go. There's a lot of volatility in this group already. So let's just get into it, man. We got Scouty versus New from the get-go. I think Scouty is very, very, very favored in this one. However, I could be wrong. And this is going to be interesting because New is going to... This is going to be the first game that we're actually seeing New and actually seeing what he can perform. So I really, really like that we're already going to get a little bit of a sneak peek into New's level here. IG versus SOB as well. I think this is a very interesting matchup. I think SOB is actually like... has some possibilities against IG. Personally, I think IG is favored against SOB on most maps at least. But I've heard some other arguments the other way around, so we'll see how New is going to play this one out. After that, we got All Seeing Eye versus Danoll. I think the player-wise, All Seeing Eye is definitely heavily favored in my opinion. However, he's going up against Danoll's Eldar. And Eldar versus SM is a very, very bad matchup just in general. However, All Seeing Eye did choose to get advantage against Eldar, so you can pick any map he wants. Very important. And then we got, we got Santiago versus Forgotten. This is already, like, very, very, like... Man, this could go either way. And this is already potentially a game breaker. Like, this could break the whole group because Santiago and Forgotten, as I've already stated, is actually fighting for the 4th place, I think. I could be wrong. Two very volatile players. Both players could actually either crash or be very, very strong. So we'll get into it, man. Let's start with Scouty versus New. Master Yoba, he's going to sit it out for the first round here. We'll see. Scouty versus New. Let's get into it. Let's go. All right, guys. First game. New versus Scouty on Tranquility's End. IG versus Sisters of Battle. Let's freaking go. Let's open up with a bang, guys. Tranquility's End? Let's talk about it. Really good Seraphim map. Really good. I keep saying this with jumping units on Tranquility's End. This triangle here, really, really freaking good. 4 Seraphims. I like it. Outer points right here into the relic right on this spot. This can be really, really good. 4 Seraphims jumping back and forth. You can do a lot of damage. Scouty, not entirely optimal, so he's not finishing Adeptor and Sanctuary at the same time. He should do that. One of the main reasons is they're both super reliant on each other. You can't get Seraphims without the Pristine Sanctuary, and the Pristine Sanctuary is useless in of itself if you don't have anything to build in terms of infantry production. So might as well be a little more efficient with that. And he's going for, so he went for Servitor and 3 Missionaries. 3 Missionaries is going to help him a lot with the map control. And he's capturing the outer point with the first Missionary. Interesting. On the bottom side, we got New. Let's see how New is going to play this out. He's actually capturing his inner points first. Very interesting choice, to be honest. This might be problematic in this matchup because Scouty is already going to compete for the outer points. But we'll see. So New, he started a Tech Priest. Yeah, otherwise this doesn't make sense. He went for he went for 2 Guardsmen and then a Tech Priest thirdly. Already good engagement by Scouty. He's going to get a decap here. Should be focusing this one. Doesn't entirely do it, New. Alright, then New definitely needs a turret if he wants to secure this spot really, really badly. Come on, New, you need to place it. Okay, he's placing it right now. That's good. The commander took a lot of damage from the get-go. Already going down. Going for Commissar second. Interesting choice. But I think it makes sense. Psyker is kind of useless against Seraphims. There's no big unit or commander. Alright. Commissar also getting into the mix. Meanwhile, New is a little bit in a weird spot. He can't really build this listing post. Because he had to build... oh my god, the command squad went down. An aggressive play right now by Scouty. Absolutely banger. Should go melee here, and so will New. That's really, really important. But Scouty's not done yet. He's going for the builder, and the builder will go down. Absolute atrocity, absolute catastrophe right now for New. See, New is rebuilding his command squad. Trying desperately to get to this point. What the hell is going on? New, you need to finish this. I don't care whatever this is. You need to finish this listing post. Man, your economy is going to be so bad. New is going to be, he's going to be hunted like an absolute animal. And speaking of animals, Scouty is absolutely going nuts right now. Damn. New is going to make a little sneaky movement. Gonna finish the vulture. But Scouty doesn't care. He's gonna jump in on the relic. Will he decap? I think that would be very, very risky. He wouldn't do that. But, oh my god, this is not good. Another tech priest being built. What is really important for Scouty right now is that he's getting some really, really good macro. Let's see what he gets. Nice. He's getting the generators. So he's putting a lot of pressure while keeping up with his economy, not floating like crazy. It's really, really important. Gotta float a little bit in requisition because he can't reinforce without having power. He basically had 0 power because he's reinforcing the seraphims, which cost 5 power. Alright. New, what is your next move? 62 to plus 10. Absolute garbage economy. Where are you going, mate? Alright. He's gonna tie up the seraphims, okay? Seraphims in a little bit of a weird spot down in the negative cover, but Scouty is an absolute veteran. He's just gonna get out in time. Good performance so far. Damn. Scouty, meanwhile, has also been capturing these critical locations. His economy is pretty good right now. He's getting 92 to plus 20. Also going tier 2. Good choice. He needs the pristine sanctuary. Probably another plasma generator to actually sustain tier 2. But for now, he's going to put a lot of pressure on New. Oh my god, another tech priest going down. Are you kidding me?
6 minutes until taking hold victory.
Damn. What is New going to do? I think Scouty basically has to throw the whole game if New needs any kinds of advantage. New doesn't have power, he doesn't have requisition, he basically has nothing. Also, he's going for 3 tech priest? Okay. New trying to decap. Gonna take some damage in the process though. Gonna get a good decap. Decent. Missionary is going head first. With the healing, the missionary should go down, but so will some guardsmen. No, the missionary. Good healing. Alright, he's going down though. Oh, not another command squad going down. Lord have mercy. Okay, New is trying to build a new turret. Pun was intended indeed, and now the tech priest will go down. Another tech priest. Yo, this turret is not being finished. No. Oh my god, this is a tech priest graveyard. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tech priest. I think this is the commander, to be honest. No, it's a priest. It's a normal priest, not a tech priest. So 5 tech priests, guys. 5. Yo. I knew it's gonna make a little bit of a counterattack. Not bad choice. But look at this. Scouty is tier 2. He already has his Pristine Sanctuary. Getting the Blessed Armor. Oh, no. Building a generator right now. I don't know, man. Having the Celestians as well. When this manufacturer is getting in, all Scouty has to go for is the Lightning Fighters, and there is no answer on the side of New. He can't compete. He's going tier 2, but it's so delayed, and even his army is getting absolutely destroyed. Nothing of any redeeming qualities is what's happening for New. He doesn't even have any power. He's just stuck at 68. He keeps on losing this point. Yeah. Man, this is dominant by Scouty. He's making a statement. What is really important for these very strong players that is definitely favored to move on is that they have to show that the so-called lower players or weaker players, you have to absolutely show that you're not messing around. And you have to show you're the better player. So this is really good performance so far by Scouty. And speaking of performance, the infantry command is going down, guys. It's absolutely getting destroyed. Yeah, where do they go? Into the HQ it is. And into the listening post as well. Nah. This is absolute atrocity. There's nothing that New can do. This listening post is not even having a good time. And it's GG. New says he deletes his stuff. The game is over. Alright, let's talk about this. This cap order by New is just not... this is really bad cap order. You need to capture this early as IG. You cannot afford this. This turret would have been finished if he was more... what is it? That he just need to make decisive. There you go. He should have been more decisive. He had the resources. Get that turret to finish it. And then he tried to band-aid fix this issue by actually leaving this listing. Nah, this was absolutely horrific. The early game was destroyed from the get-go. This is not me trying to trash on New. It is just real. It is what it is. That was absolutely atrocious. You cannot do this. You cannot have this cap order as IG. Your inner points is not safe if this is what you're doing. Not whatsoever. I guess you could ignore this outer point by capturing this point and then going for the relic, and then... Nah, that doesn't even make sense. There's no redeeming quality of this, this capturing. Another thing that I think you can do as IG is you can capture this and then go over and attack on this side. I think that'll be a better idea. So worst case scenario, you could actually answer this. I don't think that the missionary is actually able to compete. The missionary is slower at capping than IG. IG has 85% capture speed, whereas the missionary has something like 63 or something capture speed. So and they both have to walk like a pretty decent distance. IG a little bit more, so maybe in theory. Nah, I don't think so. The missionary wasn't getting in time. I think this cap order was just not good. But it is what it is. This is what potentially happens. You could also argue, yeah, that I just think that is the main issue. So this situation was definitely what lost New the game. Let's talk about Scouty for a second. Good opening. I think what it was very important is that he kept on putting the pressure, and then meanwhile not over reinforced too ridiculously, and then get 2 generators, getting a third one with the Pristine Sanctuary while going tier 2, not delaying tier 2, because he knew he had a lot of pressure. He had the 2 outer points absolutely gutted. Even the relic wasn't safe for a while. So New was just not in a good spot to actually deal with Scouty. He wasn't ready for this opening, I guess, which is weird because Seraphims are so good on this map. Yeah, so I think the cap order and a lot of the decision making by New was not too good, because even if he did this cap order, which I think is bad, he also handled the bad situation even worse by not being decisive enough with this turd, and also for some reason forcing this turd by not finishing this listing post, which was not optimal. Shouldn't be a thing. Also, too many tech priests. Are you kidding me? Like, so many tech priests died. What was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th one over here. Yeah, this was... And tech priests are actually costing something, you know? So, yeah, absolute atrocity. New needs to step up if he wants to actually have a chance to move on from this group, I think. But we have seen before where players actually improve mid-tournament or early tournament. This was the first game for New, and he's going up against a super powerful Sisters of Battle player. Let's get the next game. Danoll versus Allseeing Eye. You guys are up. Let's go. Alright, guys. So, the game between Danoll and Allseeing Eye is going to be Garvik's Imperial Ale. Interesting choice. This means that this is Allseeing Eye's choice against Eldar. Before Out of Reaches, before any other map, he chooses to go for Garvik's Imperial Ale. Interesting choice. Allseeing Eye is playing on a different name. He's playing on Absolute Evil. But I'm just going to call him Allseeing Eye. He also go by the name Redemption Arc. But I think Allseeing Eye is definitely the best for casting. On the bottom side, we got Allseeing Eye. He is actually opening a Servitor, 2 Scouts, Chapel Barrack, and Armory. And you see what he does here? This is what Scouty didn't do when he did the exact opening. The same opening, but just with Sisters instead. You build a Servitor to go over here and actually build this Chapel Barrack, and then you switch to the Armory. The next Servitor they'll get out will be build the Chapel Barrack, and if you have practiced this a lot, you'll actually make sure that it's efficient and it's gonna be at the same time. It's very, very close. And we will go for Assault Marines for sure. This is the best way to go. But I still think Out of Reaches would be better for this. On the top side, we got... Oh, Danoll, you... Okay. This wasn't caught, apparently, when the World Championship happened. I have not watched any of these replays, guys. I've not watched these games. This is not okay by Danoll. You need to finish the Aspect Portal before the Soul Shrine. Regardless of if you believe this is a bug or not. In Soulstorm, we consider very much this is a bug. Tau can't do this. And yeah, this Soul Shrine being able to build like this shouldn't happen, but it's happening regardless. And it is in the rules, regardless of what you believe. It is definitely not okay to go for this. But Allseeing Eye is gonna go in and actually decap. Danoll T opened up with a Bone Singer, 2 Guardians, and will not go for the Fleet of Foot. He builds 2 Plasma Generators instantly, will go for the Aspect Portal, and then tries to sneak in the Soul Shrine fast. Which is definitely not okay. Guardians is going to be chased by these Assault Marines. I think this is a decent Assault Marine map. This area right here is kind of a little spread out. And you could argue that you can go back and forth, but it is a little awkward. It's not the same as a lot of other terrain-heavy maps. This isn't as terrain-heavy. Yeah, and now the Harlequin will get out. Let's see how Allseeing Eye is going to handle this. Yeah, so what Allseeing Eye is going to do is he is going to get 2 generators as fast as he can. He needs tier 2 to actually deal with this. Support platform by Danoll. This is very much a weird choice by Danoll. There's no reason to get it because he's already having the Harlequin. That is very much enough. Allseeing Eye is gonna get over and look at this listing shrine being built. But he's just trying to get away from the Harlequin. The Harlequin is way too brutal. Oh my god, what a timing. This could be a really, really good decap. A lot of people normally would say this is map hacking, but it's really not map hacking. This is just you knowing where to be in the right time. Oh my god, these Bone Singers almost actually got one shot. That was very interesting. This outer point never got captured by Danoll, and he is not getting... He's getting Dark Reavers. This is really weird. And look at All-Seeing Eye. Now he's going for a fast tier 2. Very fast tier 2, and upgrading this listing post. Actually securing the relic. That's crazy, dude. Looks like Danoll is getting the minefield. And has he already built a minefield? Yes. Yeah, and as you can see, All-Seeing Eye just kind of has the timing. He just kind of knows when this strategic point is being built. Or when it's finished. And as you can see, now already getting in, and good decap by All-Seeing Eye. This is really good performance so far by him. Littlefoot finally being researched by Danoll.
All Eldar must answer the call.
What is this? This is... I'm gonna tell you right now, this is some of the weirdest stuff I've ever seen Danoll play. All-Seeing Eye trying to be careful. He just keeps on seeing mines. And when you see mines like this, you know that Danoll is going to delay his vehicles coming in. But apparently this is conscious by him. He's just going for infantry. So no Viper shenanigans. Just fast tier 2.
We have mastered the art of destruction.
But I don't think this is too bad for All-Seeing Eye. He will go for land speeders, I would say. He could go for Tempest a little bit. But I think Tempest isn't as strong on this map. So I think land speeders is definitely the best way to go. All-Seeing Eye just trying to build up his economy. What is his economy? 98 plus 20. Meanwhile, Danoll is... He just got plus 80. He was 74 just before. And he still has only 2 generators, which is fine. He's definitely going for infantry instead of some vehicles. Assault Marines getting in. Now we have the land speeders finally out. All-Seeing Eye being a little careful with his Assault Marines. He wants his Sergeant first. You also need some HP upgrade for him, so they're not getting one shot. All-Seeing Eye, very experienced player indeed. He is getting his second Bionics coming up. Will be really good for these Assault Marines.
We are under enemy fire.
An absolute slaughter. Danoll, didn't you control your guard? Man.
We bring heavy weapons to crush
Another land speeder. This is going to be a nightmare for Danoll.
the art of destruction.
Absolute slaughter. Danoll isn't even... I think he's left the game. Yeah, this is... Yeah, he definitely left the game. This was an absolute atrocity. Holy... I'm gonna keep it a buck. You'll figure it out. But Danoll, this is the only game that he's actually playing for this World Championship, because he told me that he had connection issues, and this might explain this situation right here. But I still don't accept this Soul Shrine being built like it is. This is against the rules. It's not okay. If I find out that someone is bug abusing, I will immediately withdraw prize funds. Because players are not allowed to cheat or bug abuse, regardless of what the situation is. So, what you're seeing here is not allowed. Aspect Portal finished before you can go to Soul Shrine. That is okay. If you go for fast Soul Shrine, that's fine. But you need the Aspect Portal first. In theory, you can actually just go for the 2 generators and just instantly Soul Shrine. That is not okay. That is straight up bug abuse. But Danoll did like low-key bug abuse. It wasn't overt bug abuse, but it's still bug abuse. So many mistakes by Danoll. It's actually crazy. He gets fast Soul Shrine, gets the Harlequin, but then he goes for a Sicilian Mines instead of just using his Harlequin defensively. He doesn't need... Yeah, he doesn't need that whatsoever. just have a Harlequin. Was that 3 mines or something? That's delaying his tech. Which means, yes, he got fast tier 2. But where is the vehicles, man? Olsing is behind. He doesn't have the vehicles. Also, in theory, you could say this is actually kind of a bad choice by Danoll. Just go normal Dark Reapers and that will be pretty good. I understand on certain maps it's really, really detrimental to go up against a fast tier 2. But even though he was low-key bug abusing, he is still getting the aspect portal, which means that he is getting a lot of resources being used for that aspect portal. So you can't get that speed at like that absolute early support portal. He can't do that instantly, which is really, really good. That's why you need the aspect portal. Everything else is just too ridiculous. And in that case, this is a very bad strategy, I feel like, by Danoll. Because Olsing, all he has to do is just chill. He didn't go for the second Assault Marine Squad until the very, very end. He was just instantly getting 2 generators just as soon as he could, ASAP. And then he was going tier 2. And also upgrading his economy, so he actually had a pretty good economy going into tier 2. He already had his armory, which means that he doesn't have to worry too much about getting the armory in time. He can get a 3rd and even a 4th plasma generator, maybe. After getting the machine cult, so he could get the Line Speeder Tempest. Which is another mistake. If you don't go for vehicles in this strategy, this is god-awful. You need the vehicles very, very fast because Line Speeders will just absolutely melt infantry. It doesn't matter what kind of infantry you have. If you don't have AV against them as well, yeah, you're completely effed. So, well played to Olsing. He kept his head cool even though he saw the Soul Shrine. He's not panicking. Very well played. Good disruption here and there to decap this twice, actually. And this also got decapped by the scouts. So very, very good performance by Olsing. He absolutely dominated this game. So looking really good for Olsing. Danoll, he left this, and I'm gonna update the group stage points so you can see why that matters, and how that matters. Let's get to the last game, Santiago versus Forgotten. Let's go. All right, guys. This is going to be a spicy one, I think. We got Fallen City, and we got Santiago playing as orcs going up against Forgotten's Necrons. I think both players can be satisfied with this map. I understand why this map is picked. I actually think this map is not a bad map for Necrons. Astro Hero himself thinks this is a bad map for Necrons. I can see how it is. Oh, I already forgot. We got the Forgotten special. So some of you new viewers who doesn't know who Forgotten is, this is what he does all the time. Get that Scarab in and actually get an early turret rush. We'll actually see how Santiago is going to handle that. So, already Forgotten doing some interesting choices. Getting Necron Lord. Okay, Forgotten. There's some dark technology there. This is even beyond you, mate. So he's going for only 3. No, he's going for 2 Scarabs. And then Necron Lord first. Necron Warrior and then getting... Okay, this is crazy. On the top side, we got Santiago. Legendary player, guys. I'm going for 3 Slugger Boys. Interesting choice already. We'll go for the Big Mech and the Generator. He definitely wants some early map pressure. We'll go up here, and he's gonna realize already from the get-go what's going on. Santiago is kind of trouble already. But the reason why I don't like the turret is because Big Mech is so good against this turret specifically. He just absolutely eats it for breakfast. Santiago trying already some funny business. Good decap, however. I'm pretty good early game so far-ish from Forgotten, but I think Santiago is so far pretty... okay, interesting. There's already some very funny choices being made by Santiago. Meanwhile, Forgotten is getting that Necron Warriors. Got the early Necron Lord. Ghost Herd will try and be repaired. Forgotten really needs this turret to survive. Even the corrections are getting in here. We have a party, guys. Forgotten just desperately trying to make this Ghost Herd survive. He might actually succeed. This is gonna be a decap back and forth right now. This is not fun for Santiago. But who is having fun in real life, actually? Because this Necron Lord is actually getting beaten. Good morale drop. This is such an investment. Let's see a Santiago. He has god-awful economy. Plus 50 to plus 10. Meanwhile, Forgotten is plus 30. What the hell is this game? This game is already like... Man, and Santiago finished this listing post? Are you actually serious? Wait, and this Ghost Herd doesn't reach? What the hell is going on? First war banner being built by Santiago. He is trying to secure this area. Forgotten will keep on going and actually try and decap. We'll go in and potentially decap. Big Mac needs to come in clutch if this is supposed to work. Really good damage by Forgotten. This is one of the weirdest games I've seen on Fallen City between these two races. It is a map that usually both will actually choose to pick. Oh, Forgotten. This is really bad. Because orcs really just... Stormboys are good on this map. You can get some good attacks by capturing outer points here and there with the Slugger Boys. It's a pretty good orc map. But Necrons has the thermal plasma generator, so this is not a god-awful map whatsoever. But this might be the weirdest game of all time I've seen between these two races so far on this map. This is really, really weird. Santiago already got the shooter boys. This Necron Lord is super low, by the way. Very good damage being pulled off here by the Necron Lord. But speaking of damage, who's killing who? Okay, Necron Lord got out. That Big Meg is very, very low. He's choosing to take this fight. Okay. Santiago is not giving a damn. He wants this fight right now. Big Meg absolutely going nuts. He might be a little low, but he doesn't care. Necron Lord is trying to get into the mix as well. Will he snipe the Big Meg? No, the Big Meg is getting out right now. What is going on? This fight is so ridiculous. What is Forgotten cooking? What? He's plus 50. This is god-awful, mate. Also, no summoning core. You know what that means? That means these Necron Warriors are absolutely toasted. Can't teleport back, and that's going to be a wipe. Absolutely nice. Really good. This is still a problem, though, for Santiago. What is his economy? Both players just have the worst economy of all time. I love it. Let's go. Go for this obelisk, Santiago, indeed. Meanwhile, Forgotten, you need that summoning core, my brother. You need it very, very badly. I know you're getting plasma generators here and there, but man, are you needing that summoning core badly. Meanwhile, Santiago is not controlling his Slugger Boys. What is going on here? Oh my god, these Scarabs got absolutely blasted. And speaking of blasting, Forgotten can do the little willing of death, and he's gonna make it work. However, this obelisk is definitely going down. Santiago needs to disengage. Don't want to be in range for the Ghost Herd, except if he's attacking the Ghost Herd, indeed. Did secure this and upgrading this listening post. Wait, did the Slugger Boys get what? Oh my god, this is such a fiesta. I love it. Yo, Forgotten, what is going on, man? Yo, finish this plasma generator. You need that summon core ASAP. This Ghost Turret is not surviving, mate. Is he reinforcing the Necron Warriors? I think he is. By the way, the Necron Lord, I didn't talk about it, my bad. But the Necron Lord actually died. This is just an absolute... Let's go. These games are so entertaining by me because when both players are making these kinds of mistakes, it's always funny to watch. It's not always optimal, let's be real, but hey, man. Non-Master Yoba and Bloody Monster players also need some love, eh? Speaking of good love, Santiago getting in and actually attacking this obelisk. I don't know if that's love, but it's a different kind of love, that's for sure. Santiago, what are you cooking, mate? Oh my god, the Big Mac also died? Nah. Not only are the two players trolling, the caster's also trolling, guys. Absolute dog pile caster indeed. He's not getting all the things right. Not talking about commanders dying left and right. Speaking of commanders, Forgotten is already getting in here cooking. Poor Gretchens. Hey, getting them Necron Warriors in. These guys are staying here. Needs to... Yo, Forgotten, where is your summoning call, brother? We are 8 minutes into the game. Santiago finally getting his third war banner. Jeez. Alright. Big Mac getting in here. Come on, boy. Alright. I think Orcs might need to disengage, but they have the listening post, so it's pretty good. Now Forgotten is getting too close, I think. Meanwhile, the Big Mac is absolutely going not-a-reno on this Necron Lord. Also have a fight over here. I think Santiago needs to disengage. More shooter boy. Santiago, are you going shooter boy mass? Alright. I think Stone Boys are absolutely goated on this map. I think Stone Boys can be really, really effective on this map. Did actually teleport back this Necron Warrior, so that's pretty good. This obelisk. This is not like a terrible situation, like a god-awful situation for Forgotten. It's just a bad situation, let's be real. He lost so many Necron Warriors. Are you actually kidding me? Good whirling death, though. That's a lot of shooter boys taking some damage. It looks like Forgotten, he wants this fight. Big Mac is saying, come here, yummy. Let me kill some Necron Warriors, eh? Oh, Necron Lord also wants to be a part of this party. This is an absolute slugfest indeed. Let's get that Big Mac. Meanwhile, these Necron Warriors are getting absolutely shot with these bullet holes. And speaking of bullet holes, this Necron Lord needs to get the hell out of here because otherwise he's gonna get killed. Meanwhile, the Flayed wants to also join in the party. But we have the Necron Warrior disruption field, and so the Big Mac will die. No way! Yo, what is going on, guys? However, super good economy for Santiago indeed. That's so many shooter boys dying, though. Could go for the bigger generator. We'll get the Heavy Boy armor super delayed, by the way. Yeah, Big Mac once again being built. Oh, this game, dude. Big shooters will be researched by Santiago. I know he got the Heavy Boy armor, but he's not gonna win against these Necron Warriors. Or will he? Does he? Maybe has spoken too soon. Lots of damage. This distant post also helping. Okay, a little bit too much for Santiago indeed. Slugger Boy getting bashed on. Santiago needs to disengage. This listening post will finally be done. Are the Builder Scouts getting in? Yes, but the Flake ones are also getting in. Needs to be careful because these big shooters will absolutely melt these Builder Scarabs. Is some tier 2 shenanigans getting in? No, Forgotten, he sticks with it. I like it. He has to just do whatever he can. What is Santiago doing, though? I think he should go for knobs, but he doesn't have the economy so far for it. Oh my god, these Flake ones. Good choice by Forgotten to actually attack on this side. This game, as I've already stated, is super important for both players. These two guys are in a straight competition. If we think that the power levels between the players are what it is, then this will be absolutely crucial for both players. Meanwhile, Santiago is getting in here, but really good face shift by the Necrolord. He needs to be careful though because he's super low. Alright, good pushback by Forgotten. We need the knobs. Santiago, where are the knobs? We don't need the knobs. Blade once again getting absolutely destroyed. I'd see Forgotten. Plus 80, he can go tier 2. I think he has to go tier 2. Ain't no way that he can actually compete with this. Wraiths would be so good. Absolutely goated choice. Yeah, and so he will go for the tier 2. Meanwhile, this Necrolord is just way too low. Can't say the same for Big Meg because he just got reproduced. Both commanders just dying left and right. That's a lot of mistakes from both players. Meanwhile, Santiago is getting that bigger generator that I talked about before. He got a third generator on top of it, and he's going to get another push, and this obelisk is definitely going down. But Forgotten is already making a move. He's not going to win it, though. Santiago, he's going to find himself between two squads of Necron Warriors. A little bit of an overextension. That's two shooter boys for no reason, just dying. But Forgotten is also getting into the mix. Okay, good face shift. But Santiago has a lot of shooter boys. Still no knobs. A lot of float right now from Santiago. It's such a no-brainer to get the knobs. They're so important right now because the Wraiths will come in for Forgotten. Right, Forgotten? Also deleting his Forbidden Archive because he has what he needs for the Necrolord. Yeah, Santiago is choosing to go for vehicles. I'll be completely honest, I don't like vehicles against Necrons in this case. The models are just too good in my opinion. This might actually be a detrimental choice. I'm not sure though, because this the mech shop does indeed have the war truck, which is really important. Also, Orcs' vehicles are so good already. I would just like the knobs against the Wraith because this is just full on range. And as we already know, Necrons are so good against range units. But getting a little bit attacked. He is getting that thermoplasma generator. Will he fight for this position? I think he will. Necrolord tries to get in immediately. Meanwhile, these shooter boys a little bit out of position. But we have the Big Mech. And look what we got here. Now we got the knobs getting in. Absolutely bashing this. Good phase shift. But no, the phase shift is not in range. Now Necrolord is very, very low. Greater Summoning Core getting into the mix. Meanwhile, this Wraith is doing a little bit of a cooking over here. Now we're getting the War Truck, though. War Truck, really, really good to actually counter the Wraiths. And now this Thermoplasma Generator will go down indeed. Ghost Herd being built by Forgotten. I think he's afraid of Storm Boys getting in and actually destroying his generators. I understand that choice. But speaking of generators, his Thermoplasma Generator is not surviving this exchange. Meanwhile, Necrolord is going in, trying to kill some of these shooter boys. But look at him. He's getting absolutely bashed by this Orc mob. Damn. Alright, let's see. Santiago getting that Mega Armored Knob. Santiago's economy, by the way, really good. He has way too much float for my taste. But look at this army. Look at this absolute onslaught of army. I think this Big Mech should be attached to the Knob Squad. That would be really good. And in comes the party from downtown. War Truck is getting into the mix. A little bit of an awkward position. Speaking of awkward, there's a lot of damage coming. Oh, nice. Really, really good timing. Destroyers are really, really good. But this War Truck needs to be dealt with. Oh, and already we have the Plasma Generator being attacked. Phase Shift is instantly getting in for Forgotten. He's trying to fight it out and survive this onslaught. I think Necrons absolutely should get some more Wraiths. Destroyers is not the worst situation, worst choice I've seen. These war tracks shouldn't be here. Should immediately get over. Instantly jumping these Necron warriors. They're not getting any bonuses from the heavy cover. That is an absolute obliteration of these Necron warriors. Meanwhile, this turret is getting focused, but being repaired by Santiago. Necron Lord, relatively healthy, I would say. He's getting in. Tank busters are trying to destroy this obelisk. No, it's actually trying to destroy the... wait a minute, did the knobs just get wiped? This is such a crazy game. What is going on? So many mistakes from both players, and I absolutely love it. I'm here for it. Oh my god, that's an insane whirling of death. But the obelisk is going down. This is going to be an absolute nightmare for the obelisk. It's going down. What about this destroyer, though? Okay, we have the war tracks. That's a lot of war tracks, by the way. And we had an extra war banner, so now he's 65. He can get some more vehicles. And speaking of those vehicles, destroyers are getting absolutely destroyed by the war track. Really good counter. And where is the Immortals? The Immortals are coming in, though. That's a lot of AV suddenly from Santiago. Man, I don't know how Forgotten is going to survive this. This looks really bad for him. Let's see. Fine. Necron Lord trying to get in here. Will he do the solar pulse? He will, but not in time to save the generator. Speaking of, oh my god, this war track got absolutely destroyed by the Immortals. And speaking of the Immortals, they're already cooking right now. This war track is very, very low indeed. And now this, yeah, Forgotten now it's actually pushing back. That's really good. This game is very important for both players. I will repeat it. That generator went down. That is going to hurt Forgotten indeed. He's now plus 68. That is god-awful. Luckily for him, he does have... Or not luckily, because he did do that. That's really good. Forgotten got the global, so he's 68. That's really important. Does he have the global? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, forget my dumbass. Forgotten doesn't have the global. That is... I thought he lost 2 generators, but he lost 1. Mega Armor Knobs getting into the mix. The Wraith has been doing stuff. This relic went down, and this strategic point, as we saw earlier, went down as well, but not really seeing it. It's Santiago trying to absolutely destroy these scarabs. It's gonna be awkward for this Mega Armor Knob to actually go for these destroyers because they're so fast. Wow, this Wraith got absolutely destroyed by the Mega Armor Knobs. Has to phase shift instantly. And oh my god, these destroyers getting destroyed as well. No pun intended, actually. Oh my god, both of them went down. There's so many war tracks. This is War Track City indeed. 93 to plus 68. And look what we got here. Orky 40, as I like to call it, but it's just Orky Ford. It's getting in for Santiago. Decent teleport. Gonna focus these war tracks. But yeah, this means flash kits. And usually flash kits is absolutely disgusting in this matchup. And then Wraiths, once again, are very badly needed. Toon Spider, okay. Toon Spider for some more Immortals. Is that what we're going for, Forgotten?
Boss, who is getting shot up?
106 from Santiago. More doctor research, okay. Forgotten already used his teleport, and even these Immortals can't stand up against this absolute onslaught of disruption. Look at this. These Immortals can't even do anything. They're just dying to anti-vehicle. Nah. Looks like Forgotten is trying to throw down a Hail Mary. What are we getting? More knobs. Meanwhile, Forgotten is stuck at this position. But Forgotten is finding it out. I really, really like that. He could pray for a big mistake from Santiago. It's not unheard of. We have seen that several times. Oh my god, these Necron Warriors, though, getting absolutely destroyed. Destroyers trying to get into the range of actually killing these knobs. This war track will not go down because there's no AV on the side of Forgotten. And speaking of Forgotten, he's under pressure again. Mega Armor knobs getting into the mix. Focusing these models that's trying to focus this war track, not succeeding yet. Necron Warriors will actually teleport back. Now this Mega Armor Knobs is actually in a kind of an awkward position. Will disengage. I don't remember what this Rage Fury thing is called. But using it to actually get out. I like it. What is this float from Santiago? Santiago, you better have double global. I think you actually have, to be honest. Right. Flash kits are in. Oh, if this Tomb Spider goes down, that'll be really, really detrimental. More warriors getting in. Okay, nicely done. This war track almost went down 5 HP. This is an absolute onslaught back and forth right now. This Necrolord is just phase shifting. Oh no, this Mega Armor Knobs. Nah, why are they... Damn, those are mistakes from both players. I really like that. Well, for entertainment perspective, obviously. Going in melee with the Destroyer, I really think that's an interesting choice. He's trying to do that to actually make this boss turret survive. But it's not gonna survive, man. This is not cutting it. It's going down immediately. There was absolutely no value in that. And now the Flash Kits, look at them. Absolutely going nuts. Necrolord already lost half of his HP, just straight up.
Where's the target? What is it?
Teleporting back instantly. Where's the Necrolord, though? Oh my god, he's so low. I'm trying to figure out what Forgotten is supposed to do right now because he's plus 60, which is absolutely god-awful. He's trying to get the thermoplasmic generator once again. But as you can see, it's not going to cut it. He can't finish this thermoplasmic generator. He simply doesn't have control over the map. Trying to do another bit of a split push right here, but Shooter Boys are just really, really good. Have to disengage, though. Forgotten just trying to fight like a lion. This is a very, very long game. I think Forgotten has been losing this game for such a long time, but I absolutely love that he keeps on fighting. He keeps on trying whatever he can to just survive and win this game. He's playing a tier 2 game. Knobs are bashing like crazy. Meanwhile, this Destroyer is trying to actually help it out and actually kill these knobs, but they're so tanky right now. It's a lot of Flash Kits actually dying a little bit in this exchange. That's not too good by Santiago. That's so many Flash Kits. They're so expensive. That's almost a wipe, by the way. Santiago just going absolutely nuts right now. Wants to kill these Necro Warriors. Will probably succeed. But for what price, though? There's a lot of knobs dying as well. I think Santiago,
Shooting us.
yeah, not the best economy either. Really not good economy. He's trying to recover it though. He has a lot of power, but he doesn't need power, and he has so much float. And he lost so many war tracks. I just love how these players are not taking a break. Also, the killer cat. Okay.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
The more that I think about it, the more the killer cat actually kind of makes sense. It's just the immortals being really problematic. I'm not sure how effective this is. Oh my god, these knobs are just getting slaughtered. But Santiago got some more gas in the tank. He already got some army on its way. By the way, I have no idea how Forgotten is sustaining this. His economy is absolutely atrocious. This game has been so long that even these plasma generators can't sustain this. By the way, speaking of the plasma generator, this is going down. Oh no, this is a tragedy for Forgotten. What a crazy game. Forgotten is just trying to hold on. He's just trying to do whatever he can. Alright. Good solar balls actually getting in with some late ones, okay. Yeah, by the way, I never said this in this situation, but we need Mad Dogs for these flash gates. Oh no! No. Ain't no way, right? These pilot guns are not going down, are they? I think this Necrolord can actually kinda maybe try and actually stall. But the knobs are getting absolutely destroyed. Interesting choice. It's very much a Hail Mary by Forgotten. But will it work? It might actually work. These knobs are getting absolutely obliterated. Meanwhile, this Necrolord might actually be able to delay. But he cannot stop a melee killer can who's going absolutely crazy right now. And Santiago has had enough. He's walking up, absolutely destroying this. This Necrolord is trying to do whatever he can to actually stop this. But Santiago has had enough. Meanwhile, Forgotten is trying to do whatever he can to actually try and do a little bit of a counterattack. Nah, the economy is just way too good for Santiago. He can sustain this if he wants. There's an absolute onslaught. Forgotten, what exactly are we trying to do? Are you just gonna keep on pushing? I guess you are. Oh no, Santiago's actually low-key panicking here, isn't he? No, I actually understand why he's making this joke. This is such an issue. Yeah, this makes sense, actually. Nah, ain't no way that this settlement is going down. No, what am I watching, guys? No way, Forgotten. No, don't tell me that Forgotten is winning this because of this. No. Santiago, what is going on? You're losing your settlement, dude. No. Are you not entertained, guys? Are you not entertained? This is an absolute fiesta, dude. Nah. Forgotten has the thermoplasma generator, actually. No way, Forgotten. Don't tell. Are you actually turning this? The good news for Santiago is he does still have a lot of war banners. That is absolutely crucial. But it doesn't change the fact that he does not have his upgraded HQ. Oh my god, this destroyer, by the way, did not have to die. And speaking of dying, these models are going back to their tomb. Go back to sleep, they say. And so they will. They are not surviving this exchange whatsoever. That is some dead ones for sure. Damn. Guys, one thing you cannot take away from Forgotten is this guy is not stopping. He is relentlessly and like absolutely no compromises. He will fight to the end of the absolute game, and so he did. Man, I did not think that this was going to work out. Santiago, what are we doing? I think you need that HQ, don't you? Look at this army, actually. Okay. A little bit of a drive-by by Santiago, I guess. But he doesn't... No, these war trucks have gone down. No, hell no, Santiago. You are not throwing this, are you? No. His economy is garbage. It's the Draka. It's Ooh, Forgotten. One thing you can't take away from Santiago is he still has a very, very strong army. No reason to throw this. Why is this Necrolord so low? The Necrolord gets killed. What an absolute foe. There's no reason. And now Forgotten is getting absolutely blown up. Look at all these firepower right now. No way. This game is so crazy, dude. Oh no. And the settlement is getting built. Okay. Where is the Wraiths? Why we... I have questions. Nah. Forgotten is doing it again, isn't he, huh? Whoops, hitting my microphone. I've probably done that a couple of times. I'm... Come alive, Necrolord. The problem for Forgotten is there's nobody home. Pelican getting destroyed. A little bit of a weird solar pulse. Tank Buster's getting caught. Forgotten actually has crazy economy. Let me just put that out. Plus 90. I can't believe that Forgotten is still in this game. What is going on? We are 35 minutes into the game, guys.
This is what we like best.
But why are we getting flayed ones? Where is the teleport? I don't get this game. What is going on? Oh, wait. No. Forgotten 200 IQ. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna distract you a little bit. And look what's coming. That's why these immortals are here, huh? Hey, you know what that is, Santiago. Get in there and get back to your base. Don't lose another settlement. What? The flash kits are trying to shoot more and shoot. It's Daganaga time. Hey, the voice hut is going down. Necrolord getting in here. An absolute insane solar pulse is hitting. But ain't no way this settlement is going down, no? Meanwhile, what is going on? Forgotten is trying to win on this side. Santiago, you have the army, but let's be real, that is the only thing you got. You got no more. You're trying to absolutely hold on right now. Such an insane solar pulse right here. And now the destroyer's getting in. This flash kid is getting caught. Forgotten needs to keep on focusing on getting more and more production. Destroyers left and right. Needs to be careful. We need more raids from Forgotten, I think. He needs to tie up all this firepower. Needs to be careful with the Necrolord. He might have Phylactery, but there's a limitation to what this Necrolord can actually sustain. Look at Santiago. He's just caught in this corner. He's getting attacked from every single angle. What is this? This is one of the craziest games I've ever casted. I am not even trolling. But it's not one of those back and forth absolute both players just playing next level. No, both players are making mistakes and I love it. Good disengagement, however, by Forgotten. This is very interesting gameplay by him. Yo, Santiago's economy is absolutely garbito. Nah, and these immortals are now getting killed, not being able to teleport back in time. Probably didn't have the teleport up. This destroyer, there's not a lot of AV on the side of Santiago. Yeah, now this war truck is going down. I think Santiago is suddenly losing this game. What is going on? No, the war truck is going down. Fighting Juice is trying to keep these flash kits alive. This is the last stand from Santiago, but the solar pulse is getting in. This is an absolute tragedy from Santiago. Did he throw the game? I do believe he threw the game. What? Forgotten disengaging. He is a patient man. He is also tier 3 indeed. Santiago is just dying. Yeah, and now the models are getting in. This war track is going down. Everything is falling apart for Santiago. He tries to actually hold on, but this is too much for him, isn't it? The Blade ones are just absolutely tearing up these flash kits. There's nothing that Santiago can do. There's so many Necro Warriors, and now this war track is going down. Everything is falling apart for Santiago. I think this is game. Helm's Deep is falling. No, no. Big Mick went down. Forgotten is taking this game, isn't he? Well played. No way. No. Oh. I can't believe that Santiago threw this game. I can't believe it. I don't even know where to start. I can't even remember every single thing that happened. The only thing that's actually in my brain right now is this split push, this base race. Forgotten just recovered and Santiago didn't truly recover. He lost his HQ. Are you actually serious? No way, dude. What? Alright, I'm not even going to talk about what the hell just went on. There were so many mistakes in this game. It was actually crazy and I loved it. You know what? Props to Forgotten. I'm gonna tell you right now, this was absolutely insane by him. Because his mental fortitude was so insane. There was 3 or 4 moments where I was like, yo, Forgotten, give up. There were so many moments where I was just like, yeah, Forgotten lost this game. It doesn't matter. He just threw down a Hail Mary, and suddenly the Hail Mary actually worked. No way. No way. 40 minutes, dude. This game was insane. I loved it. Let's get to the next game, guys. Or actually, let's do a little bit of a recap. What the hell was this? Hey, let's get that recap. Let's go.
Alright guys, let's do a little bit of a recap after that crazy game. Okay, so right now, Scouty and All-Seeing Eye are the two guys who's up there. I'm making a little bit of a mistake, my bad. Gonna switch a little bit here. There you go. So Scouty and All-Seeing Eye are on top here. Scouty is first place because he's the highest seeded of All-Seeing Eye and him. So, but they're both 1 and 0. But if the group stage would end right now, Scouty would be number 1 in the group, and it'll give him access to a pretty good spot in the playoffs. All-Seeing Eye, he is also 1 and 0. Both players were absolutely dominating. They were up against Danoll and New. And none of these players were actually a problem for All-Seeing Eye and Scouty. It was actually not even close. I don't want to talk too much about it. Danoll and New is not that strong of players in this tournament yet. We'll see what New can do. And we'll talk about Danoll a little bit because I have something to say about it. Forgotten, he is 1 and 0. And he had this crazy game against Santiago. I'm going to tell you right now, I still can't understand what the hell just... I don't even have words for it. It was absolutely insane. Master Yoba, he's up. He's going to play against Scouty, which already might actually be a super important game. We're going to see how strong Yoba is. Right now, at this point, he's still really powerful player, but we'll see if Scouty can actually make an upset, because Scouty have actually banned Orcs, but we'll talk about that later. So Master Yoba is here in the middle because he has not lost a game yet. Danoll and New, I don't have much hope for them right now. I think New still has some things he can do, but there's also another problem, which is Danoll. He basically left. He told me that it was connection issues, which I do trust him. There's no reason to believe that people are lying. But this means that the scores are now like this. So everyone gets a win, and All-Seeing Eye won against Danoll from the get-go. So Danoll is just leaving right off the bat, and therefore he's 0-6. This isn't necessarily his score, but yeah, he didn't even get to play the 5 other games, sadly. So he's out. Therefore, we're in a little bit of a weird spot right now. So normally it would have been Danoll versus Santiago, which is not going to be the case, which means that we have a little bit of an interesting situation. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do this, but I'm just going to take a game from the other round, which is going to be All-Seeing Eye versus Yoba. So that's going to be the 3 games that we're getting into right now. And let's just talk about what's going to happen here. I'm going to tell you right now, Scouty versus Yoba in of itself is going to be very important games. Yoba going up against the potentially biggest competition that he's getting. He's already going up against both of them. I'm not sure which one will be most problematic for Yoba. Yoba has a problem against Scouty because Scouty actually banned Orcs. So this means that Master Yoba has to turn to his IG. Now, you guys, if you have watched my channel a couple of times, you know Master Yoba is probably the best IG player in the world. But Scouty is also one of the best SOB players for sure in the world. And he's definitely the best SOB main on the server, maybe except for Nameless. Nameless is also a very good Sisters player, but I think Scouty has the higher highs. So Master Yoba is not going to have an easy time. We just saw how Scouty absolutely obliterated New, and it wasn't even close. Now, Master Yoba is definitely a different beast, but we'll see. I think it'll be map dependent as well. And then All-Seeing Eye, he'll go up against New. I think All-Seeing Eye will absolutely cook in this one. It's not going to be easy for New. I'm very interested in seeing how All-Seeing Eye is going to play it out, because All-Seeing Eye, in my opinion, is he's a very, very strong player, and he has a little bit of a funny take from time to time on the IG-SM matchup. I'll see if you guys are going to see it, because he is a little bit different in the way that he approaches IG. But this one will also be absolutely massive. I definitely think Yoba is favored. One reason is because of the matchup. All-Seeing Eye has not banned orcs or advantages against orcs, so it's just going to be a straight up orcs versus SM, and obviously All-Seeing Eye is definitely not going to have a fun time against Yoba's orcs. However, All-Seeing Eye is a master in this matchup. All-Seeing Eye is the best SM player we have in the world, at least currently, so it's not going to be easy for Yoba. But let's start with this one. Let's go into Scouty versus Yoba. That could be a very, very important game, so let's get it already. So Scouty on the top side, he is going for a Servitor and a... Okay, already? What the heck? Okay. So he goes for a Servitor, 2 missionaries, will instantly get the convent, and then get a Pristine Sanctuary and Plasma Generator. This looks like a tier 2 rush in some capacity. This is definitely Celestian Rush. And then on the bottom side, we got Master Yoba. Master Yoba, he goes for 2 guardsmen and a tech priest. We'll go for the infantry command into the generator, and we'll obviously go for the command squad. This is an interesting opening from... Oh, okay. So normally you see Seraphims on this map, but I think what Scouty is trying to do is actually do a little bit of a cheese. This is a very, very, very aggressive, potentially aggressive opening. Phosphor Grenades is really, really good against IG just in general. It's really good against the command squad. It's really good against the guardsmen for very obvious reasons. I just don't know if it makes sense on this map though. But he's playing against IG, so it's not going to be a mobility problem, I think. Sister Squad is significantly faster than most other infantry of the same type. So, Battle Sisters definitely has some opportunities. But yeah, this is a heavy investment, already getting the Phosphor Grenades. Yeah, so this is what you do. This is Flamer's opening. Little bit of an unorthodox situation. I don't know if this is standard on this matchup. On this map specifically. I would assume that Seraphims would be completely fine, but looks like Scouty is actually trying to do a little bit of a surprise here. Master Yoba is gonna see right now that Scouty is going for the Battle Sisters, so he's already realizing what's going on. Alright, Scouty's already into the mix. I think Phosphor Grenade is researched, so he can throw it instantly if he wants to. Upgrading this listing. No, he's getting the Holy Icon. Alright. Heavily investing into this army here, Scouty. Also not getting that much map control. He's very much delayed in it. He's getting this relic, but he's getting found here. This is really, really not good by Scouty. Alright. Scouty is not gonna get this relic in the meantime, but we'll see if he can deny it from Master Yoba. Master Yoba is definitely making the push. Already going in with the command squad. Instantly, we are getting the Phosphor Grenades. Oh my god, a Phosphor Grenade getting missed. So 95% of the time, the reason why that grenade bug is happening is because you are not in the center of the enemy squad. You have to get closer to the squad in order for you. You can't use max range of the grenades from time to time. But what the hell is going on? Master Yoba is not messing around. He is instantly making this push. He wants to very much push Scouty here. He's definitely throwing down a statement. We have another phosphor grenade being dropped. But who's stopping this heavy bolter turret? I don't see it right now. This command squad needs to be very careful. Super low priest. Scouty needs to kite for his life, and so he will. No relic here, but Yoba is just going complete Nararino, absolutely crazy. Going in with the commissar together with the guardsman. Another commissar was built in the meantime. This command squad is getting into melee, but how, oh boy, is it low. We also got the servitor. This is really crazy. What is going on? I think the command squad is going down, guys. This is not too good for Master Yoba. He's doubling, tripling down on this heavy bolter turret. There's a lot of damage going down on Master Yoba. He's losing a lot of units. That's a whole wipe of this commissar and the guardsman. We need to pay attention to what Master Yoba is cooking. 74 to plus 20. Really powerful economy for him compared to how much he's investing in here. But the problem is all this investment is probably going down, but that's a lot of sisters also dying in the mix. How is Master Yoba going to approach this? This is an absolute statement here by Scouty. This is really good. This guardsman squad is definitely very low. That's a lot of damage going down on the guardsman. Yeah, that's another wipe. Jeez. But Master Yoba's not done yet. He want to triple down. He is not done here. He's getting another command squad. And that's a lot of sisters actually dying in the process. We need some more phosphor grenades. Another tech priest is getting in. Master Yoba, he doesn't care. He knows that this is absolutely him. He is all in. It's all or nothing. Absolutely going nuts here. And we also need to keep in mind, Master Yoba has better requisition income. No way Master Yoba actually gets to hold. Double phosphor grenade jumping on this command squad. Tries to destroy this heavy bolter turret, but I don't think there is enough DPS, or is there? This command squad again getting in here. What is going on? The command squad actually dies. This is such a bloodbath. Commissar getting in. This listening post is very low. This could be very detrimental for Master Yoba. Tech Priest is trying to actually buy some time, but it's not going to be much of that time. Oh my god. Man, Master Yoba, did you overstay? This heavy bolter turret is almost about to go down. Another Tech Priest will die. Good phosphor grenades. This is absolute statement here by Scouty. Damn. That's a lot of damage going down on Master Yoba. He rebuilt his command squad again. Man, is Master Yoba losing this game? So, better economy for Master Yoba, but it's not by much. He has an extra generator, which will be crucial. Meanwhile, Scouty has the better army, and it's not even close.
I serve the sisterhood.
Problem is, what is Scouty's next move? He has a bit of a problem because this area is fortified and this is where all his army is. But maybe he doesn't give a damn, actually. Is he upgrading this listening post? He should be careful because he could be attacked from the other side. Let's see what Master Yoba is doing. Yeah, Master Yoba is playing this smart. Let me put this to you. He's playing this very smart. Getting the battle command. I am not sure how this matchup is in tier 2. I could actually imagine the Celestians doing some work. But I don't know how the grenade launchers will also get into the mix. So far, we don't see a tactical control by Master Yoba, but there's simply not enough economy right now for Master Yoba. He's also losing the map. By the way, Scouty had to fully repair this listing post. This has damaged his economy so much. He's going tier 2 himself, getting the Inferno pistol. He has a problem because when he transitions into tier 2, he has a worse spot than Master Yoba is, but it's not by much though. Oh, Scouty, I am not sure this is your call, mate.
Let me lead the way.
He needs to realize what's going on here. He could be definitely caught. Oh no, this is such a throw by Scouty. That's a whole wipe, and I'm telling you right now, this is not good if that happens. Ooh, he might actually survive anyway. Where is the phosphor grenades? It's being dropped here. Really good phosphor grenades, hitting both the command squad and the guardsmen. This game is super important for the both players. It would be a huge upset if Scouty actually wins this, but Scouty is not a player you just mess around with.
We again stand ready to fight.
Okay, tier 2 just kicked in for Scouty. We know Yoba is already tier 2. He's getting the priest, and he's going for the battle armor. Battle armor is super important. It's in general a really good upgrade, because it really synergizes well with the priest and stuff. But the other reason why it's really good is because it makes it so these battle sisters can't just drop a phosphor grenade and almost one-shot. Okay, my bad. I actually launched storage. So I couldn't have more recording. I have too much recording apparently on my hard disk. But what I was trying to say is this armor upgrade is pretty good for these guardsmen because the phosphor grenades can almost pretty much like one-shot these guardsmen. There needs to be a little bit careful. Oh my god, another grenade bug. Okay, looks like Master Yoba is already cooking here. Oh! Not a bad shout here by Scouty. This is definitely a statement by him. Also, getting the Celestians into the mix as well is definitely a push that Master Yoba has to take serious. This is a very, very brutal push for him. The priest coming in, but it's a tiny bit too late, isn't it? Needs a little bit of mobility here for Master Yoba. He doesn't have the mechanized command either. And now his economy is actually kind of bad. I must admit, I am not impressed by Master Yoba. But we'll see. He is going to do another nasty phosphor grenade. I think the later stages we go into this game, the worst it's gonna be for sisters. As long as Scouty doesn't throw the game, this is really bad economy for Master Yoba. I think that he needs the mechanized command at some point, because otherwise he cannot deal with this onslaught from Scouty. Also, Scouty will probably go for a Rhino transport himself and lightning fighters on top of it, which would be really annoying for these guardsmen. Will of the Emperor and Death Before Dishonors. This is also going to help with HP. But Master Yoba is throwing down the gauntlet. He wants to respond. But let's see how Scouty is going to play this out. Scouty is throwing down an absolute gauntlet here. This is really good performance by him. Standing up to Master Yoba like this is not funny. That is not easy. Scouty is going face first in here though. Okay, instantly has to cancel it. Okay. Looks like Scouty just found some guardsmen. And now the guardsmen are kinda in trouble, but only kinda because they're so tanky at this point. We'll try and actually tie up some of these battle sisters, but this is a lot of damage going down on Master Yoba. Master Yoba will actually be focused here for the Commissar. But Scouty can't exactly break Master Yoba, and I think this is really, really important. But in comes the Lightning Fighters, guys. Master Yoba has found some opportunities here to maybe... Oh, good curse on the Machine Spirit, actually. This Commissar will go down, however. Let's see. I think Scouty will respond by attacking with the Celestians. Holy Reliquary, okay. That's a lot of damage going down on this Rhino. Finally gets out. Looks like Scouty is gonna try and do a little bit of a counterattack. Already getting in with the Celestians. Doesn't have Melter guns on this Celestian squad, so not gonna do too much just yet for this listing post. But I think Master Yoba is trying to do a little bit of a counterattack. Is he having the mechanized command? No, he isn't. Can't afford it. Doesn't have enough power for it. This is really not good for Master Yoba overall. Alright, he's making a good push. Scouty needs to be careful. He's not winning this exchange. Oh, not paying too much attention. I know he want to kill this priest. Okay, but the tactical control went down. That is an absolute atrocity for Master Yoba. Good news for Master Yoba is that he does have all the very important upgrades. But in comes the Confessor, and if a good Confessor hits, it's gonna be absolutely nasty. But we'll see. Scouty needs to get back though. He needs to make the correct decision here, the correct move. This manufacturer will probably go down. Does he even have a builder to deal with this? I don't actually think he has. No, it's at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's a manufacturer going down. Okay. Nasty push by Master Yoba, actually. Well played. Alright. Looks like Scouty wants to throw down another gauntlet. He's gonna attack here. Master Yoba, we need the mechanized command badly. Yes. And the reason why I keep talking about this mechanized command is we need some AV for Master Yoba. But maybe not at this, in the same regard anymore, because this manufacturer actually went down. Yeah, now this listing post will absolutely get destroyed.
We have arrived. Where's the fight?
Another Celestian squad. I'm actually a little worried for Scouty a little bit. Oh my god, this army composition by Master Yoba. Actually transitioning a little bit more into plasma guns instead of actually grenade launchers. And now in comes the mechanized command. This is really, really, really important for Master Yoba. Scouty is a little bit in trouble, isn't he?
I will walk now.
The Emperor has preserved us.
I think we need the global for Scouty. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it right now. Yeah, he doesn't have it. Finally, he's going for it. Looks like we have a little bit of a fight. And Scouty is going to throw down. Want to go for these guardsmen. It's very, very badly needed. Let's see where the Confessor is. Can he land a Wrath of the Emperor? That's so many guardsmen absolutely getting destroyed here. That's a lot of damage going down on the guardsmen. Super, super low. Phosphor grenades are being dropped left and right. What an absolute bloodbath. Emperor is definitely not happy to see all his soldiers just fighting left and right to each other. Who is the heretic? None of them are supposed to be heretics, but we kill each other. Anyway, that's an absolute bloodbath right now. Master Yoba has very, very tanky guardsmen, however. That's a lot of Celestians dying left and right. Scouty is trying to do whatever he can. Very, very important Curse of the Machine Spirit on this Lightning Fighter. Rhino is still alive, but same can be said for this Chimera. What is going on here for Master Yoba? Not building much right now. This is just investing a lot in the army. Gonna try and focus these guardsmen who's not in the heavy cover. Man, Master Yoba won this fight, didn't he? Or maybe I'm speaking too soon. Oh, I am worried for the Confessor here. That's a lot of guardsmen just fighting left and right. Master Yoba's fighting like a lion. Oh my god, and the Confessor actually goes down. For some reason, he's still alive. No, he finally went down. That's a wipe of those guardsmen. And looks like Scouty wants to do a little bit more. He got so many Celestians and they deal nasty damage. Master Yoba is investing a lot in vehicles. Man, 96 to plus 39. 78 to plus 39. So worse economy for Master Yoba. But I think he won this trade overall. What is this bloodbath? I'm gonna tell you right now. What is this bloodbath? This is insane.
From here on, we march.
This is an absolute graveyard. What the hell?
Come, taste my wrath. Let me preach his name.
Okay. Trying to figure out exactly what Scouty is supposed to do. I feel like he had control over this game and still sort of have. But control against IG isn't necessarily enough. Master Yoba is getting... Oh, yeah. He's getting the Basilisk. Meanwhile, Scouty must have... Yeah, he has decent economy. He keeps on spamming Celestians. I think it's basically the best shout he has. Priest standing on the front line single-handedly. Very much a back and forth here. I'm not sure what Scouty is trying to perform here because these Celestians doesn't follow up. Scouty is going in. I expect him to do so, yeah. Oh, it's now or never, I feel like. Master Yoba is definitely having to disengage. This is a lot of damage going down on Master Yoba, so he needs to disengage, otherwise this is going to be really bad. Battle Sisters are, for some godforsaken reason, not being over here and fighting. This Chimera is getting attacked. This Basilisk is going absolutely nuts.
I serve the Emperor.
Man, I don't think Scouty can actually break Master Yoba. We'll see, though. More Celestians. Meanwhile, Master Yoba is actually going tier 3. Building a heavy bolter turret, smartly done. He needs more fortification. He cannot afford this area to be broken.
Where is his will needed?
Man, did Scouty actually show up and try and fight this out. He has a problem, though. If you can't break IG, you know what's going to happen? You're going to lose. And Scouty has a problem because when we get tier 3, Master Yoba is going to be an absolute impossible man to break. And then Scouty has to throw down the Hail, not Hail Mary, but he has to absolutely go in and finish this game. Yes, good crack grenades, but that's a lot of damage going down on the Celestians. He's gonna see that this is tier 3 for Master Yoba. Will this make it so Scouty actually gives up? This is a lot of damage going down on Scouty. No! Oh my god, what a nasty counter. This didn't work and Scouty says GG. Man, what a game. Master Yoba doesn't break, huh? He doesn't break. This was nasty. This was absolutely insane. I think Scouty made a couple of mistakes. I can't exactly remember the situation, but he was in an awkward spot when he was attacking from both sides. I'm not sure if he's with the Battle Sister squads from the get-go. Suddenly he was a little bit out of position as soon as Master Yoba did the push. And this push by Master Yoba, I felt like it was a little bit of an overstay. It was way too much of an investment. And suddenly Scouty was really taking over the map. Problem for Scouty was he couldn't really break Master Yoba. And Master Yoba had terrible economy if you actually think about it. He had god-awful economy. But he got the upgrades for the guardsmen, and that in of itself was absolutely atrocious for Master Yoba, or for Scouty. But what I think actually broke the game was this manufacturing going down, because it meant that the vehicles wasn't coming out for Scouty, and it meant that we didn't have the lightning fighters, and more rhinos and whatever. And then suddenly, all Master Yoba had to do is get the mechanized command and himself get the vehicles. Suddenly he lost the vehicles, and then, yeah, it was actually really, really not good. He also went for the Holy Reliquary. I'm not sure if that is the correct move. I know why he's getting it, though. I really like the Confessor. I really, really do. But I'm not sure if he should have gone for it. I know that it's probably because he wants to double down on tier 2. He cannot win in tier 3 whatsoever, so he's just trying to invest as much as possible. But yeah, that manufacturing going down was not good. Man, this was such a good game. I really, really enjoyed it. So, Master Yoba has won against Scouty, which is probably his biggest competitor. He still has All-Seeing Eye, though. But this wasn't a clear cut for Master Yoba. I definitely saw mistakes. Master Yoba is still really, really solid as an IG player. A lot of IG players would have absolutely crumbled against Scouty. Doesn't happen for the best IG player that we have on the server for sure. Way too solid of a player. These upgrades for the guardsmen definitely also was a part of Master Yoba winning. Absolute great performance. Let's get the next one. I think it's new going up against someone. I think it's All-Seeing Eye. Let's get it, guys. Okay, guys. So the next game is going to be between All-Seeing Eye and New. It's going to be Space Marines versus IG on Medium Mines, actually. I don't know if I would pick this map as Space Marines. I definitely think this is IG favored. Very much, actually. I don't think All-Seeing Eye maybe thinks the same. We'll see. I think you go 4 scouts as All-Seeing Eye. That's usually what he used to do. Yes. So he's going 4 scouts. He doesn't always do it on Medium Mines, but in this matchup for sure. So he's going for 4 scouts, will capture the outer points, I think, and then he will go a little bit on the offense. There could be some variations I'm not considering. Oh, he's changing his mind. Oh, and he's going for a fast relic. Interesting choice. Okay, so he starts on the left side. He goes for 2 scouts, a servitor, and then a 3rd scout. This is very unorthodox cap order already. Let's see where the 3rd scout is, because I have a feeling he's probably getting it very close to the others. Will it go for 2 Space Marine squads? I think that is not uncommon for him. Alright, we'll see a little bit later. So, looks like he's getting the... Oh, that's a funny cap order. Okay, New. Last time against Master Yoba, let's be real, not a very fun experience for him. He went for 2 guardsmen, a tech priest, and then a 3rd guardsman. We'll go for the infantry command and plasma generator. If you don't go 3 guardsmen on this map, I feel like you're kind of trolling. It is very, 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 very map pressure dependent. Very much a mistake by New. He should rally point over here.
We've won. Let me lead the way.
Okay, so All-Seeing Eye has a tendency to actually go double Space Marine squad, but he's not doing it here. I would also feel like that's really weird if he did that, because he goes... No, it's not weird, because he actually goes with 3 scouts. I'm sorry, guys, I'm theorizing a little bit too much. He got this relic very early. I think he's very afraid of some offensive shenanigans from New. But speaking of New, he's making a lot of macro mistakes. He should already be moving right now.
Yes, my lord. I command in the name of the Emperor.
This matchup, I used to think that it was slightly favored to IG. I actually think it's heavily favored to IG right now. I think Command Squad is just very, very hellish to play against. And this that you're seeing right now is absolutely atrocious to play against as a Space Marine. Speaking of Space Marine, All-Seeing Eye is getting another... He's just running for his life with the servitors, I guess. Getting out, defending his relic. This is really good. New should have been here years ago. Let's see. His economy is definitely better. 74 to plus 10. This is due to the fact that All-Seeing Eye has to do weird stuff to in order for him to get his listening. No way that this is such a weird game from the get-go. All-Seeing Eye is trying to get in and actually fight it out up against New's army composition right here. I think All-Seeing Eye is winning this. Yeah, now New is in a terrible spot. These guardsmen are not cutting it. This is going to be god-awful for him. Oh, he doesn't hit the servitor. That is really, really important for All-Seeing Eye. He is finishing this listening post. He needs another TSM. He needs another Space Marine squad. A really, really solid performance so far by All-Seeing Eye. A little bit wonky with the early game, but we'll see. 86 to plus 20 about to happen for New. So yes, decent economy, but he's not winning the fights. I also feel like he didn't do the damage he was supposed to. All-Seeing Eye should be under so much pressure at this point. And if he isn't a lot under pressure, New is definitely a lot ahead in economy and therefore also tech. So it's either you are taking a lot of damage on this map, or you're ahead in some way, shape, or form in tech. And it's not by much, to be honest. Speaking of, like, New is taking so much damage all over the place. This is a very messy game by him. Oh my god, New, please control your guardsmen right now. It's a lot of damage going down on him. Okay.
I will do as you ask. Retreat is
Let's see. I think New could actually go in and actually destroy Plasma Generator instead of fighting 24/7 with this command squad. This is exactly what Space Marine wants. Please fight me instead of run away from me. One of the biggest weaknesses of SM is definitely their mobility. Tier 2 is coming in for All-Seeing Eye. Also, this float from New is crazy. He's getting Tier 2 finally. Yeah, so this is what I wanted him to do a long time ago. All-Seeing Eye is trying to keep up the control in the middle. Tactical control a little early for New. But he's getting the grenade launchers. This is definitely the best way to go against SM. It's really hard for Space Marines to handle it. We'll see how All-Seeing Eye is gonna do. Is he going instantly into vehicles? Or is he getting Assault Marines, which is a pretty good answer against this? Is he going for the grenades? No, he's going for the Assault Marines. I think this is really, really classic All-Seeing Eye. And I think this is a really good answer towards IG. This is a lot of damage going down already. But the upgrades are very behind for New. So it's not the insane weapon specialization damage yet. All-Seeing Eye disengaging. He doesn't want this. All-Seeing Eye having decent economy. But only decent. He needs more power, I feel like. He's gonna go for the Rhino for sure. That plus 30 is definitely hurting him. Getting the Rhino, that's good. Going for the grenade launchers, getting another plasma generator. This listing post will for sure go down. Good on All-Seeing Eye to just give away this. There's no reason. This is such a heavy investment by New. Okay, I feel like New is over-investing a little bit in these listing posts. I would like him to go for the global instead. Jumping in with the Assault Marines, that's a lot of damage going down on IG, but let's see how much these Assault Marines, they can't tie them all up. Oh my god, this command squad is getting absolutely destroyed. Lot of damage being dropped. That's a whole... That's the priest. The command squad is not surviving this. This Assault Marine squad is for some godforsaken reason, still alive. Oh my god, this is gonna be a tragedy, isn't it? This is going to be so much damage going down on New. He is getting absolutely obliterated. That's a complete wipe. And another wipe is gonna get in. Nah, this game is over. Oh no, and the command squad as well. Nah, this is GG and New knows it. Man, well played. Well played to All Seeing Eye. A little bit of an underwhelming performance by New. I think he doesn't exactly understand what to do in this matchup yet. I think it was very, very unfortunate that he didn't do enough damage against All Seeing Eye. You always get really good damage against All Seeing Eye when you're playing this matchup. Command Squad is just too good on this map. I know a lot of people talk about how bunker up you can do this, but I think that's overrated about Meaning of Minds. Meaning of Minds has spread out points. Sure, this section right here is very tight, but and this section right here is also tight, but when you have to, like, this is the whole map. And I have camera mod right now. This is the whole thing. This is distance. This is distance. So you could imagine a very, very, very painfully annoying command squad just running around doing a lot of damage, killing some scouts left and right, killing a builder left and right with the Psyker as well. Not enough damage whatsoever from New, and when you don't do enough damage against Space Marines, you will actually lose. Potentially. The other thing that was really, really bad from New is that even though he's doing this push, he absolutely shouldn't stay here. Because another thing is, okay, I don't do enough damage. Okay, just get back and just chill. Get tier 2. You are not going, like, and then bunker up. Like, get a turd. Get maybe 2. Get a Basilisk a little bit later on if you can do that. I know he couldn't do that at that point. But he had a lot of fortification. He was upgrading listening posts left and right. He upgraded 5 of them. That's a lot. Instead of getting the global, that's also a macro mistake. So in my opinion, New shouldn't even be here. And at least when he destroyed the listening post, get the hell out. Because a player like All Seeing Eye will absolutely punish you. That was absolutely nasty. The heavy bolters, plus the Rhino, plus the grenades, plus the assault marines, just easily countered. This map is very hard for Space Marines because IG can both play defensively and offensively. So this is really, really good for IG. It's not the best or the worst map for Space Marines, but it's definitely not a fun one. So well played indeed to All Seeing Eye. New, this was too much for him for sure. So All Seeing Eye, obviously, maybe he hasn't had the biggest competition yet, but he's looking good. Let's see how he's faring up against Master Yoba, though. Let's get it. All right. So Scouty couldn't stop Master Yoba. Can All Seeing Eye do that, though? He has a pretty good map to do so, I think. He has Blot River. I do consider Blot River a pretty good Space Marine map, even against Orcs. But it's not a clear cut whatsoever. It's still a bad matchup for Space Marines. But Blood River is one of the more tolerable maps, I think. On the bot side, we got Absolute Evil, aka All Seeing Eye. He goes for a Scout Squad, and then he goes for 2 Servitor and 2 Scout Marines after that. His cap order is going to be like this. So he's going to capture this outer point very, very fast to avoid any very, very offensive, aggressive play from Orcs. This area here is very, very dangerous to not capture in time. Then he's going to capture this, and then he's going to capture this. This is a very classic way of Space Marines to play on this map. Obviously, getting the Space Marine squad, we can talk about that later why. On top side, we got Master Yoba. Master Yoba, he goes for 2 Slugger Boys. The boy's hot, and the generator will go for the 2 Slugger Boys. Master Yoba, He looks like he's in a really, really good shape, but he did look a little shaky against Scouty. Granted, he did play IG. He's not playing IG to the same extent as he's playing Orcs. He is a legendary Orc player at this point. Solidified best Orc player, I think. So, this is not going to be easy. But Olsingai is the best Space Marine player we have on the server. I don't think there's a lot of debate on that. Even the only guy who can probably compete with him is Sork. So, Olsingai is going to defend this area very, very quickly because, as you can see, Orcs is already on the move. And this is regardless of the Orc player. This is what Orcs always do. They go to both relics. But Olsingai is already ready with the Space Marine squad. Meanwhile, Shooter Boys are getting over here, stopping these scouts that is harassing. Big Meg will probably teleport over here. This is what usually happens. Yeah. Olsingai is gonna say hello to this Big Meg. And the Force Commander will be on its way. So this, in my opinion, is one of the reasons why this matchup is really terrible. Is that Orcs just has their units so fast out on the map, whereas Force Commander is only on its way right now. And Olsingai is throwing everything at the Orc player here, but it's not gonna cut it. Olsingai will have to, or is able to defend this area though, but he's also throwing everything and the kitchen sink at what Master Yoba is doing right now. We need another Space Marine squad very soon for Olsingai. Okay. He's getting it here. Another problem in this matchup is Orcs is already getting good economy. 86 to plus 10. Space Marines can't afford that. They need army and they need some power right now to just stop Master Yoba. However, it's a little bit of an awkward position for Master Yoba. His Shooter Boys is a little bit out of position, but he did that to defend this area, I think. But he's still reacting a little bit slow, I think. Oh, yeah, the listening post actually went down.
Walk softly and carry a big gun.
Not a bad early game so far by Olsingai.
Scouts in position.
He's defending his relic, so that's good. See what these Shooter Boys are doing, though. Olsingai actually denying this area. This is really, really good. Ilogons is up, but not yet. It's only halfway. Another Space Marine squad. Three Space Marine squads already. Okay. He might go for snipers. Yes, he's going for snipers, which is really, really smart. Actually sniping a little bit of a Shooter Boy here. Nicely maximized with this Force Commander.
They dare fire upon Space Marines?
Already coming in with the Shooter Boys and the Storm Boys as well. Olsingai might make a little bit of a battering ram push where he's just gonna go completely nuts with these Space Marine squads.
Yes, my lord.
Meanwhile, Master Yoba is just doing a little bit of a flank. I think it's now or never. Oh, this is smart by Olsingai. He's doing this to actually, in case a big engagement is gonna come in. He might actually be able to focus this war banner. It's now that he's making the push for sure. Yes. And he has snipers as well. This is very much an engagement by Olsingai. He has to disengage. This is a little too much. A lot of turrets being shot on him. The heavy bolter turret is going to get into the mix, but we are also in the heavy cover. How valuable will this be? Olsingai is going to try and bash these Slugger Boys very, very badly. Meanwhile, his Scout Marines has to run a little bit, but you can't tie them all up. Meanwhile, Master Yoba, on the other hand, has actually destroyed this listening post. That is really, really good, but he needs to get back. Yeah. This is a lot of good damage being thrown down on Orcs. That's a lot of damage going down.
We stand ready.
Man. I'm not sure. I think this fight in isolation is what Olsingai won, but I'm not sure if the price he's paying is good. He's 74 to plus 10. 86 to plus 10 for Master Yoba. Oh, a warband is also going down. This is very, very, very heavy push. Alright.
It now belongs to the orcs.
Olsing is just losing more and more of his map, but he doesn't care. He actually pushes again.
Let's run for it.
The biggest reason, in my opinion, why this matchup is not good is also the mobility problem. Olsing has teleport from the Big Mech, or sorry, Yoba has teleport from the Big Mech, and Stormboys as well. It's way too expensive for Olsing to commit to getting Assault Marines. However, I do believe that Olsing might have made a little bit of an error here. He's gonna say hello to Master Yoba though. Placing his scouts here so they are ready in case that he's jumping away. That's good. Now we have a new problem though for Olsing, because these Stormboys can just jump these plasma generators. This turret a little bit annoying. Okay, Olsing might actually be able to make a push. But his turret is 100% going down. He cannot save the turret. Man, I know Olsing is gonna destroy this area here, but he's gonna lose so much in that exchange. Lots of damage being thrown down here by Olsing. 68 to plus 10 for him. 92 to plus 10 for him, for Master Yoba though. More choppy. Yeah, this is gonna be disgusting with the orcs. More Stormboys to tie them all up. Olsing kind of wants a base trade, huh? Man, I'm not sure if this is gonna work out for Olsing, but he's doubling down, tripling down, in fact. Yeah, in comes the Stormboys, though. Oh, this is really nasty. Another Warbanner will potentially go down. No, it doesn't go down. That's an absolute tragedy for Olsing. He has to disengage a little bit. I think Stormboys are a lot stronger in melee. Oh no. Oh no, what an absolute atrocity right here. Oh my god, Master Yoba is teleporting in with the big shooters, absolutely murdering these Scout Marines. And speaking of absolute murder, look at this. Stormboys everywhere. A little bit of a jump bug here, it just looks like. I don't even know what Olsing is supposed to do. He's gonna get another Space Marine squad. He doesn't even have power, does he? No, he lost all his generators.
Yes, my lord.
Marine squad deployed.
Victory countdown has begun.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Olsing is desperately trying to destroy this listening post. Lots of orcs dying left and right. But I think Master Yoba is just gonna be able to just... Yeah, he keeps on going with these Stormboys. And he has more choppy on him. And heavy boy armor, so this is gonna be an absolute nightmare. Olsing is gonna go in again. He's gonna try and finish off Olsing. Gonna jump in with the shooter boys. Will finish the job. That's so many Space Marines dying left and right. This is an absolute atrocity. Olsing doesn't stand a chance right in the negative cover. Yeah, Olsing just left the game. He doesn't even see a redeeming quality in his army right now. I'm just gonna fast forward, guys. Oh my god. Yoba was absolutely snapping in this one. Okay. one thing that's problematic on this map is that if you play Space Marines, you cannot afford to just walk up here that All-Seeing Eye, I think, did. So All-Seeing Eye, I guess, made a little bit of a calculated move where he thought that if he stayed here, Master Yoba would just jump into him and fight. But Master Yoba's not... Master Yoba's not going to do that. Master Yoba is too smart. Instead, Master Yoba just went into Space Marine's base. And again, this is what I think is the biggest reason why this matchup is so tough. Is the mobility situation is so bad for Space Marines. I think All-Seeing Eye should have left some of his units in his base and not stayed here. I think you have to play defensive on this map against orcs, regardless of whether you like it or not. I think you have to play very defensive on this map. And I think All-Seeing Eye just went way too aggressive. I've seen All-Seeing Eye play this map several times against orcs. I think he overstayed really, really badly. I think you need orcs to make a mistake in order for you to actually just face first into the enemy base. And Master Yoba didn't lose too much by going in here. He did lose his listening post though, but I think after that, All-Seeing Eye should have just left. He should have just taken his W, but instead he overstayed a lot. He did destroy a lot of banners for sure, but it's not cutting it when you're also losing like 2 listening posts or whatever. That's not a trade you want to do. I don't know if he could have taken his snipers instead to go over here and then maybe be defensive. I'm not sure about that one though. But I still don't think he should have stayed here because even though he's building this turret, which is interesting, I thought it was smart actually. Even though I think mines might have been better, to be honest. Because the mines are actually good in the heavy cover. The heavy cover is not, as far as I know, I'm pretty sure actually the heavy cover is not applying when mines are doing the damage. Whereas like the heavy voltage turret is literally getting countered and it's surrounded by heavy cover on top of it. So I'm not sure if I was effing with that turret in hindsight. So yeah, I really think All-Seeing Eye shouldn't have stayed here. The listening post was okay, but after that, just get back because you're like, I don't have fog removal. Maybe I should get that for Definitive Edition. Although I've heard some people say that's cheating, but yeah, whatever. What was I going with? Yeah, so he was here. Look at it. If I had, like, you can imagine, this is the distance. This is how overextended he was. This point to over here. Do you imagine how bad it is to actually disengage with your Space Marine squads? Whereas if you just play on this line, it's going to be more easy. But even then, like, the relic is a little bit exposed. That's why this map is not the best for Space Marines against orcs. So, and you also saw the early game. Master Yoba can actually play on both relics. Like, he can threaten one of them, and then he can defend the other. Where Space Marines can't really threaten orcs and secure relic either. Because the mobility of orcs is just too ridiculous in this map. And someone like Master Yoba will just use the teleport to its absolute fullest potential with the Big Mech. So, yeah, I think this was a very, very, very classic approach by Master Yoba. So, good on him. He played really well. I think this was a very smart move of him to attack on this side, seeing what All-Seeing Eye was doing. Because the thing about this matchup as well is that if it's just like unit to unit, let's just bash each other out and fight and kite and then fight again and then have snipers and a lot of bulletproof, or not bulletproof, bullet holes into the orcs. Space Marines will actually like be able to compete a lot with orcs. Orcs isn't as ridiculous in terms of just numbers and like HP and stuff in the very early game. What makes orcs really good is that they have kind of good, really good stats early game. and they have ridiculous upgrades on top of it. And then they also have stupid mobility. So it's like so many factors. And Space Marines has no utility. They have no redeeming utility qualities to actually keep up with that. So I think Olsing made some rookie mistakes. Rookie mistakes-ish. I think he overstayed a little bit too much. So a little bit of a mistake, to be honest. But regardless, Master Yoba, he takes the win. So he has beaten his two biggest competitors. So unless someone is getting in there and you're like, what the... Really? Did you actually win? Unless that happens, Master Yoba is probably going 6-0 in this group. He's already looking really good. Regardless, man, let's get into that recap and let's talk about what's going on for round 3. Let's go. All right, guys. Now we are a little bit deeper into the group. We are starting to get a picture. Master Yoba looking really, really, really strong, especially because he just won against Scouty and Olsing, which is the two biggest competitors, at least theoretically, that he's going up against. So Master Yoba is already looking really, really disgusting. The only thing that'll be Master Yoba's downfall is if he gets really, really overconfident against either Forgotten or Santiago, but it would still be some of the most insane upsets that we've seen in a long time if that happens. And one of them will go up against Yoba in this next upcoming round, so we'll see. Let's talk about the situation though, because now we have kind of seen who is number 1, but we'll see who is the last placer and potentially also see if anything will switch up for that 4th place, which is going to be the breaker here. Because both Santiago and Forgotten is going up against New. So will it be Forgotten that's going to be the number 4 placer, or will it be Santiago? It's not very, very clear. And on top of that, we also need to see if New can actually perform, or if it's going to be him who's going to be the last placer together with Danoll. We'll see. But let's get into it, guys. Let's go. We'll start with Santiago versus New, and then we'll go from there. Let's go. All right, guys. So, this is New's last chance, I feel like. One of his last chances, which is going up against Santiago on Blood River. Santiago has something to prove. Both of them have something to prove, and I'm not sure if this is a complete clear cut. I think Santiago is definitely favored. But yeah, we all saw what happened against Forgotten. That was a huge throw, and we can't be sure if Santiago is completely mental boomed after that one, because that was a crazy throw. And I know if that was me, I needed a little bit of a breather, that's for sure. On the bottom side, we got New, who has been struggling a lot in this group stage so far. He goes for 2 guardsmen, and a tech priest will go for the infantry command and the plasma generator. Meanwhile, on top of that, we have Santiago. Santiago, he goes for his orcs. He goes for 2 slugger boys and a correction squad, the boys hut and generator. I've said several times, I personally think this is a orc favorite matchup. I would even say on certain maps it's really a horrific matchup for IG. But I think this map is actually equalizing it. So, and maybe it's even slightly favored towards IG. I'm not entirely sure. This is a very, very, very good IG map against orcs as well. IG also has a little bit better tools than Space Marines. Faster command squad he can easily get from point to point. Can't say the same for Space Marines. So this is not a bad map whatsoever for New. Let's see what Santiago is going to do. Santiago, he absolutely has to prove himself. If he loses this one, I'm gonna tell you right now, then everything is open for that 4th place. Because suddenly New will actually maybe be a little bit of a threat towards Forgotten. We'll see. A lot of mental pressure on both players for sure if they want to move on. Santiago not gonna overstay. But yeah, as you can see, orc players, they always do this. In comes the slugger boys already. Looks like New actually wants to go over here. Will he? Oh, he's going face first right now. Needs to disengage. I feel like this is super greedy from New, I'm not gonna lie. This is very, very greedy. I don't think you could do this against orcs. Okay, but Santiago is moving back. This turret is, however, really interesting by Santiago, or by New. This could switch around if you wanted to go in with a big mech. So in that case, maybe it's not a bad idea by New. But don't finish this turret, though. Oh my god, he's gonna finish the turret. Okay. Decent defense by Santiago. It's also making sure that New actually had to build this heavy bolter turret. I think this is such a mistake by New. I know why he's doing it, but it's way too early to have this heavy bolter turret.
Capturing it was easy.
In this matchup, IG is favored in the extremely early game. The main reason for that is because Orcs is stuck at 15 population cap. They need that extra war banner to actually compete with IG. But as soon as this kicks in, it's gonna switch very, very fast towards Orcs. What is going on? Are we getting an early generator here? Okay. If Santiago doesn't go for Storm Boys, I think that'll be a very, very big mistake. Even though we're playing on Blood River, but Storm Boys are absolutely important. Oh, Santiago, are you getting a little bit caught? But who's caught with who, though? Because he's already on the move himself. This will not be captured. Santiago is gonna pull. Will he try to tie up? Also, New actually denied this. This is not badly played by New, but we're gonna see, because this might actually be a little bit of a problem. Slugboy squad is definitely not surviving. Santiago killing some guardsmen in the exchange, but this is a really, really good situation for New, actually. Oh, Santiago already looking shaky, man. Santiago is gonna try and actually capture this point. We'll have to disengage, otherwise this is gonna be really, really bad. We'll build the pile of guns and getting another wall banner, though. Getting extra shootable. I think this is a massive mistake by Santiago. If he overly invests in these shooter boys, I think it's going to be a big mistake. If he transitions into tier 2 in some way, shape, or form, we could start talking about it, but grenade launchers are absolutely going to eat these shooter boys alive. But we'll see. It depends if he gets this pile of guns, gets some Storm Boys, and then face first into IG. That is going to be really brutal for IG. So maybe it's not a mistake. It just depends on what he's doing now. Because this is a commitment. Going to shooter boys is very much commitment. No, he is going fast tier 2. Oh, yeah. I like this. I really like this. This is also why he got that extra generator. New, however, is also going tier 2 himself. Santiago, these Slugger Boys should have been out long time ago. This is a massive mistake as well. A little bit of a back and forth. We'll get some big shooters. Detached with the big mech. Alright. Slugger Boys will almost go down. No, actually not. Not yet. They are surprisingly survived. No way this Slugger Boy squad got out. That's a lot of investment, however. New is getting the grenade launchers. What's going to happen here? Oh, this command squad might actually die in time. What is going on? Grenade launchers are trying to get into the mix, but that's a dead command squad, isn't it? This is a very, very weird game already. Oh my god, what a teleport by Santiago, getting right into the heavy cover. And now it's gonna turn around for New. Now he's in a very, very bad spot. This is such a weird game right now. Oh no. Oh no, New is gonna lose everything, dude. Isn't he? Forgotten is actually observing this game. I think he thinks that this is very much one-sided right now. Or he's going to play his game against New very soon. So he's just preparing, I guess. A little bit BM if that's the case. No. Oh, Neo, you need to get back. You need to get back. You can't afford this. Let the turret and the fortification do its work. This is such a messy situation for Neo. And that's a destroyed heavy bolter turret. Priest is out, so... Oh my god. Okay. Gonna decal. Oh my god. Yeah. Neo has to pull out a rabbit out of his hat. Tank Buster's really, really smart move here by Santiago. Some orcs are dying, but I think more guardsmen are dying than orcs. Neo keeps on wanting this fight. He's not even using his Commissar executional ability. Yeah, and the Commissar is just dead. Then, oh yeah, Neo says GG. Man, not gonna lie, there was a moment where I actually thought Santiago was going to lose this. I don't know, Santiago is interesting because the way he plays is very different from other orc players. He seems a little bit like... It's always hard to judge these kind of players because Santiago clearly is a strong and really, really smart player. But you can also tell that he's not doing the same things as other orc players would do. So I need to pay a little bit more attention when I'm in general just casting Santiago games. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't get this. Like, this shooter boy mass here was interesting. In hindsight, I think this push by Neo was really, really questionable. But he also put himself into that position. I don't know why he took his command squad and ran all the way into this chokehold instead of just facing your inevitable death and just get in and tie up the shooter boys and or something like that. Fight the Big Mick. Because what happened was all the orcs were just like pulled in here, and then the guardsmen had to get out of position, get very, very deep in here, and suddenly Santiago just heavily pushed or punished that, and suddenly all of these guardsmen just died. That's so many guardsmen. I am not even going to count that. What Neo should have done instead is maybe take the fight. Like, we could talk about it, but we could also, like, I must admit, I was actually shocked that all these Slugger boys were dying, but the wipe wasn't happening. So maybe in hindsight, we could also talk about the fact that he shouldn't even be here. But in general, I think Neo was in a good spot. If this is a bad play, let's just say it's a bad play, then just play defensive. Santiago lost so much, bruh. Like, he lost all of those Slugger boys. He lost shooter boys. He invested so much in shooter boys. And he got tier 2, sure, but that IG got tier 2 as well. I think IG could have easily, like, played defensively. The grenade launchers, when he was engaging here, he didn't have the weapon specialization team. He didn't have it yet, which is god-awful because then these grenade launchers aren't really doing the damage you want. So maybe don't even take this fight. Wait for the grenade launchers to get into the mix, and then you can start doing some nasty damage towards orcs. He also had this fortification here, but he never really used it, and when he used it, it was like literally useless. Should have gone behind the buildings, but then started tanking instead. It was... yeah. I felt like Neo had some good ideas here and there. I actually think so, but him losing this game is potentially just making it so he's last place. It doesn't look too good for him. Santiago, I'm gonna keep it. Like, I talked to Santiago. I think this guy is amazing. I think he's a very, very strong player potentially, but he is not convincing for me. That game that he threw against Forgotten will definitely haunt him in this group. So he has to show me more. We'll see. He's going to play against Master Yoba later on, but he needs to redeem himself for sure. Because I feel like he's making mistakes that he's not supposed to, getting caught here and there. I don't like that he refuses to go Storm Boys as well. I understand why he's not doing it on this map, but still, I would 100% get Storm Boys. Just at least one squad. Yeah, but he went tier 2. That's another thing I want to talk about. He went tier 2, but no vehicles and no knobs. He just got like shooter boys with big shooters. Like, it was a really weird game. But yeah, well played to Santiago, all things considered. He gets a really, really important W. He needs these kinds of Ws if he wants to compete with Forgotten. Because Forgotten is now going up against New, and if Forgotten for some godforsaken reason actually loses against New, that'll be huge for Santiago, for Santiago's chances to get that 4th place. So regardless, guys, let's get into it. New versus Forgotten. Let's go. Alright. Forgotten versus New on Battle Marshes. Necrons versus IG. I think both players are actually pretty satisfied with this one. I think Necrons might get more out of it than IG, to be honest. But they like this map for several reasons. You can't just YOLO rush on this map because of this terrain in the middle. So it's kind of good for especially Necrons. But the biggest reasons is actually that both races can kind of ignore the problems of getting around the map. Because of the relics being very exposed like this. And getting from one point to one point is easily done with the field command and the tunnel system for IG. But same with Necrons, they can also do it. With the summoning core, they can teleport from one place to another with the relics again. The only downside for Necrons is that this critical location area with the heavy cover is a little bit awkward for Necrons. Okay. New being a little bit weird here. He goes for 3 guardsmen and then a tech priest, so he actually goes for all his guardsmen from the get-go, delaying his plasma generator a little bit, and therefore also his economy in the long run. You want the tech priest a little bit earlier, but now it's not gonna do much. But he's gonna go offensive. Meanwhile, Forgotten actually went for all his scarabs. And he's also doing some weird stuff, like he's only focusing on capturing points, which is really interesting. Instantly upgrading this obelisk. Okay. I think New should be in here. He should just get in the face of Necrons, just go completely Norarino from the get-go. You need to go very, very offensive in this matchup if you want to do something, especially if you can't capture this point. Oh, New might not know what's coming. I'm not sure why he's focusing the scarabs. Oh no, this is gonna be a tragedy for New. Oh no, this is gonna be absolutely terrible. No, oh my god, that's almost a one-shot. And it was only because of this light cover. But is it going to be a wipe anyway? Oh my god, no, 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 no. Ah, this is a god-awful situation already for New. His economy is plus 50 to plus 10. This is not good. Santiago would also be watching this game, I think. He really needs Forgotten to actually fumble. But so far, it doesn't look too bad for Forgotten. Oh, good disruption here by Forgotten. Smartly played.
Will only take me a moment.
The hand of the Emperor guides all.
trying to focus to build the scarabs. I'm not sure about this choice. Don't think he can do much more. Trying to pull away some of Necron warriors to avoid them making a push. But it's gonna be Forgotten who's gonna go on the offense from the get-go anyway. The only good news for New is the fact that Forgotten has delayed economy a little bit. And he has also delayed his summoning core due to that. Oh no. Yeah, New should just take the W and then keep this listening post. But instead, he's gonna overstay. This is gonna be so bad for him. That's almost a wipe. Ah, no. Yeah. New is making so many mistakes. It's actually insane. There's a lot of things he's doing that should not... He can keep on going for these scarabs, but there's a billion scarabs. He can't kill them all. It is annoying indeed. No summoning core yet. Forgotten actually going for his 7th generator. Interesting choice. Oh, really good whirling. No. That's so much damage going down on New. Man, New is just getting completely obliterated from each side. Forgotten playing pretty well, I think. I don't even think New... Yeah. He doesn't even have strong army. He doesn't even have a good economy. Well, he has decent economy, but he's floating like crazy in power. He should have way better economy than this. But he's using a lot of his requisition in just replenishing the army that's getting slaughtered every time he's taking a fight. And Forgotten is just going classic Forgotten style, just getting a billion Necron warriors. And he's just... What the hell? He's getting his 8th generator? No summoning core, by the way. He's getting it now, but still.
Thank you, machine spirit, for our safe
arrival. I don't know if it's because he wants to rush tier 2. But I think he can win by just getting that Necron warrior upgrade just instantly. Disruption field. I knew. What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to achieve? Moving in with the tech priest. Disruption field. Go for the disruption field, Forgotten. Forgotten chooses not to. Will he go for tier 2 instead? I just think so many Necron warriors. Disruption field would be absolutely broken here. Building a church for New. Okay. Necron Lord is finally out. Gonna destroy this listening post pretty easily. New is tier 2. Okay. I didn't even notice that. My bad. It's a very... Okay. That's a little bit of a redeeming quality. No tier 2 for Forgotten yet, so that's okay. I mean, the good news for Forgot another turd? Are you actually serious, New? I mean, your base is gonna get bombarded, isn't it? The only good redeeming quality for New right now is the fact that he's tier 2. Everything else is falling apart for him. Now he has this problem where Necron's is literally in his base, just destroying fundamental things that he... No way, he's going for Hellhounds? I don't understand, man. played against New. Like, New can play way better than this. I am not sure what the... if he's losing his mechanized command. Let's just call it a day if that happens. Are getting some flayed ones, however. Yeah, no tech priest. Yeah, they're not gonna reach it, so this mechanized command will go down. Did not even try to repair it. As soon as Immortals gets out, it's just really not gonna be fun. Upgrading this turret to a missile turret, why? There's no destroyers coming your way. Like, Necrons would never go destroyers in this case. Like, no chance they'll go destroyers. They'll get Wraiths and Immortals.
It's my duty to serve.
I mean, Forgotten has such good economy, he might as well go destroyers. And we're gonna talk about this Hellhound after that. I don't think it's a unit we see very often. And I will tell you why we're not seeing it often. Solar Pulse, Phylactery, and Phase Shift just got in for Forgotten. New's economy is 62 to plus 40. He lost this area, he lost this. Yeah, even the Hellhound is going down. This is such a tragedy. I'm sorry if I sound very critical. This is the world championship. I'm hosting this myself, so I feel very bad to just go hard at players. But this is really not good from New. Another thing I will say is New is not going for tactical control, which I guess it's okay. I know Aaron Beast just refuses to upgrade his guardsman when he plays this matchup, whereas someone like Alex UK thinks that it's completely fine if he sees a lot of Necron Warriors, which is the case right now. Alright, so the Greater Summoning Core is gonna get in. All these Necron Warriors will be synergizing really well with the Tomb Spider. If they try and make a push, and a lot of Necron Warriors are just dying left and right, you're gonna get this Tomb Spider to just recover them all and get some more army in the meantime. All these turrets basically did nothing, by the way. See, Basilisk makes sense. Basilisk definitely makes sense. And the economy is decent right now for New. Oh no, this is exactly what I meant with the teleport. Oh no. That's so much damage. It's an absolute miracle that the priest lasted for such a long time. Otherwise, that would have been a complete wipe.
If such is the Emperor's will, we again stand ready to fight. Payback. What are your orders? If such is the Emperor's will.
What is Forgotten doing though? Okay, he's getting destroyers and getting the so he's getting the upgrades for the Necron Warriors. He's finally doing it, but he's getting two of them right after each other. I don't even know what to say what New is supposed to do. At this point, he should just live off of these 3 points and just get bassies and try to survive whatever the hell Forgotten is throwing at him. A Tomb Spider would be so good right now. Forgotten is also floating like crazy. He has the global. Getting another generator. At this point, he might as well get another monolith, no? I knew he was gonna make a move. And it's a risky one if you ask me. He's gonna kill some Scarabs, but he needs to get back. He's gonna throw in the priest, who's just gonna get completely melted. New, are you trying to make a base race? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you are not winning that base race. Basilisk just getting straight into the army. This game is just over. Mechanized command once again going down. I'm honestly just waiting for the GG. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Let's start with the positives. I noticed that I got really negative on the... I'm so bad at this. I am god-awful at this kind of stuff. For all you newer viewers, there's a really great caster who you probably already know who he is, which is Mr. Landshark. And Mr. Landshark is an absolute goat when it comes to this kind of stuff. I am so bad when I see just overtly bad plays. It's just so hard for me to... it's so hard for me to just... not be critical. And I don't want to sound like an a-hole. I just don't. And I know some of you other guys are kind of saying that I should also, like, it is okay that you're being real and you should be harsh and you should say that. I think it's a balance. And sometimes I'm not striking that balance correctly. I think I got a little too harsh here, but it's just... the amounts of mistakes is just so insane from New. And by the way, I've played against New on the ladder. He's better than this. He's making insane mistakes that even for his standard is very bad. So in that regard, I'm a little disappointed that this is the kind of level that he's presenting, because I know it can be better than this. Let's talk about it. No, let's talk about the positive stuff. Let's talk about that. So, smartly played by Forgotten. He did a little bit of a tricky one where he upgraded this obelisk instantly. And IG tried to make a push. If it wasn't for this light cover, that would have been a complete wipe of all those guardsmen. They died anyway. Except for one member who got 2 extra reinforcements and then got back in. I'm not sure. I do actually believe that what's his name? New could have done some more damage. Like, go in the face of Necrons. If you're afraid of this obelisk being upgraded, then you might as well just go for a plasma generator and force Forgotten to actually deal with you just going face first into your plasma generators. I also think, which is another thing, is I don't think New... I don't think New did enough pressure to Forgotten. And then Forgotten does something which I theoretically don't like, but I guess in his case it was absolutely amazing that he just got so many generators because he could get away with it. He's not being pressured by IG, and if you're not being pressured by IG in this matchup early, you can just chill, get tier 2 and absolutely murder him. You can even go for tier 1.5 and then absolutely murder him as well. That's what I wanted Forgotten to do, but I think Forgotten was smarter than that. He was just like, why do that when you can just go tier 2? Why do that? I can just get that Necron Warrior upgrade later on, instead of taking any risk and just going face first. So in that regard, really smartly played by Forgotten. He was most likely at the wrong place at the wrong time all the time. At the right place at the right time, my bad. Because New was always at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Forgotten always punished him. Forgotten played it smartly with the macro. There's only some few moments where he's floating a little bit. He could have get it a little earlier tier 2. I think his choices make sense. There's no reason to go for the Wraiths. Just get some Immortals, that's fine, I guess. And then he chose to go Destroyers. Because IG didn't go for any grenade launcher or anything like that. So in that regard, I kind of like it. Also, very crucial push by Forgotten to get in here and destroy whatever the hell New had. And this mechanized command was decently placed, but Forgotten looked really deep and found it, which was really good. By the way, I didn't even notice that New went early tier 2, which I think is really, really bad. You should always, as I say, put a lot of pressure. And I guess if you're not putting on pressure, then yeah, I guess tier 2 is good for you. Yeah, let's just talk about it. So New is, first of all, this early game is an absolute catastrophe. You cannot, like, if this happens to you, you 90% of the time lost this game if you're playing up against a player that's at the same level as you. You cannot afford to just get your whole guardsman squad wiped. And then the other thing that also happened, which I think is really, really problematic, is that he's just dying left and right on both sides of the map because he's trying to get both relics, even though he just lost the early game really badly. You might as well just focus on getting one. When he was disengaging with one squad, he overstayed with one squad trying to capture this relic, and then those guys also got murdered, and then he tried to get back again and also got murdered there. I'm not there. Yeah. I think he should have played much more defensively. As soon as he saw this situation here, he had to play much more defensively and then get that tier 2. At max, get one relic. In tier 2, when you're getting tier 2, you are not going Hellhounds. That is crazy that he went Hellhounds. I think he went Hellhounds maybe because he thought that I don't know. I'm not sure why he went Hellhounds. I'm actually gonna keep it a buck. Hellhounds are really, really, really freaking good if you won the early game and you know your opponent is not tier 2, guaranteed. Because if the opponent is tier 2, the Hellhounds are let's just be real, they are fucking useless. They are actually useless. And for anyone, any contrarian out there will say something along no, there's this niche situation, maybe I can give you that. But Hellhounds are 99% of the time, if the opponent is tier 2, they are useless. You don't do that. You might as well get Chimeras instead, which, by the way, he needed Chimeras really badly. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't even matter what he went, because he was in such a terrible spot that it doesn't even, like, it's like matterless. But I think he should have gotten that Chimera. He could have potentially, instead of researching the Hellhound in the first place, just get 2 Chimeras. I think he could have done that, and then get better around the map so he could actually, in some way, shape, or form, stand up against Forgotten. Yeah. What usually, another thing, oh, I didn't talk about that. Another thing that's so problematic about all these guardsmen dying, not only is it making it so you can't really fight Necrons because you already lost your whole army, another problem is he reinforced them like crazy, and then it just meant that he couldn't upgrade his listing post, so his economy could have been just fine. Instead, he just used all his requisition on guardsmen, so he didn't even have requisition to actually upgrade listing post, meaning that he was floating like crazy on power, because the power is not being used for upgrading listing posts. What IG usually do is they just go crazy early. And especially on a map like this, where you are not going to cut it later on, I think. Like, you want to go in from minute 1. You want to get in there. I don't know if I said it, but I like the idea of reinforcing your guardsmen and then getting face first with the command squad and then fighting the Necron Warriors. What you have to do is deal a lot of damage to the Necron Warriors. They are exposed. They were even, like, over here far away from their base. If you're afraid of this obelisk being upgraded, I think I already said it, then just go for the generators instead. Just ignore the Necron Warriors, force them to get into you and fight you. So I just think that should have been the play for New instead. What I've seen some IG players even do is like not even go for a generator and then just go completely nuts with the guardsmen. I don't think you have to go that far, but you get in there, try and attack from both sides. You attack here, and then you attack here. I think 3 guardsmen was a smart choice. You can capture this point, I guess, and then capture this point, and then attack here and here with the guardsmen, and then leave the 3rd guardsman squad to go get over here and actually capture. I think that's why he went for 3 guardsmen instead of like 3 straight guardsmen, so just 1, 2, and then he went for the 3rd guardsman instead of the tech priest. Usually when you go 3 guardsmen, you go for guardsman, guardsman, tech priest, guardsman. But he chose to just go for 3 just from the get-go, which is fine. I don't mind that. It just means that you get better map control, but you also delay your economy a little bit, the build time. You can definitely not turret rush if that's what you want. Yeah, so in that regard, I'm not a complete fan of it. But yeah, I think he should have gone even more offensive. Avoid this obelisk in the first place if you can. I think that definitely caught Neo off guard. But even then, at least like he had a chance. Like I say, like 90% of the time Forgotten would win. But maybe the last 10% Forgotten would make a really bad mistake. But as soon as he started losing all his guardsmen on the side and then doing the macro mistakes on top of it, the game was over. So, yeah. So hopefully what I just told you were constructive and not just like me dissing players. I'm sorry to New if he's watching this game and he feels embarrassed by me just going in at him. But just know, New, if you want to embarrass me, get in there, dowstats.ru, find Dusty Minister, and find a very embarrassing game. I'm going to tell you right now, you can find plenty of them, right? So we all start at a place, even me who have played this game several times, you can find a game where you're just like, Dusty sucks at this game. Alright? So don't worry about it. Get your revenge. Go to dowstats.ru, find Dusty Minister, and then you can find a really bad game of me, okay? So don't worry about it. Don't put it on YouTube, though. Oh my god. I think I just opened the gates of hell there, but yeah, okay. Okay, let's get the next game. Santiago versus Master Yoba. Let's see if Santiago can do some crazy stuff. Let's see. I have gotten already from the get-go, I have had some shocks in this group stage. But this would be the greatest shock if this happened. Will Santiago upset Master Yoba or will he not? Let's get it. Game 3 for round 3. Let's go. Alright. Master Yoba versus Santiago on Blood River. Orcs versus Sisters of Battle. Okay, so the reason why Santiago is playing SOB is basically because he wants to not get into a mirror matchup against Master Yoba. I actually think this is a good strategy from Santiago to choose that. Because you're not going to win against Master Yoba's orcs. So might as well try and win through Sisters. Because otherwise it's just going to be... Yeah, it's just going to be who's the better orc. And I don't think that is a competition in this regard. Master Yoba. And he goes for, okay, he changes his mind. So he goes for 2 Slugger Boys and a Gretchen. Will go for the Boys Hut and probably a Generator. Yeah, I was thinking about going War Banner, right? Yeah, okay. He's not going War Banner. So instead, he actually goes for a Generator. So this is going to be standard build order. Top side, Santiago is going for 2 Missionaries. Will go for Battle Sisters, of course. Will also capture this. I'm gonna tell you why it's of course. It's also getting a Plasma Generator. A little bit interesting, actually. So, usually you actually see Master Yoba capture this outer point with the Shooter Boys. Oh, my bad. With the Shooter Boys. But the reason why he doesn't do it here is because Sisters is very much not a race that just gets in there and decaps. It's not like Necrons or SM or anything that could just run in and decap. Because the Slugger Boys are really bad at handling that, but the Shooter Boys are really good at handling that. So usually you'll see Master Yoba capture the outer point. Let's talk a little bit about what Santiago is doing. So he's scanning that generator, which might be a good thing, but it could also be a god-awful thing. Because this... You need the generator in order for you to actually get the flamers and stuff. Just need to be very, very careful that you're not getting rushed easily. I'm not sure. This matchup is really, really, really hard for Sisters. Seraphims feels low-key useless in this matchup. Not saying Battle Sisters is much better, but this would be the better Battle Sister map for sure. Santiago actually fighting these Slug Boys? I'm not sure. I think the Missionary is definitely losing, even though the Missionary is very, very strong compared to the Slugger Boys. But there's 4 Slugger Boys, so it's not a close fight, I think. Santiago is gonna step up with the Canoness. I like it. So this is classic Sisters of Battle. This is not Seraphims. This is classic Sisters of Battle. Needs to run a little bit away. Santiago taking lots of damage. Not having the Canoness attached to the Battle Sisters. That's a sensible move. Upgrades this fortified position here with the listening post. Getting another Battle Sister squad. Let's see if he chooses to go for the Phosphor Grenades. Phosphor Grenades, very good in this matchup. But again, Orcs will always have some counters to that. Okay, Santiago has taken this fight. Interesting move. Master Yoba has, by the way, won both relics. That is a very, very bad situation so far for Santiago. Okay. Good disengagement by Master Yoba. He's not giving anything away. It is super, super important that someone like Master Yoba is just playing with discipline. He's not throwing anything away. He knows he's the better player. He just needs to make sure that he's not throwing anything away. Alright, so Santiago is in a bad spot right now, isn't he? Because he has to make a choice. Will I lose this, or will I catch, will I catch this? Will I destroy this listening post here? I think he can, but Master Yoba is going to make a little bit of a move to defend it. Master Yoba could also make the push here, but I think this is the better move for Master Yoba. By the way, even though I'm saying he's in a bad spot, Santiago, this is definitely the best way he could go about it. You can decap. This is a heavy investment, though, in these Battle Sisters. But that's fine. He's getting the Pristine Sanctuary. I think Master Yoba might actually go tier 2 rush. He has 2 Shooter Boys. No, he's gonna get big shooters. And Heavy Boy Armor, which is super, super important. $98 to +10 for Master Yoba. Not insane economy. +80 to +10. About to be +20 for Santiago. Has 2 upgraded listening posts. Santiago's trying to play super conservative. No Phosphor Grenades yet. They could be coming in very, very soon. It's tier 2 for Santiago. Will Santiago make the engagement? He needs some flamers, I think, and he is getting that. Little sneaky repair. Has the Infernal Pistol as well. Don't want to use your Phosphor Grenades on these Slugger Boys. Smartly done by Santiago. When we get to tier 2, this matchup becomes less horrible. And it gets sort of playable. Hey. Santiago, he's preparing for an engagement. That's why he's using this heal like this. He wants to be completely fresh before he goes in. He's gonna make the push, but the Stormboys are also gonna come into the mix. He can't defend this, can he, Santiago? He has to do it. It's now or never. And he's gonna make the push right now. Fossil Grenade on the Slugger Boys. Absolutely not gonna do anything. Instead, these Battle Sisters are just gonna get completely murdered. More Battle Sisters coming into the mix. These Storm Boys, on the other hand, needs to disengage. Otherwise, this is a complete wipe. Oh, Master Yoba, there's no reason to throw them away, huh? Good. Oh, Slugger Boys just absolutely getting obliterated, huh? I'm buying a lot of time, though. This is really, really good. And these generators can just be focused by Master Yoba. But Master Yoba wants blood instead. He wants to focus. No, he's gonna spread out his bullets here. He's gonna focus these Battle Sisters who tries to defend with their lives. But this is not even close, isn't it? This is so... This is absolutely atrocious. But Santiago's gonna try anyway. Or is he? He's just gonna run. He's gonna go in melee against these Shooter Boys. Interesting choice. Makes sense. It's better to go in melee against them. This listing post is definitely going bad. GG. So, I guess Santiago has left the game. Yeah, so I'm gonna fast forward. He doesn't delete his buildings. Alright. So... I'm not sure. In my opinion, there's just too many mistakes from Santiago. Not decapping this is really not good. He cannot afford to just... Well, I'm not even sure. This... what is it? This... missionary shouldn't even take this long fight against these Slugger Boys. Just take the L, disengage... But then have full HP because you didn't fight all day long and then get back and decap. That would have been better. Or at least it would have given him better chances. He could also just heal his missionary. Because at the time, I think he was getting the faith coming in. At least, I'm not 100% sure on that. But he could do it because it cost literally nothing. At least there's no way you can, like, lose both relics. Like, there's just no way. You cannot do this. Even though it's tough against orcs, it's really, really tough. You cannot afford to just lose your relics like this. However, if I may say, I don't think this is a good map. This is probably the best battle system map, but I still don't think this is a good map. I think, even though I said the stuff I said about Seraphims, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would much rather have Seraphims in this matchup than I would have Battle Sisters. But sure, if we are going Battle Sisters, it might actually be the best map to go. But if you're going this map, you have to make sure you're not losing both relics. You cannot afford that. Against Master Yoba, you have to make sure that you win both or you win one of the relics. That's what Alsing did, right? He defended his, he played down here. He's defended this and secured this relic. When you're trying to, on this map, if you're trying to, like, fight for both relics, you're gonna lose against someone like orcs. I think orcs might actually be the most disgusting race when it comes to this. On this map, it's just unplayable. It's just completely unplayable. I also think it was smart that Master Yoba just went tier 1.5. Because Sisters clearly did go for tier 1.5 themselves, and Orcs just has a better tier 1.5, so it's just GG. So that was smart. There's no reason to just go tier 2. Even though that would have been completely fine. Like, Master Yoba was in such a good spot. He might as well go tier 2, honestly, and then just have so many vehicles to just absolutely obliterate Sisters. But I think it's a little bit smarter that he's just instead just going face first into Sisters, because if he goes fast tier 2, it's going to mean that if Sisters suddenly get Celestians, it's going to be a tiny bit more iffy. And so Master Yoba is just closing the small situations and chances that Sisters will just get tier 2 for no reason. Yeah, again, I don't think this is the map to pick, but I'm not sure what even to do in this matchup, because this matchup is absolutely horrific. We might at some point, guys, when there's more games on the server, or maybe I'll do it for Soulstorm, where I'm going to make a series of tough matchups with this matchup specifically, because this matchup is actually horrible. Like, Space Marines at least has tools, but Sisters is just like, I am not sure what the hell they're supposed to do. So, Santiago takes another L. Bad news for him for sure, because this is gonna again make sure that he's not getting close to that 4th place. We're gonna make a recap so you guys can actually see what's going on. So let's get it. Recap. Okay, guys, so that was round 3. Now we're getting into a very, very interesting round, in my opinion. Master Yoba versus Forgotten is going to be next up. Right now, actually, Forgotten is actually 3-0. So he has won against his 2 competitors below. And that is really important for Forgotten to actually solidify himself as the 4th placer. But he still has to prove himself, because now he's getting into the very, very big boys that he's going up against. We still have Master Yoba for Forgotten, and we still have Scouty and All-Seeing Eye for him as well, whereas at least Santiago met Master Yoba in the first place. So Santiago got that out of the way. Santiago still has some opportunities where Forgotten is probably getting a free loss because he's going up against Master Yoba. It's going to be an absolute nightmare, but Forgotten is definitely coming in hot. He's 2nd place right now. He's not to be messed around with. Very, very powerful player indeed. And he's coming in. He's going in, Forgotten. Like, he's actually going in as a very, very strong Necron player. And so we'll see. This is definitely some of the best I've seen Forgotten do. I just think that he needs to prove himself in order for me to really, really be sure on Forgotten's level. But we'll see. And we also have another... this is actually a mistake. It's the other order that we have to do here. No, it's not. My bad, actually. No, it's correct. My bad. So, the next one is going to be All-Seeing Eye v Scouty. Now, this, guys, is a very important game because, as I've already told you from the get-go in how the format works, 2nd place and 3rd place, it actually matters. It actually matters what you're going up against. So, 2nd place actually gets a better... get better opportunities, and I would even go as far and say if you get very, very good placements as a 2nd placer and the other 2nd placers in the other groups are not doing that hot either, you might as well get an extra bye in the playoffs. So you have a lot of things to actually gain for the 2nd place. So Scouty versus All-Seeing Eye, those two will actually go up against each other and show each other who is actually the better player for the 2nd place spot. I'm very, very interested to see how this game will go, though. Then we got Santiago versus Scouty. Santiago, if he want to make it out and actually take that 4th spot, he has to win against either Scouty or All-Seeing Eye and hope that Forgotten is going to lose to all 3 of the best players right now in the group. So Scouty needs to look for some opportunities to actually, or Santiago, sorry, needs to look for some opportunities to actually win against someone like Scouty or All-Seeing Eye. So this game as well is going to be super, super important. But let's start with this one. Forgotten versus Yoba. Let's go. Okay, guys. Let's talk about it a little bit. So we got Master Yoba going up against Forgotten. Necrons versus Orcs. Garvix Imperial Ale. Look, I'm not expecting Forgotten to actually step up. Or I don't expect Forgotten to win this game. But I do expect him to step up towards Master Yoba. I don't think this is a bad Necron map, but I don't think it's an amazing Necron map either. The main reason why I actually like this map for Necrons is that they can attack on each side, and they are also able to build some generators close to this point so you can actually use the obelisk upgrade. But looks like Forgotten is already making moves like this. Going for 3 scarabs, delaying his economy significantly, getting a fast Necron Lord. I am not sure what's going on, but this is what Forgotten does. Or is he gonna do the Forgotten special? Are we gonna see the Forgotten special? Forgotten? Are you doing it, bro? God, I love Forgotten. I absolutely adore this playstyle here. There's something really cool about it. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about it. Meanwhile, Master Yoba, he's gonna go over here with the... This is what I talked about with Master Yoba. He likes to do this kind of stuff where he captures an outer point if he thinks that the opponent could capture something. I like this cap order by Master Yoba. Not a lot of orcs actually do this, which is funny. Okay. Let's see when Master Yoba catches this. He's gonna go for this relic, but I don't think he's expecting this turn. Hey! It's gonna be annoying for Master Yoba for sure. He can also get in and get the decap as soon as this big mech is gonna come out, and then it's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Very interesting play. Meanwhile, this was captured by Forgotten. He's gonna delay his economy significantly, but Master Yoba actually chooses to go for this side. Okay. And the big mech will come out, so he can destroy this Ghost turret pretty easily. No decap over here. Interesting play by Forgotten that he tried to do that. He's gonna be able to kill some Slugger boys here and there. This is very annoying for Master Yoba. He's plus 50 to plus 10. Master Yoba wants some good early economy, but he's not getting it so far. Forgotten also has god-awful economy. Only one Builder Scarab to actually build his generators. It's really, really bad. And now he's in a situation where he can't really defend this obelisk. He's gonna go in with the Necron Lord, and he has the Necron Warriors as well. This is not bad by Forgotten, though. It's not... No, it's not bad. Like, this strategic point is not destroyed. This... it's not captured. This actually got defended somehow. Oh, no. Are we actually okay? Forgotten is not gonna get this decap, by the way. No, nice try, Forgotten. If he got that decap, that would have been an absolute atrocity for Master Yoba. 74 to plus 10. He's gonna get another Shooter Boy squad. Yeah, Necron Warriors are out. Needs more Necron Warriors. This obelisk should be upgraded and be repaired as well. Forgotten a little bit slow. He's focusing a lot on denying and being very, very aggressive against Master Yoba, but I think he needs a little bit more. Needs to be careful with this Necron Lord. Cannot afford to have him too low. We'll go for the obelisk. 86 to plus 10 for Master Yoba. He's trying to make sure that he gets a good economy anyway. Decent Whirling Death. So, critical locations for Master Yoba. He only has one. Well, Master Yoba is gonna go for this Ghost turret. He's had enough with this. Okay, Forgotten is actually teleporting in, but he can't save that turret whatsoever, no? Getting a decap here. I don't think this is gonna be successful, but we'll see. I really like this by Forgotten. I think he's playing really, really well compared to what you usually would expect from Forgotten. I like that he's stepping up against Master Yoba like this, but Master Yoba is gonna get a bunch of big shooters, and it's gonna be really, really tough to play against for Forgotten. He's gonna upgrade this obelisk. I would just like him to just get... What is going on? Where is the summoning core, my brother? Also, he stopped his generator? Okay. Master Yoba finally getting his Heavy Boy armor. Trying to absolutely murder these Necron Warriors, but there's so many of them. They're down in the light cover only. It's not heavy cover. Yeah, but there's no teleport, so Forgotten is committing all in here. Necrolord is having some fun against these Slugger Boys. They're not dying quite. Master Yoba is just relentless. He has had enough. He's gonna go absolutely kill these Necro Warriors. Go all in to actually murder them all. And they are so slow. They're not getting out of range. Man, Master Yoba is just so solid right now. But not controlling his Necron Warriors. Little bit of mistake. Trying to phase shift. Okay. I mean, this Forbidden Archive is not gonna save him. He needs flayed ones. He needs to compete in some way, shape, or form against what Orcs is doing here. Forgotten, that is. This Obelisk is 100% going down. Trying to decap. It's gonna be successful. Master Yoba detaches his Big Mac to actually get in and try and murder these Necrons as much as he can. I think he's gonna... No, he's gonna focus his Necrolord, actually. And now in comes the Storm Boys. It's not even defense on the side of Forgotten. Okay, Forgotten should go melee, by the way, into these Shooter Boys to actually make it so they have to think twice. And they actually have to kite a little bit. Lots of Necron Warriors just dying left and right. Such heavy investment by Forgotten. That's so many Necron Warriors getting absolutely murdered by these Shooter Boys. Even the Necrolord can't even compete anymore. Yeah, it's GG. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this. I actually think this game was very interesting. So, this turret right here was definitely doing damage against Master Yoba. Master Yoba handled it like an absolute champ, but not flawlessly. He almost lost his relic, by the way, which would have been an absolute catastrophe. Now, I'm not saying like the chances were great. I'm just saying like there are moments where I'm like, damn, is Forgotten, you know, and then obviously he didn't in the end, but still. Forgotten, he likes to go for a Necron Lord to actually make sure he can defend this turret, I guess. I think his opening is really weird. But it did caught off. I felt like Master Yoba was caught off guard a little bit, but he knows Forgotten. He knows that Forgotten is doing this kind of stuff. Forgotten always does this. I think Forgotten is the type of player who turret rushes. Like it's just a habit for him. This is just what he do, and I think Master Yoba saw it coming, but it still looked really annoying for him. The Slugger Boys was in an awkward position. They tried to capture this, are not doing it because of the Necron Lord. This area was fortified, which was pretty good. I just think like a lot of macro mistakes was actually what lost Forgotten the game. Like, if you got this decap up here, that would have been crazy. That would have been really, really annoying. Master Yoba secured it anyway. But yeah, this Forbidden Archive made no sense to me. I felt like he panicked, stopping his generator and not getting the what was it, the summoning core. That was definitely a death sentence. He invested so much in the Necron Warriors. I think he overly invested a little bit too much. And when he finally had all those Necron Warriors, you might as well just get the summoning core and get the disruption field and get some flayed ones to actually deal with what Master Yoba is cooking here. And you would be able to defend like pretty easily actually if you upgrade this listing post. So even these Storm Boys jumping in, you would definitely be able to compete with that. Man, I actually saw like how Forgotten could have potentially been not winning this, but he could have potentially been more annoying against Master Yoba. And Master Yoba would have to actually really try really hard, but I just think Master Yoba was just smart about it. He got them big shooters, which was absolutely atrocious for Necrons. I just think like, very seriously that Necrons can compete against Orcs' tier 1.5. I would even say very easily. Like, Flayed ones will be absolutely annoying. And I know it's like a heavy investment, but and Orcs can get to tier 2 more smoothly than Necrons can. But it still doesn't change the fact that Necrons can actually compete against what Orcs is doing. And Orcs were behind, just in general, because of this turd being very annoying. I even think this turd actually paid up, if I'm being completely honest. It killed a bunch of, like, shooter boys and slugger boys here and there, and also delayed this this economy, like, significantly. There's no economy boost from the listing post. This listing post is not here getting extra. Like, this being delayed for that long, I think this turd 100% paid up. It's just the macro mistakes being made by Forgotten that definitely lost him the game. His Necrolord also took way too much damage against the Big Mech. Master Yoba is playing flawlessly. Really good micro management as well with the Big Mech. So really good performance by Master Yoba. Well played to him. He again gets another win, and this is very important for Santiago. He needs someone like Forgotten to just lose games. So both of them has lost to Master Yoba, which is really crucial. Now, the next game, guys, is going to be All-Seeing Eye going up against Scouty. So who will get that second place? Guess we'll find out. Let's get to game 2. All-Seeing Eye versus Scouty. Let's go. Okay, guys. We have Garvik's Imperial Ale again, and this is going to be a huge one. Scouty versus All-Seeing Eye, Space Marines versus Sisters of Battle. I'm not sure how this will be played on this map. This is, again, a very new map, a very different map. Garvik's Imperial Ale, to some of you new guys to Definitive Edition. It's a custom-made, modded map, and it is to be said that it actually buffs weaker races a little bit. All-Seeing Eye himself actually has proposed to me that he actually likes this map. So, yeah, I think this map is relatively tight with the points. So this is not a bad map for someone like Space Marines. And neither is it for Sisters, but not Sisters in the same regard, maybe not. They want certain maps that is really good for Seraphims. So we'll see here. Regardless, man, on the bottom side, we got All-Seeing Eye. He actually went for a Scout, and then he went for 2 Servitors. No, he went for a Scout, and then Servitor, and then another Scout. That's what he did. And he's going for double Space Marines. I like this. This is because he anticipates that we have Infantry Mass, aka Seraphims from Scouty. So this is normal in this matchup, I feel like. Not sure about this cap order, by the way. I'm not entirely sure. I would have secured this way earlier. But we'll see. On top side, we got Scouty. And yes, he goes for the Seraphim opening. We'll capture the inner point first. So, yeah, he went for a Servitor. Obviously, to go for this double building here to finish them at the same time. And then he went for 2 Missionaries. Capture this inner point first. And instantly getting the Holy Icon. Second Seraphim squad getting into the mix. Will not delete the Pristine Sanctuary. And already on the move, you can see All-Seeing Eye is going in already from the get-go. Gonna focus this Missionary. Missionary will try and actually go in melee here. Needs to be very careful. Go down in the light cover in order for All-Seeing Eye to not take too much damage. Space Marine squads are very good against Seraphims in just head-to-head. So, Scouty has to use the mobility to his advantage. Yeah, just going Space Marine mass. Just pure Space Marine mass. Once again, All-Seeing Eye is just going a bunch of Space Marines. Gonna now focus Scouty a little bit. Scouty is gonna try and kill these builders. It's going a little bit too slow for him, I feel like. Meanwhile, he's gonna lose this. This doesn't look too good for Scouty. Good defense by All-Seeing Eye. He doesn't have this outer point, but I think he's okay with that because he's gonna do a lot of damage to Scouty himself. Let's see what Scouty's move is. Scouty did not delete his Pristine We'll talk about that a little later.
Cured and sanctified.
Scouty's economy is 62 to +0. This is a god-awful economy, I'm not even gonna lie. Space Marines going in melee on this listing post. They deal slightly better damage to specifically this armor type, which is building low in melee. They don't do it to any other building, but specifically this building, yes, they do. That's a lot of Seraphims just dying. This is just pure... This doesn't look good for Scouty. I'm gonna keep it completely honest. This does not look good for him. He's getting phosphor grenades, I guess. No, he's not. He's trying to get... This is an absolute atrocity for Scouty. This missionary is just gonna get completely murdered. It's down in the heavy cover. What a god-awful situation. I think Scouty is getting completely destroyed here. I don't think he expected this. Oh no, and this servitor getting completely obliterated. This is such an insane push by this 4 Space Marine squads. I guess Scouty is gonna make an engagement. He's gonna get some flamers. But All-Seeing Eye can just fight this. Just man to man, get in there. Even go melee against these sisters if he wants to. That's a complete wipe of this squad if it doesn't run away. Nah, Scouty doesn't have the DPS. He doesn't have the HP. He can't do anything. It's an absolute slaughter. Wow, I did not expect this. I did not expect Scouty to just go completely... Like, this was... Wow. Okay, I think the biggest mistake by Scouty is not deleting the Pristine Sanctuary. That was a massive mistake. And it is super, super greedy because it means that... Wow. Oh, that was a massive mistake, wasn't it? So, the reason why this opening can work for All-Seeing Eye against Seraphims is because Space Marines... So, I'm actually of the opinion that I think Seraphims are stupendously overrated. The only reason why Seraphims works is because of 2 reasons, and those reasons are very real. Those reasons are very real. So, Seraphims has super good mobility, and they are super annoying if you are on the defense. Then they are absolutely atrocious to play against. Because they'll just jump around and you can't really deal with them. And even if you're trying to catch them, they'll just kite like a bunch of morons and they'll deal a lot of damage on the move. But that's it. That's it. Everything else about Seraphims are not really impressive. They can go melee, but you might as well get like there's better jumping melee units. Seraphims aren't like straight up bad, but people act like this is some next level unit that'll just murder people. And I think, and this is a second reason, I think people have an overrated perception of Seraphims because of the Pristine Sanctuary being deleted, and then you have so many Seraphims and it's god-awful to play against. But you saw Scouty, he couldn't reinforce his Seraphims because he didn't have power, and he didn't have resources either, so he couldn't even compete with All-Seeing Eye, and All-Seeing Eye noticed this very, very clearly. He just went a bunch of Space Marines. He went 4 Space Marines, and one of the few things the Space Marines, if they get a bunch of Space Marine squads, almost no one can touch them. Because Space Marine mass like this is just impossible to deal with, because Space Marines has some of the strongest numbers in the game. Like, most HP, if you pile the whole thing together, like HP, melee, range, morale, all of that, then Space Marines are disgusting. They are probably the strongest, like, basic infantry unit. Problem is, their utility is god-awful. And this is why, like, Seraphims can actually work against Space Marines. Because Space Marines can't really deal with Seraphims to the same degree. They have to run back and forth. But if you have, like, a Sicilian Space Marine squads, you can just place, like, one here, and then two-ish, one here maybe, and then go over there. And it's not going to be a big problem for you. Like, as long as you... Well, not... You can't split them completely, but you can split them here and there and reinforce them and go a little bit on the offense at the same time. And the only reason why he could do that is because Scouty did not delete the Pristine Sanctuary, so he had a bunch of Seraphims. If he has a lot of Seraphims, then suddenly this doesn't work to the same degree. He has to play more defensive. But yeah, I think All-Seeing Eye saw what Scouty did. He saw, okay, Scouty is not reinforcing his Seraphims to a ridiculous degree. That means he's vulnerable, and I can just get in his face. And Scouty tried to, like, recover by then getting battle sister squads, but it's just too late at that point. It's not gonna cut it. I don't even think... Yeah, we didn't even get an armory from All-Seeing Eye, so yeah, it is what it is. Let's get to the next game, guys. Santiago... Let's see what he can bring. Let's go. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Scouty did not look good here. I don't know if he... I don't know. Like, for Scouty's sake, like, only his sake, I hope he's not mental boomed. Because this was a really, really bad situation for him. He definitely fumbled this one. He's going to go up against Santiago. Now, Santiago, he needs to win really badly, either against All-Seeing Eye or Scouty. He needs it really, really badly. And I think this might actually be an opportunity for Santiago, because, like, if Scouty plays like this against Santiago, he's going to lose against Santiago as well. So, yeah, man, let's get that game, shall we? All right. Santiago, this is your chance. What? Really? Okay, I know why this happened, actually. I didn't think about this. This is a really, really special situation here. So, Scouty, he starts on the top side. He's going for a Servitor and 2 Missionaries. He will go for the Pristine Sanctuary together with the Seraphims. And Santiago is going to do the same here. Now, the reason why this happened, and the reason why we have this mirror, is basically because Scouty actually did ban out Orcs, so Santiago cannot play Orcs. But on the other side of the coin, that means that Santiago, he has to play his sisters, and Scouty believes he's a better sister because Scouty could indeed have actually gone for a different race, and he's not gonna make the same mistake. He is gonna go for a double Seraphim. I like it. Where Santiago, on the other hand, is gonna do another opening. So we've already talked about Scouty. Let's talk about Santiago. So Santiago, he went for 2 missionaries only. He captures his inner point, where Scouty doesn't do that. He captures this outer point first. Gonna see what that will bring to the table. Last time he did this, on this map, he went straight over here to actually get a decamp. He's gonna delay his... no, he's gonna get this. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Because other than that, I feel like that's very, very greedy. Santiago is gonna say hi already. Down in the negative cover instantly. Santiago wants to avoid being too... Yeah, this is a little bit of an annoying situation. Obviously, 5 Seraphims are stronger than 1. Instantly getting in with the missionary here. Okay. Okay. Going melee here with the other Seraphims. Santiago, he went for barrack and armory with the plasma generator, and this is an absolute atrocity right now by Santiago. He's gonna have to disengage immediately. This missionary is going down eventually. Will have to secure this, Santiago indeed. He's trying to get out of the negative cover, just buying him a second or two. That is absolutely brutal. Scouty is already going in on this outer point. He's gonna jump in immediately to see if he can do something. If there's a point that he can capture. Good on Santiago to upgrade this listening post so he can actually keep up in economy, regardless of the fact that he lost this one. It's only gonna be a band-aid fix, but even band-aid fixes can be a fix. Listening post will be finished. Needs to upgrade another listening post, I even feel like. This is how bad the situation is for Santiago. One thing I will say is that Scouty has really, really bad economy himself. In fact, he has worse economy than Santiago. But I think that is going to change very, very soon. Oh, yeah. And now the plasma generator has been found. Battle Sister Squad. I don't know about this one. Man, this plasma generator is not having a good time. That is 100% going down. It's just going to be a little bit delayed by Santiago. And he's not capturing anything. He's over here with his missionary, actually. Coming in with the Battle Sisters. Alright, Scouty, he's finally getting that generator. And he's going to finish this listening post very soon. Some Seraphims dying here and there. That's 3 Seraphims just dying straight up. That's not god-awful. It's just Santiago is stuck right now. He has 74 to +0. His missionary is so out of position. It's actually ridiculous. He gets this critical location, which I guess is decent, but it's just going to get decapped very, very soon. He is, however, finally going to upgrade... capture this. But he is indeed upgrading his Battle Sisters because he's getting Flamers. Okay. Oh, yeah. This is an absolute atrocity. This is why I didn't like the Battle Sisters to begin with. The Seraphims are at least just as good in melee. And they're gonna deal just fine with this. However, now Santiago's Seraphims themselves are getting into the mix. This is such a messy fight for Santiago. Let's see what he's gonna cook here. These Battle Sisters have lost a lot of morale, which is real bad, but they actually recover the morale. Aye. The Battle Sisters are decent in range as well, but it's not better than the Seraphims, which is crazy, by the way. Oh, this is tragedy for Santiago. He tried to get this relic, but apparently Scouty, he was already ready for that. He knew that this wasn't captured. More Battle Sisters getting out. Santiago is desperate at this point. He has those 2 listening points, which isn't too bad. He still doesn't have this point. Finally, Pristine Sanctuary is getting rebuilt by Scouty. He's also going tier 2, as far as I can see. Getting his Holy Icon. This is his 2nd Holy Icon, I believe. Yeah, he already has this one.
I am consecrated to the Imperium.
Yeah, so... Santiago actually chooses to have his Seraphims be here and capture, so they can actually join the fight, instead of having his Battle Sisters to capture it. He's gonna have to take this fight, like, no matter whether or not he likes it, he needs this fight. He cannot afford this to go, to not be captured. Scouty already on the move, actually, with the Servitor, but he's gonna change his mind.
6 minutes until take and hold victory.
Good on Scouty, by the way, to keep on getting the critical locations. It's really, really good. A little bit of a mistake, actually, by Scouty. Let's see, any tier 2 coming in for Santiago? Nope. Not at all. And another Seraphim. This is going to be a nightmare. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. Are we having phosphor grenades? No, not yet for Santiago.
I serve.
Cancelled the generator over here for Scouty. Yeah. He's going to secure this, I guess. But who's going to... Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be so terrible. We even have the Infernal Pistol, so the Seraphims actually deal decent damage to this listening post. Crack grenades are probably also coming into the mix very, very soon. Yeah, crack grenades and the blessed armor as well. No, this is so... Yeah. Tier 2 has come in for Scouty, and it's gonna be almost impossible for Santiago to actually do anything. He's desperately trying to just buy some time with this missionary, but the missionary gets absolutely destroyed. Another missionary will absolutely get destroyed. Scouty's not messing around. He's gonna show that he is a very, very good Sisters player. What you saw in that game against All Seeing Eye was a fluke. This is my true power level. My god, man. Phosphor grenades being dropped, but the Seraphims are so strong morale-wise. They're not gonna get morale drop because of this ability they have for tier 2. This is absolutely atrocious. GG. Santiago, he knows that this game is over. Deleting Armory is no fun. Yeah.
4 minutes until taken hold victory.
I am gonna fast forward here. Yeah. Oh, Motomori was watching this game, haha. Alright. This is deletion of Pristine Sanctuary difference. That's what happened. I think this opening by Santiago was really, really, really greedy. Santiago has told me several times that he is not completely fit into the meta. He just got back, and in his era, deleting this Pristine Sanctuary, this is a little bit of a history lesson that I learned not that long ago. This is a new strategy in the big picture. Like, in the big history of Dawn of War, deleting the Pristine Sanctuary is definitely a new thing. So this opening here with the Seraphim squad, that is very, very different and very new. So it's a little bit of a interesting history lesson. So when Santiago goes back, he's not used to playing against this, which must be really, really of a bad feeling if you're going up against this. But regardless of what his idea was, getting that generator together with the Pristine Sanctuary and the Convent, you must know this is very greedy, no? This is really, really greedy. Like, even without the Pristine Sanctuary, you can still go double the Seraphims. It's gonna be god-awful on other levels. And this opening would still be bad. Yeah, I don't like this opening by Santiago. Maybe it was normal for him back in the day when he played Sisters. It's not cutting it now. Sisters has found other ways to play. Obviously, this getting denied 24/7 is just god-awful for Santiago. So there is just no way for him to compete. And yeah, he said it himself. He basically just said that, yeah, this is not fun to play against. One thing that I also will give a shout out to Santiago is him saying well played, GG well played all the time. I F with it. I really F with it. Santiago is one of the nicest people I've ever interacted with in this community. So he's just a great guy just in general. But nonetheless, Scouty, he takes this game, and that was a very important win for Scouty. It is absolutely crucial he gets this win. Because if he doesn't, he's going to be in a little bit of a weird, pickle spot. So that was absolutely crucial for him. Well played to Scouty. He's so dominant. Whenever I see Scouty on this map, by the way, he's so good at denying these points. That's another thing I want to say, is that you could argue that capturing the 2 inner points with the missionaries is definitely not a good way to go. And maybe Santiago is not really sure what to do with the cap orders and stuff. That's fine. It just doesn't cut it for him. Yeah, it was yeah, this was rough for him for sure. But whatever, man. Scouty, he takes this one. Well played to him. And Santiago is not looking too good right now. So let's get to the another recap here, and let's get a little bit of an overview at what's going on right now. Okay, guys, so this is going to be the last recap before we are going to wrap this one up. We have a little bit of a situation here. Santiago, at this point, he can't move on. I tried to figure out any weird case scenario where we would get some next level 4-way tie or some what the hell am I watching right now situation. I tried. Even 3-way ties, I tried it all. It's not really possible. It's not going to be possible because the biggest problem for Santiago is he's going up against All-Seeing Eye, and so is Forgotten. Forgotten, he needs to lose to All-Seeing Eye in order for him to actually go down to 3-3. And, like, I'm not going to explain this. This is very, very complex. I have tried every single scenario. There's no way, because of these matchups right here, there's no way for Santiago to actually get out of this. So, it's going to be these 3 guys that's left to actually move. No matter what Santiago does, he cannot get to the 4th place at this point. He has lost the wrong battles. His loss against Scouty was the final nail in the coffin, and therefore he is out of the group stage. There is only one really wacky situation where he might actually get an opportunity. Now I'm thinking about it, actually. Wait a minute, I haven't thought about this. So if Scouty loses to... Nah, it doesn't even make sense. Nah, it doesn't even make sense. I was thinking if New could get in here and do some... Nah, I tried everything, guys. It's not possible for Santiago to get out of this group. Because remember what I said about the tiebreaker rules. It's head-to-head, and then it's going to be seeding. Santiago technically is higher seeded than Forgotten, but it doesn't matter because Forgotten has won all the right things. He has won against New, he's won against Santiago, and he is just looking really, really good in general. He also got a free win against Danoll. Santiago, he can win against All-Seeing Eye, but then All-Seeing Eye would also have to win against Forgotten, and that means All-Seeing Eye would be at 4 wins. And same with Scouty. He would also have to be at 4 wins because he needs to win against Forgotten in order for Forgotten to go 3-3. But no matter what happens, like, then these 4 players will not be in a tie with these 2, and then we're not getting a 4-way tie. It is impossible for Santiago to get out. It's no matter what he does, he's out. But there's still some opportunities that is not settled yet. So there's a couple of things we need to talk about. So let's get the game out. We got New versus Yoba. Really, really rough situation for New to go up against Yoba. This is my bad. I need to write this. This is the last chance. No, what am I saying? This is the last chance here for New to actually do something. He is going up against Scouty and Yoba, the 2 highest seeded players in Group A. So it's going to be very, very tough for New to actually do anything. It's going to be a very, very brutal situation for him, I think. So New will have to just try... and I just hope that he can perform as well as possible. And yeah, we'll see. And then we're going to get some interesting games because Forgotten, Scouty, and All-Seeing Eye can still be in a situation where they're going to fight for 2nd and 3rd place. If they go into a 3-way tie or something like that, then Forgotten will obviously have a little bit of an issue. He's the lowest seeded of them all. But... he still, if he wins against either Scouty or All-Seeing Eye, he can actually do some really, really nasty damage. And I'm going to tell you right now, like, Forgotten is dangerous. Like, he looks really dangerous compared to his level. I'm actually shocked that he actually just showed up against every single player that he's played against so far. He's not looking like he's going to win. I think he's not the favorite of all these 3. But he's definitely a player who has improved a lot, I feel like. For every single situation I see Forgotten, he's usually in the lower end of the players that's coming into a tournament, if it's a big tournament. And this is the biggest tournament there is right now in Dawn of War history, potentially, unless we go back to the very old one. So, and Forgotten showing up like this, I am so happy for Forgotten. It's really, really good that he's doing this. Obviously, the whole Danoll situation also made it really bad. So Santiago and Forgotten didn't get an opportunity to actually see if Danoll could break something here. But Forgotten, he has to prove himself a lot. He's going up against SOB and he's going up against SM. So let's talk about it a little bit. So Scouty and Forgotten, it's going to be SOB versus Necrons, I think it's very favored towards Scouty. One, I think this matchup is slightly favored towards SOB, slightly. But the real reason is obviously that it's Scouty. But it's going to be even worse for Forgotten because he's going up against All-Seeing Eye, and Space Marines versus Necrons is really, really not fun if you're Forgotten especially, but All-Seeing Eye, he's going up against the best SM player, so it's going to be tough for Forgotten, so we'll see if he can get any upsets. It would be absolutely massive if he could. Also, there's a little bit of an opener here. All-Seeing Eye could lose to Santiago, which would be god-awful. We'll see if All-Seeing Eye will crumble under some weird pressure. Santiago has not had a fun time, but Orcs versus SM is pretty good for Santiago. We've seen that before, and All-Seeing Eye has no advantage or ban against it, so it's not. There's still some opportunities here. But we're going to get these two games out of the way. Let's talk about it. New versus Yoba. Let's go. Okay. Master Yoba versus New. IG versus Orcs. Tranquility's End. Not a terrible map, actually. I'm going to talk about why this is not the worst map you could actually pick. I think New will... We'll see what Aaron Beast... Okay, so usually what Aaron Beast would do on this map is that he usually goes for this point and then this point with the first Guardsman squad getting out. And then he goes absolutely crazy over here together with the Commissar and the Command Squad. And he actually also can capture this outer point here. Maybe this is actually what Aaron does. He captures this, and then this, and then this. I think it's the other way around, actually, but New is not doing that. He's going to play a more defensive game where he's trying to get the outer points first. Not sure how successful it's going to be, but regardless, he starts on the top side. He's going to go for 2 Guardsmen, Attack Priest, Infantry Command Squad, and also the Plasma Generator will go for the Commissar later. And then Master Yoba, he starts 2 Slugger Boys. Yeah, 2 Slugger Boys. Gretchen, the Boys Hot, Plasma Generator, into Shooter Boys, into Big Mac. Standard opening, a little funny cap order, isn't it? No. So he's gonna capture this outer point with the Shooter Boys. This is what Master Yoba does. That's fine. And then he gets this outer point a little bit delayed, actually. If this was Aaron Beast, he would be here very, very soon and attack straight up. And Master Yoba would be denied here. But Master Yoba's already on the move. With some Gretchens, I guess. It's gonna do a little scout. See if New has already captured this. And he has. So New is gonna play a very defensive game. He's not gonna go face first into Orcs. If this game goes to New, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna do this. I've done this before. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna put a picture of me somewhere on the internet of me running naked on the street. I guess some of you will enjoy that. If Master Yoba loses this, that's what I'm gonna do. Now, Master Yoba, please make sure that you're not trolling in this game, because I really don't need that to happen, okay? Master Yoba teleporting in, I guess. Gonna do a little bit of a fight, I guess, but yeah, New is just gonna disengage. He's playing super defensive here. I think on this map, you can be very offensive from the get-go against Orcs. You have to make the opportunities for you as IG. The Commissar and a bunch of reinforced Guardsmen together with the Command Squad, that is definitely okay against this Orc army. Orcs has to throw everything and the kitchen sink and children on top of it. If they have the children, they have to throw everything. Don't throw children, though. But it's too late, because this listening post got secured. It's even being upgraded, and now the warband is also in here. Master Yoba being kind of smart about it, because he knows that there's limitations to how aggressive he can go against an IG player who's just going completely insane with reinforcing his Guardsmen. This is very much a mistake, pathing mistake by New. He's just going straight into the negative cover, gonna lose some Guardsmen. New is gonna upgrade his outer points. Not a bad idea. Master Yoba getting the second shooter boy squad. And if Master Yoba is not getting Storm Boys, I'll be shocked. Storm Boy's so good on this map. Let's see, 98 to plus 10 for Master Yoba. He's gonna get the third War Banner. Has the pile guns. Heavy boy armor getting into the mix. That's really, really good. Meanwhile, New is going 92 to plus 20. Yeah, he's gonna get the big shooters already. Has to be very, very careful, New. Actually gonna get into this negative cover a tiny bit out of position, Master Yoba, but that's okay. Yeah, New wants this fight. I'm not sure he's gonna win this fight, though. I guess Master Yoba is in a little bit of an awkward spot right now. A little bit of a funny fight right now. That's a lot of Slugger Boys just dying here and there, but in the negative cover, New is, and this is gonna be a bloodbath. That's so many guardsmen just being completely obliterated. Oh my god, that's almost a wipe, actually. I guess tactical control and tier 2 is coming in, but again, too many guardsmen just dying. Grenade launchers, I've said this several times, grenade launchers are so good against the shooter boys, but like, as we saw before, these grenade launchers aren't doing that much if you don't have the weapon specialization team. And now New is in a terrible spot. This is gonna be so much damage being dropped. Master Yoba is going in right now. He wants to fight, and that is loads of damage going down on IG. No way that New can actually survive this. The command squad is getting wiped, isn't it? Yeah, it's getting wiped, and these guardsmen are just useless when they're getting tied up by Slugger Boys and the Big Mech who's detached from the Slugger Boys. This is just Master Yoba showing, yo, this wasn't even close, mate. I guess the battle armor got in. Command squad being rebuilt. Master Yoba is just gonna get upgrades after upgrades. He just went big shooters. There's nothing New can do. Look, I don't want to go more into this. New didn't have a chance. If he wanted to have a chance, he needed to do what I think Iron Beast always does in this map. Try and attack this outer point because it's a little exposed for orcs. And actually see if you can compete with their early game. If you can't, it is what it is, but then don't take these fights. Even though it was a little awkward for Master Yoba, he just had to kite, and then suddenly IG was in, oh, I have to go back, right? Yeah, and then you're just getting murdered in negative cover. So, New didn't really stand a chance. Too many mistakes from him here and there. There's no way that he can survive this whatsoever. It was absolutely brutal, and yeah. Well played to Master Yoba, I guess. He obviously goes 6-0. An absolute monster. It wasn't even close. Like, all the competition that he got, yeah, ain't no problem. So, GG, well played to Master Yoba. He instantly moves on. Absolutely no problem. And, yeah, New is completely out of this. Has been out of this for a long time, actually. So, we're gonna get the next game for New, which is going to be him going up against Scouty. So let's see if he can get some random upset. It doesn't look good for New, but we'll see. Let's get it. New versus Scouty, let's go. All right, guys. Let's see if Santiago can go out with a bang. He's going up against All-Seeing Eye, aka Absolute Evil, aka Redemption Arc. I'm gonna call him All-Seeing Eye, which I've done this whole tournament because this is the name he's mostly known for. So, Santiago, this is a decent matchup. And there's no advantage, there's nothing like that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this map, that's for sure. Santiago, he starts on the top-hand side. He goes for 2 Slugger Boys and a Gretchen squad. And he will also go for the Boys Hut and the Generator. We'll probably go for the Shooter Boys and the Big Mech, so it'll be standard opening, I think. And on the bottom side, we got... Okay. The All-Seeing Eye is actually going for 4 scouts. Interesting. Personally, I think 1 scout first and then instantly going in and decapping is a little bit more interesting because I think that you want to get the Space Marine squad out first. But Alsingai is a way better Space Marine player than me. He is an absolute monster with this race. So I'm not sure. This is a good opening. You're not gonna get decaps early against orcs on both sides, but at least one side, orcs has to choose what they are capturing. Usually they don't go for the outer points mostly from the get-go. So we will get a decap or at least a disruption over here if you go 4 scouts. But this one got secured by Santiago. Santiago is already going in. Meanwhile, the shooter boys are already on the move. Will go for the big mech as well. He's out very, very soon. This will not be decapped by Alsingai. Unless Santiago is ignoring it. Meanwhile, Santiago goes hard on this servitor. Needs to be careful because the Slugger Boy squad will take so much damage actually down in the negative cover. That's so much damage going down in these Slugger Boys. This is an absolute tragedy. So much damage. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Santiago. No. No. Oh no. And he reinforced them as well. That's 5 Slugger Boys just getting deleted. 56 to +0 for Alsingai. Obviously not good economy. But he's gonna get his Space Marine squad very, very soon. He had to invest in some scouts, but that was worth it. Like, he wiped all these Slugger Boys, so he's gonna take over the map. 1 Slugger Boy squad versus 4 scout squads? Nah. Impossible to actually gain the map.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be
Oh, smart by Alsingai. So he's staying here in case Santiago would do a little bit of an engagement by teleporting up here. That's smart by Alsingai. Okay, decent teleport. Santiago getting this wall banner. One thing I've noticed with Santiago is that he does not like outer banners. That is completely opposite to what Master Yoba does. Master Yoba loves outer banners because he just wins the map and he's Gucci, whereas Santiago wants to be way more defensive and not expose his wall banners. It's definitely high risk, high reward if you put them on the outer points. As you can see, Alsingai is focusing a little bit on the critical locations, and he's definitely going to be successful. He's going to overly reinforce potentially his Space Marine squads. He really wants to win this middle point. He's going to succeed. Santiago needs Storm Boys on this map 100%. A little bit of a mistake here by... Okay. A little bit of a mistake by Alsingai. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not too good to just get your scouts wiped, especially if you want snipers against Shooter Boy mass. Yeah, I actually kind of like this way that Santiago is attacking from both sides, making it so Alsingai has to make a choice. But Alsingai is getting 2 plasma generators. He'll probably go for relatively fast tier 2. I say relative because he has to fight this out. We need the Storm Boy, Santiago.
We stand ready. Direct us. The Emperor protects.
Alsingai just triples down on getting this point. Santiago trying to get this, but this listening post is upgraded. Oh yeah, and now the snipers are coming in. Really, really good. Nice. Santiago tries to do a little bit of a funny flank.
Scouts in position.
Actually rebuilt a scout squad, didn't he? To get the snipers? Yeah. Santiago is going for only shooter boys here, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you cannot do this against Space Marines. Unless you are ahead, like we're talking ahead, you cannot do this against a good Space Marine player. He'll just get a bunch of like snipers and it's just over. You can get all these, but you at least need one Stormboy squad. Santiago also rushing a third war banner with the pile of guns. So Olsingai has a pretty good economy. He's floating a little bit too much for my taste. Yeah, he's finally getting that tier 2. And he's just dominating the map. Santiago actually did secure this area, so that's pretty good. Let's see what Santiago wants to do. He might actually just go for big shooter, complete. Yeah, just going for a straight shootout. But Olsingai, he can handle this pretty easily, I would say. But it is a very, very heavy investment from Santiago. And if Olsingai doesn't micro very well, it's gonna be a little bit bad. Needs to be very aware. That's a lot of damage going down on the Space Marine squads. Okay, scouts trying to line up, but they are a little bit out of position. Not a terrible situation for Santiago. Okay. This might actually be really bad for Olsingai if there's so many shooter boys, man. With big shooters on top of it. Oh my god, that might actually be a wipe. Yeah, and really good by Santiago as well. Tanking in with the Big Mic is gonna be absolutely terrible for Santiago or for Olsingai. He cannot do much here. Commander armor is so good. Against the snipers. This is really good by Santiago. What the hell? This is such an insane push. Yeah, and Olsingai getting absolutely obliterated. No way. Are we seeing the upset? Are we seeing the upset? I'm not sure because Olsingai is tier 2, but he is not in a good spot himself. Okay, Santiago. This is what I want to see from Santiago. Snipers will try and do something. Good snipe. Alright.
I await your instructions.
6 minutes until taking
Santiago doing some tier 2 shenanigans. This extra generator makes no sense. I'm gonna tell you right now, this generator doesn't make sense. It might as well get that extra war banner instead. He might have an explanation for this, but I think this... I don't think this makes too much sense. Yeah. Olsingai actually built in the machine cult here. He needs it really badly, honestly. And he's getting crack grenades. That is super important right now. It actually, like, I'm not sure what Santiago... Because this is such a heavy investment. And he is... he's gonna get tier 2. So, Santiago's problem is, shooter boys are great, right? But shooter boys are not going to tie up these Space Marines and these scouts. And it's going to be even worse if Olsingai can just choose and pick whatever he wants of fights. He can just attack on the side because of the Rhino. And these shooter boys has to walk all day long. So there's a mobility advantage. There's potentially damage advantage again. We'll see. Santiago disagrees with me. He's gonna jump in straight up. Is that 14 Slugger Boys? Indeed it is. Are we getting grenades? Yes. Good here by Olsingai. He's gonna get another grenade. He's gonna keep on stunning these Slugger Boys, I think. Now Santiago tries to buy a lot of time, but there's so much damage going down on these Slugger Boys. This is an absolute obliteration by Santiago. Or for Santiago. That is so much damage right now going down. Olsingai actually got some rocket launchers on his Space Marine squads. He's probably expecting vehicles. But this is not vehicles. This is a dead Big Mac. And, oh, no. The snipers are also getting in here. Needs to focus the Space Marine squad, but doesn't do it in time. This is a complete bloodbath right now. Too much damage going down on Santiago. He cannot survive. That is complete obliteration right here. Too much damage going down on Santiago. He cannot survive this whatsoever. It's almost a wipe. Yeah, you're all gonna die. That's for sure, orcs. Nah, oh my god. And even the chaplain is getting out. 104 plus 30. Santiago is in a good spot in terms of economy, but he lost way too much here. And he didn't really truly do the damage that he was supposed to do against All Seeing Eye. Yeah, he kills a bunch of Space Marines, but the bodies here is very much orcs. That is a lot of orc bodies. This is a pile of dead orcs. Just right here, so many orcs being dead. Stormboy's just getting out way too late, for my opinion. Santiago really likes this shooter boy mass. He really, really likes it. He just needs them Stormboys really, really badly. Yeah, I really like this. The Landspeeder Tempest can be really good as long as you don't spam them. Landspeeder Tempest is pretty good. He's going war tracks? I would definitely get a war truck instead, Santiago. You need to, like, in some way, shape, or form match this Rhino here. I know you have the war track. It's not gonna do enough. And yeah, in comes All Seeing Eye. He's gonna do a little bit of a drive-by here. That's so many orcs potentially dying. Needs to get out in time. All Seeing Eye getting a little bit caught off guard. But he's getting enough out of this. He already didn't have this. And now he's decapping. He's gonna go for head. Is he gonna go for the head? Santiago is in a decent spot right now. But All Seeing Eye is just gonna focus this generator, I think. Yeah, Santiago is way out of position. Santiago is gonna try and hunt down this Landspeeder Tempest. Gonna try and focus this Big Mech. Doesn't have too much damage, but he has some rocket launchers, so it's gonna be good. This war track is not surviving. This is really, really good by All Seeing Eye so far. This Rhino a little bit low. That's just war tracks after war tracks after war tracks. He's getting in a new Rhino. That's really, really good. Yeah, Santiago is just way out of position. Yeah, and now the war banners are just getting destroyed, man. All Seeing Eye is just absolutely relentless right now. A little bit of an awkward position. Good stun, however, on the Rhino. And they destroyed into... Oh, no. This might actually be a complete atrocity for All Seeing Eye. He's gonna get a little bit caught off guard here, I feel like. Good grenades. Some good damage, good morale drop, has to run for his life. All Seeing Eye, he's gonna have to go through this negative cover, however. That's a lot of damage being dropped on All Seeing Eye again. We need a Rhino really, really badly to actually help out these Space Marine squads. That's so much damage going down on All Seeing Eye. He lost so much in the process, but the Chaplain is gonna help him out. What is this pathing bug? I hate this with a burning passion. Oh, the jump didn't work either. Man, Relic Entertainment, please fix this bug. It's just so stupid, dude. Another Rhino getting in. Oh my god, that looked like an absolute atrocity for All Seeing Eye. But he's gonna make a stand here because he cannot afford to just lose his machine cult. It's gonna be now or never. Looks like Santiago is gonna jump in for the head. He's gonna focus this Rhino. Jump in with the Big Mech as well. But just getting into the Rhino instantly, trying to path it a little bit. Santiago, he's gonna focus this distinct post now. He can focus this machine cult as well. Good kiting here by All Seeing Eye. He's playing it smartly so far. Another Landspeeder Tempest is ready. There's just too much army from All Seeing Eye. And he's destroying these war tracks. I know they're buying time for this machine cult-ish to be destroyed, but they're down in a negative cover. It's not gonna cut it. All Seeing Eye is just taking so much Or, Santiago is taking so much damage. This machine called, huh? It's going down. Ulsing Eye, 140 plus 30. 80 to plus 30 for Santiago. He's lost everything, mate. Oh, and I didn't even notice. Obviously, Ulsing Eye also secured this area. I guess Machine Cult did go down, but Ulsing Eye has such good economy. He can just get another Machine Cult if he wants to. Only plus 30, but he doesn't really invest a lot in vehicles. He's just investing a lot in his Space Marine squad and then getting rhinos. Only 2 Landspeeder Tempest has been built. I'm not even sure. This might actually be the same Landspeeder Tempest that has been played this whole game. Rhino very, very low, though. And Santiago just lost everything, didn't he? He's gonna get that extra war banner. Santiago is going to focus this listing post. That's good.
We're under attack! We get the job done fast. Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Santiago actually choosing to jump in here. Okay, killing some scouts. Can kill this servitor as well. Bye. Interesting choice.
5 minutes until
It's gonna have to be careful because there can be a play from Ulsing Eye to catch him out, but Ulsing Eye is choosing otherwise. He's going in here instead and absolutely destroying this listing post easily. This Rhino might not even go down in time. No, it's not going down. I guess decent decap by Santiago, but a grenade will just land on his face right now, isn't it? No. Yeah, but the Rhino will catch him. Will the Rhino not catch him? Ulsing Eye a little bit not paying attention. He's probably over here paying attention to decapping. Nice. Yeah, and this is probably going to be GG because now Ulsing Eye is completely obliterating Santiago. He is getting completely melted. Everything is falling apart for Santiago. His army is gone, man. He has some knobs. What are they gonna do? Big Mac no teleport because he used it a little bit earlier. Yeah. Damn. GG. Santiago doing his usual GG well played. Yeah, but he's also doing the other usual thing, not deleting his buildings. So he's just gonna leave. I'm gonna do a fast forward. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Santiago needs Storm Boys so badly on this map. And they're getting out way too late. I don't like the Shooter Boys. Now, it looked really good for a while because I don't know, orcs are just broken. I know there's some people out there who'll say, nah, orcs aren't that ridiculous. Yeah, orcs are absolutely ridiculous. My co-host Montana, he tells me that he actually thinks orcs is actually the strongest race. And he might not be wrong. Orcs is definitely a very, very powerful race. I don't even like this army composition by Santiago. I've said this several times. He's investing so much in Shooter Boys. He placed this engagement well, like going in face first with the Big Mig and the Slug Boys. And tanking with the Big Mig to actually make sure that these snipers can't hit the Shooter Boys. Making it so these scouts has to disengage. That's really annoying. And it means that Ulsing Eye can't compete with 2 Space Marine squads against all them Shooter Boys. Problem was that Ulsing Eye was going tier 2, and so he could get the Machine Cult when he needed it, and he just needed some weapons. And as soon as the Big Meg was done, like he was kind of low and stuff, suddenly he was just getting into this army composition of Ulsing Eye, getting absolutely obliterated, overly investing in his Slugger Boys as well, by the way. And suddenly, these Shooter Boys are pretty much useless because they're gonna get one-shot by scouts. They're gonna get murdered by all kinds of stuff. Instead, I would much like the Storm Boys. The main reason for that is Storm Boys can just tie up these Space Marine squads, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare. I know a lot of people talk about how in Definitive Edition, the melee pathing stuff is really not that good. I understand. It still doesn't change the fact that they tie up Space Marines. And Space Marines has all the good stuff, right? They have the heavy bolters, they have the AV as well. So tying up Space Marine squads is really, really good. You can also just tie up a scout squad if that's what's needed or whatever. Like, you have so much to just tie up Space Marines with. You can just have the Big Mech and the Storm Boys tie up each squad. The Big Mech will win against a squad without Force Commander, and the Storm Boys will just be really, really painful to deal with, even when you have the Force Commander attached to it. Yeah, it's just really annoying with Storm Boys. Whereas, like, Shooter Boy spam is actually counterable. And even if All-Seeing Eye, he's just running to the hills, getting chased for days, like, suddenly these Storm Boys are like, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna get up, and now I'm gonna destroy your plasma generators. Where these Shooter Boys, they're just gonna do this. Where they're just running around like this. They can't get around here, whereas this terrain here will instantly be a problem for All-Seeing Eye, because he has no jumping units, and these Storm Boys will just get up and destroy a generator or whatever, could get over here, destroy. I know there's like listening post upgrade and stuff, but you get the point, right? Storm Boys just better, just objectively better. Like, 2 Storm Boys, Shooter Boy squads, we can talk about it, but like everything, I don't know, man. I don't know. Shooter Boy mass against Space Marines, I never liked it. The only moments where I actually think it's good is if the Space Marine player is going complete insano mode with the Space Marine squads. Now, sure, like, you can catch off guard a Space Marine player, but it's not going to happen against All-Seeing Eye. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Also, that 3rd generator by Santiago, I'm going to tell you right now, that made no sense. That 2nd one, okay, I get it. He's going Shooter Boy mass, like, needs the power for the big shooters. I get it. Like, wants the Blastia research. I get it. But the 3rd one, that didn't make sense. You might as well get a banner. It only costs 20 requisition more, and then you can, I don't know, get knobs or something. Like, they don't do that. But that would have been better than that 3rd generator. Or, fuck it. Don't even get any of that. Just get more Storm Boys. Like, I get this Shooter Boy mass on flat maps like Shrine of Excellion, even Blood River. I get it. It's just on a map like Tranquility's End, Outer Reaches, Fallen City, I could keep on going. Ain't no way you're just going Shooter Boy mass against this. So it is what it is. By the way, Santiago, he is already by now getting better and better. I've seen it on ladder. He's pretty good. Getting better and better. He just wasn't prepared for this World Championship, sadly. He was out of shape in terms of the meta and understanding the game. Santiago is an absolute legend. He just has to catch up a little bit to actually get back into the game. Thank you, Santiago, for joining the tournament. You were absolutely amazing. Also, thank you to New for also joining this tournament. It has been a pleasure. So, from now we have All-Seeing Eye and Scouty at 4-1. The only thing that can now upset this is if Forgotten is starting to cook against both of them. So let's get into it. Let's see what Forgotten can do. Let's go. Alright guys, I just want to show you very, very quickly. Very quickly, just what could potentially happen. So we know from the get-go that All-Seeing Eye won against Scouty, which is pretty crucial. Because it actually means that I have to do it like this. That All-Seeing Eye is actually 2nd place now, because he has the head-to-head tiebreaker rule in his favor because he won against Scouty. Even though they're the same level, they will still be All-Seeing Eye on top because he won against Scouty specifically. Now, the only guy who can stop whatever the hell is going on here is Forgotten. He is the wild card here. We'll see what he's going to do. I think Forgotten has been very much up and down. I think it has been what a ride with this guy. I love watching Forgotten games here, and I really think he came to cook. But he has to pull off some miracle stuff, which, by the way, happened. I think it was BAD Cup 3 when he kicked out Romreeses. So I'm going to tell you right now, Forgotten can do some stuff. I just don't think it's going to be easy for him. But yeah, the first one we're going to watch is Scouty versus Forgotten. And if Scouty goes 4-1, or 5-1, it's going to be super, super tough. For Scouty to actually get away. Or it's going to be impossible, for Scouty to lose. He's going to be 5-1, and it doesn't matter what the next game is going to be. But Forgotten has an opportunity to then upset All Seeing Eye. So Forgotten actually gets several lives, because if All Seeing Eye drops down to 4-2, and Scouty goes 4-1, or 5-1, so let's do it here. Just so you can see what's going to happen. There's a lot of scenarios that can happen in this case. Then you would see that Forgotten, he would end up, let's say he loses to Scouty, but he wins against All Seeing Eye. Then you can see All Seeing Eye will drop all the way down to 4th place. Which I'm going to tell you right now, that is a god-awful place to be when you're getting into the playoffs. It's going to be super tough. You're going to get all the tough matchups when you're down in the 4th place. So you don't want to be there. 3rd place is not too good either. But there is definitely a difference between 3rd and 4th. And then as well, I want to say, like, you just want that 2nd place. So this can be very, very crucial. Just want to make sure you guys actually understand what's going on. If Forgotten, however, wins against Scouty, let's say that happens. Then Scouty would be 4-2. But let's say Forgotten then lost to All Seeing Eye. Then, as you can see here, suddenly Forgotten would be above Scouty, because that will be a head-to-head situation, right? So, Forgotten actually has a couple of opportunities. This is not, like, set in stone whatsoever. There are still some opportunities. So if Forgotten wins against either of these players, he can actually get the 3rd place. And if he wins against both of them, he'll just get solidified 2nd place. So Forgotten still has a lot of opportunities here. So we're going to see, but it's going to be 2 pretty tough matchups. Let's see. Forgotten versus Scouty is going to be the first one. And then we're getting into All Seeing Eye versus Forgottens. Let's go. Alright guys, let's just wrap this one up, shall we? Forgotten versus Scouty. This is going to be Forgotten's first chance. So Scouty, playing Sisters of Battle versus Forgotten's Necrons on Tranquility's End, actually. Okay. So, Scouty, he has had some struggles here and there. He got absolutely blown up by All Seeing Eye. He made some very, very crucial mistakes, I felt like. And yeah, he got completely destroyed. But he did stand up to the Master Yoba, and he has had some pretty solid victories against Santiago and New as well, definitely. He was beating New on this map specifically, IG versus Sisters in that one. So he needs to be very careful, though, that he doesn't drop too far down. He can still secure 3rd place. So it's going to be very, very important. Technically, he can secure 2nd place, but then he needs Forgotten to win against All Seeing Eye. He goes for Servitor, 3 Missionaries. We'll go for the Convent, Pristine Sanctuary, and Plasma Generator. I want to see here what Forgotten is doing, because we could talk about this opening a little bit later. Yes, so he goes for all his Scarabs. And gonna see if he can get some decaps here. He might actually do some good disruption here. I kind of like it. Scouty is trying to delay the capture a little bit so he can actually buy some time for these Seraphims to get out. I don't think they're gonna... Oh, he's doing it here as well. Yeah, I don't think they're getting out in time. Might actually be able to build the Scarab. The decap will happen, but... Oh, will it? Okay, the decap actually gets in. Another decap. This is pretty decent by Forgotten. The only problem for him is that he's losing a lot of economy here. But yeah, he went for all his Scarabs and then 2 Necron Warriors right after each other. And he's gonna get... No, he actually cancelled the second Scarab. Now he's getting another scare. I think that's a mistake. Just get then Necron Warriors faster. But I think it's because he's expecting all these Scarabs to actually get killed. Okay. They didn't buy too much time, did they? Yeah, we're getting the decaps and stuff, but I don't know. This opening here is completely fine. To delay a listing post a tiny bit here and there. I don't think Scouty is feeling too bad about that. But let's see. Forgotten. This is a pretty good Necro map, but it's also a pretty decent Sisters map. Instantly getting the Holy Icon here for Scouty. The reason why he goes this opening, by the way, is because it's pretty hard for Necrons to actually just do anything about this. With Sisters going tier 2, I do believe that Necrons could go completely insano mode and then get fast tier 1.5 and then going completely ludicrous, and Sisters would not be able to compete with it. But that's a very all-in strategy if that's what he's going. He's plus 40 right now, approaching plus 70. Decent harass. Not mind-blowing, but decent harass by Scouty. Reinforcing a little bit here and there. Forgotten is playing relatively defensive. He needs the Summoning Core very, very soon, by the way. He actually has the economy. Didn't finish this obelisk. He should get that. He's also over-reinforcing his Necron Warriors, I feel like. Okay. Decent reaction. It's not going to save his Scarab, though. See, Scouty is getting his listing posts here and there. He's floating a little bit too much in power for my taste. He's probably going tier 2 very, very soon. Oh, these Scarabs. Oh, these Scarabs. Oh, these Scarabs, dude. Okay. Scouty actually playing it a little bit safe. Smart. Summoning Core soon to be built. Very awkward for, like, slow Necrons to just be chasing these Seraphims around the monolith. Decent control by Scouty, I feel like. Okay. Actually, also captured this. I didn't even notice that. That's crazy. I didn't even notice that. And Scouty is just trying to pile down these obelisks. Okay. Obelisk upgraded. Oh, this plasma generator doesn't get finished. Oh, Forgotten. These Seraphims have been absolutely killing it right now. Speaking of killing, so many Scarabs have been killed in this exchange. These Seraphims are super, super effective. And look at this. Scouty is going tier 2 indeed. He's also getting improved field logistics and Inferno pistol. Oh my god, this plasma generator is getting finished indeed. Okay, that's good. Gotten trying to push a little bit back. This obelisk will go down for sure. The Scarab squad got absolutely murdered. Okay. Okay, the obelisk hits. But I'm gonna tell you right now, why wasn't that earlier? Was he not in range? Gotten needs to push a little bit back. Scouty did actually lose like 2 or 3 Seraphims here and there. It's not too good. He's gonna lose some more. A little bit of a blunder here by Scouty. He doesn't have to overstay like this. He's already done the damage he's supposed to. There's no reason to just throw away your Seraphims. Alright. Scouty's economy. 97 to plus 20. Approaching plus 30. Getting the power weapons. So, what usually Scouty is doing here is that he's going to go for Fast Confessor. And Fast Confessor in this matchup is absolutely terrible to play against. Forgotten actually chose to go for the Necron Warrior upgrade. Okay. Good Whirling Death. And what's going to happen is we're going to get a bunch of Celestians and a bunch of Inferno Pistol and Confessor, and just where are them Necron Warriors at? That's what it's going to be like. And Sisters at some point could just get in and one-shot these plasma generators with like melter guns and crack grenades. It's a very good strategy against Necrons, I think. It's something that Nameless used to do a lot in Burger Cup 21. Yeah. Okay. Jeg kommer ind lige om lidt. It's something that Nameless used to do a lot in Burger Cup 21 against Bloody Monster himself. And yeah, Bloody Monster wasn't necessarily at the highest level at the time, but he was very, very good. Bloody Monster indeed did win that tournament, so... And Nameless actually got a win off of him, so this is a very, very solid strategy. Good on Forgotten to not overstay. Has some good upgrades so far for Sisters. More enhanced field logistics. Improving the squad cap. Again, this actually gets secured by Scouty. That's crazy. Gotten in a little bit of a back and forth right now with Scouty, but it's so many Celestians, it's really painful. Oh, Forgotten is gonna struggle a lot here, I think. Yeah, and the Missionary gets out. Healing coming in clutch.
Until taken hold victory.
This is such a powerful army right now by Scouty. Gonna get the crack grenades and the manufacture room to actually get the rhinos and lightning fighters if he wants to go lightning fighters. I don't know how lightning fighters is in this matchup. There's no confessor therefore. That's crazy to me. He just wants the mobility, I guess. Well, he doesn't need the confessor, let's be real. Forgotten trying to make a little bit of a push. I think it's going to be a little too late for him. Okay, he's getting in the flayed ones. Good whirling death. Gonna buy him some time. Gonna go tier 2, actually. But these flayed ones are going to get melted at some point. Just Scouty needs to be a little careful with... No, he doesn't even... He's going to absolutely melt them in early game. Or in melee. Man, this is an absolute slaughter. I think that's the power sword that's really coming in clutch. This is flayed once, and yeah, and the healing coming in clutch. Man. Okay. Man, Celestians are strong. Yeah, now you're gonna see what's going to happen to these plasma generators. Full focus with crack grenades. It can be even worse than this, by the way. This is GG. Man, this is GG. Holy. We didn't even get the multi-melters. That could also just be melting plasma generators as well. Not what we need them. I think there's one massive mistake Forgotten did, which was going Necro Warrior upgrade. There is no, like, at this point, like, so Forgotten, he saw that this was the opening. He saw that. Why do I know that? Because it was literally in the base of Scouty. So he knows what's going on. There is no way that he is so indecisive on what he wants. Either you just go complete insano mode and you get that tier 1.5 push and you just flayed ones, and you get into the base of Scouty and you destroy everything he got. And you might think that his Seraphims are super annoying in here. Good, you have the Summoning Core teleport back with one squad, or something along those lines. Just or build a turret, for God's sake, like something along those lines. You can deal with these Seraphims relatively easy while you're smashing him. That's the strategy that you could go for. You could also go for the other strategy, which is getting to tier 2 and then get, I guess it would be like Wraiths to deal with the Seraphims, and then get the Immortals in case some vehicles are coming in, but other than that, just gets a bunch of Wraiths. And keep on pressuring. It's competing with Celestians and stuff. This strategy... sorry. This strategy against Necrons is really, really strong. I actually think the first strategy that I pointed out is actually the best way to go. Sisters doesn't have the best DPS in the early game, I feel like. Like, the Battle Sister squad sucks. Seraphims are cool, but I think I've already talked about why I think they are overrated. They're a strong unit, but I think people make them sound like they're just so OP, and they're not. Because they don't actually deal that much damage compared to, like, if it's just a straight-up DPS fight, and you're in the enemy base and destroying his base, The sisters can't just fly around and just kite for days, because that's not how it works. Your base is under attack. You have to deal with it. And suddenly Seraphims are a little bit questionable because they don't have the same DPS to actually deal with it. So when Necrons are getting into the base, you can just absolutely destroy sisters, I feel like. I know that, what's his name? I know that's what, like, Bloody Monster used to do here and there. I think in general you want to avoid tier 2. I don't think tier 2 is very comfortable for Necrons in this matchup. But again, let me just make it very clear. I'm not an expert in this matchup. I've seen this matchup. I've seen some moments here and there that indicates to me how to play this matchup. But I don't actually entirely know it. But again, this, I can tell you this. No matter what you're choosing, no matter if you're going tier 2 or tier 1.5, you cannot do like I'm doing it a little bit here. No, I'm doing it. Oh, I should go tier 2 here maybe, but nah, I'm gonna choose that Necron Warrior upgrade, even though he's tier 2 and there's no way I can compete against him now. You get early summoning core. I'm not saying early, but you get like 5 generators, and when you're building your 7th or a 6th generator, you're getting the summoning core in the meanwhile. So you can get them flayed ones and stuff out, I think. Because you want to stand up to, towards this. You want to make sure that sisters actually has to deal with you. If you're making like a brutal push, him just going fast tier 2, he has to think second about that. And even if he gets getting Celestians and stuff, they still need upgrades. They still need weapons. They still need economy. And if you're destroying his economy, like, it's going to be awkward for sisters if they're transitioning into tier 2. I like the idea of what Forgotten was cooking. Like, I like that he went in with a Scarab squad. I question if he had to use both of them. Like a decap here and decap here. I think that was risky. I know it's only one Seraphim squad, but these Scarabs in hindsight did not buy enough time. And Seraphims got in and did a lot of nasty stuff. I think Scouty did some stuff that I think is underrated about him. Like, he made sure that he was getting critical locations here left and right. He was getting this point while putting a lot of pressure on Forgotten, and Forgotten didn't really deal with it very well. So Scouty was playing really smartly. He had a lot of pressure for no apparent reason, I felt like. And he played his Seraphims almost flawlessly until there was a little moment where I was like, bruh, you don't need to lose all these Seraphims. So yeah, well played to Scouty. He is right now in a really good spot. The only thing that... So, right now Scouty is 2nd place. But All Seeing Eye and Forgotten still has a game to go. If Forgotten wins that, he's gonna get 3rd place, and All Seeing Eye will get 4th place. If All Seeing Eye wins against Forgotten, All Seeing Eye is gonna get 2nd place, Scouty will get 3rd, and Forgotten will be stuck with 4th place, giving him a worse position in the playoffs. So guys, without further ado, let's wrap this group up and let's get it. Okay guys, last game and last chance for Forgotten to actually do some crazy stuff here. It's gonna be a little bit of a really ludicrous one, I think, but we'll see. All Seeing Eye, he needs to make sure that he secures that 2nd place. Meanwhile, Forgotten has an opportunity to get away from that 4th place spot. Scouty will also be paying attention. Will he keep his 2nd place, or will he has to go down to the 3rd place? Now, All Seeing Eye, he'll go for 4 scouts, and a servitor will go for the chapel barrack as well. Okay, so 4 scout build order. And on the right side, we got Forgotten. Forgotten, he goes for all his scarabs again. 1, 2, 3. No, that's actually... Okay, good. Oh my god, I was about to. Alright, so he goes for 3 scarabs, Necron Warrior, and Necron Lord. So this is standard opening against SM. It's really good. This map is Deadly Fun Archaeology. For some of you Definitive Edition viewers, that has nothing to do with Soulstorm community or anything like that. Welcome to Deadly Fun Archaeology. in my opinion, an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful map. This is not working, Forgotten. I'm gonna tell you right now, brother. Get out! Oh my god, that wasn't even close. He did, however, force Osing to go for some reinforcement for the scout. This means that he can only go for one listening post at a time, but I think Osing is okay with that. Yeah, so Deadly Fun Archaeology, there's 9 strategic points in of itself, so it's just like Out of Reaches. Actually, it's very similar to Out of Reaches in that regard. Very spread out points as well. The Relic in a little bit of a funny triangle here. There are some heavy cover, light cover, but it's not extremely important for this map. Looks like Forgotten is doubling down on this. I think he's doing this to avoid being rushed over here. Osing is gonna deal with this just fine, I think. Yeah. But Osing is definitely over-reinforcing a little bit. Not over-reinforcing, but he's doing this to avoid this ghost herd going up. That would be very, very bad if it happened. Forgotten has definitely delayed Osing a lot. But, and Osing also had to invest a lot. But he also lost 2 scarabs himself. And he has lost a lot of economy that time here. We'll see. Forgotten, however, has a good Necron warrior mass, and he has his Necron Lord. I would even say that Forgotten got a better army right now. Slightly. So that's good. Just need to be careful that these Necron warriors doesn't take too much damage. Huh? Oh, Osing has to run a little bit away, huh? Osing didn't talk about it. He is also capturing this outer point. This is why 4 scouts on this map is really, really solid. You can just win the map easily. We'll see. Osing I don't know if he's gonna get away with this just easily. Okay, doesn't kill that servitor. Holy, that is running to the hills. The other guy is also getting away. Man, that morale drop speed boost for these servitors is crazy, dude. Okay. So plus 40, about to be plus 60-ish. Again, a little bit too much floating for my taste. I need that summoning core. Forgotten, you cannot wait. You're going up against Osing who's just gonna absolutely tear you apart very, very soon if he just gets to have easy economy. This is not gonna stop Osing from actually getting this strategic point. Gotten under so much pressure. Osing is just gonna go completely hammerino. He's gonna get his 2nd Space Marine squad. Right, Forgotten actually disengages. He needs to get out. No, he tries to get back, but it's not gonna cut it, mate. Oh my god, it's built the Scarab actually survived. That's crazy. Did decap this, however, so that's really good. Also, the Force Commander in a little bit of a funny spot. This listening post will go down, so that's good. Servitor again, once again, surviving.
Yes, most
But Osing is securing all his listening posts here and there. His economy is getting really ridiculous. 91 to plus 0.
Yes, my lord.
Here to serve.
Yes, my
He's approaching that 100, but he lost the strategic point, so that's pretty good. Hey, good on Forgotten to get over here. Don't get stunned for the Necron Lord. I'm not sure if he wants to stay here, though. Forgotten getting the Forbidden. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't like this by Forgotten. Where is the Summoning Core? I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're not going Summoning Core in this case, this is crazy, dude. And if you want to go past tier 2, I don't think this Forbidden Archive should be here. He's just spamming Necron Warriors right now. Okay. Okay, Osing actually goes for the armory. He wants to finish this. Oh my god. Yo, does he? Does he? Next time, pay attention. Forgotten did have you. He had your back, bro. Summoning Core was getting in, so that's really, really important. See, that disruption field could get in.
Scouts ready.
Look at Osing just having control area victory. So he has... Now he has 5 points, though. He got decap up here, so that's pretty good. You need 6 out of 9 in order for you to actually get the control area victory. Using the heavy cover, actually. Real smart. Gonna see if he can kill some of these, but the Necrolord really effective right here. He's getting into the mix, but Olsingai did get the armory, so he's gonna go for some tier 1.5 shenanigans. I'm not even sure if that is a good idea against Necrons. Necrons just has a better tier 1.5.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Oh, played ones. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Forgotten has a problem, doesn't he? Because he's population cap.
Until taken hold victory.
Yeah, he doesn't have any obelisks. He has 1. That's really bad. That means he can't get the flayed ones. Oh no, and Olsingai is getting... He's getting the squad cap increase, so he's just gonna mass himself out of this. Getting the grenade launchers. Are we getting a lightning field here? Not too much damage being stored up from the Necrolord. And even though the Necro Warrior upgrade just got in here, that's a lot of grenades. That's a complete obliteration. Nah, no way. Yeah. I think we should call it a day, guys. Forgotten does not... He cannot stand up to this. Yeah. Forgotten knows it. Okay. Lot of mistakes. First of all, I think, again, we're starting to realize that this turd here... Like, okay, it's interesting, I guess, but... If you are not being able to finish this turd, and you're losing 2 Scarab squads, it's useless. Okay, and in fact, it's gonna destroy everything you got. It's gonna make it so you don't have... Like, a lot of people talk about, like... And it's so crazy when I hear it in the comment section from time to time. Yo, Scarabs dying isn't that important. Like, they cost 0. That's stupid. That's like saying... Yo, when I build Necron Warriors, they cost 0. It's okay. No, it's not. Like, you're suiciding your units. And also, you have 1 production building. Okay? Using the time to get an extra Scarab squad is just like waste of time. So he had 3 Scarab squads on this whole map, and that means he's not getting this map pressure. Also, in that case, probably also why he was delayed in obelisks as well. He almost didn't have plus 70 for this whole game. And this is basically just because he's throwing away 2 workers. One Scarab squad, okay, I get it, right? He did delay Olsingai a little bit. Olsingai had to invest a lot in this in the scouts. But Olsingai just... Look at this, man. He had every single critical location. Let's look at it. He ended up having 110 to plus 20. He had all the critical location. At some point, he had 6 points out of 9 strategic points. There was a point where Forgotten had 1 strategic point. That is unplayable. Forgotten never really got control over his relic anyway. Like, it was really a bad situation. And I think some of it comes down to him literally suiciding his scarabs like this. Yeah, and also making some funny choices. I think this engagement that he did here with the Necron Warriors was really bad. He looked really desperate. I don't think... Maybe he didn't even know that he was population cap. I'm not sure, because this strategy by Olsingai is... I actually think it's low-key trolling. Because you want tier 2 in this matchup as Space Marines. I'm not saying you have to rush tier 2. I'm just saying you don't want to stay in tier 1.5. Because all Necrons has to do... If you go... Like, Olsingai went... He increased his squad cap, brother. He increased his squad cap, went armory and 2 plasma generators. That's stuff you do against, like, a race you really need to survive or you need to compete against. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Necrons, all they have to do is just get a bunch of flayed ones and the game is over. Because you cannot compete with that. That's why I liked, as soon as I saw the Summoning Corp was up, because it meant that Necrons was actually able to compete with Space Marines as soon as that disruption field came in. And then I was just waiting for the 2, 3, 4, 5 Flayed One squads getting in, and All Seeing Eye would be stuck here. Because he's going to lose economy. He's going to be forced to get that stronghold, upgrade HQ tier 2, and then he needs, in my opinion, I think the best way to go is Grey Knights. And you need like, there's so much time, like, he's so behind in tech. If he wants to get tier 2, because he's losing tier 1.5. I'm gonna tell you right now, if there's like 2, 3 Flayed Ones up against this Space Marine squad, I don't care if you have 5 or 6 of them. Oh yeah, maybe 6 is a little crazy. But if you have 5 of those Space Marine squads, you will eventually lose. Because you're going up against, like, what was it, 3, 4 upgraded Necron Warriors, and you're also up against like 2 to 3 Flayed One squads. You are losing, my G. Oh, and Necron Lord as well. Don't forget him. By the way, with like Forbidden Archive upgrades with phase shift and stuff, like, I don't think. Can he even get Solar Pulse? I think he can. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he can get Solar Pulse. And then it's just unplayable. Like, you cannot win against tier 1.5 Space Marines versus tier 1.5 Necrons. Space Marines lose all day long. The reason why this matchup is tough is because of several factors. One, scouts being super annoying on certain maps, but I think in general, if we just don't think about the map, just think about the matchup in of itself. Space Marines tier 2 is absolutely disgusting against Necrons. If Necrons goes tier 2 and Space Marines is tier 2, Space Marines has way too many tools. Grey Knights are just so good against the army composition of Necrons. It's so good with the Chaplain, and it's so bad to a degree where if you also get heavy bolters, you have so much damage against Necrons and it's not going to be close. What Necrons has to do is then get destroyers. But what do you do if then you have the upgrade where Space Marines then also get some rocket launchers? Then you just lose, right? And you probably already lost the early game from the get-go. So, getting fast tier 2 is better, or at least like normal tier 2 is better than going this tier 1.5 where you're just stuck here. So, Necrons can win against Space Marines pretty easily if it's a tier 1.5 game, but a good Space Marine player will not give you that. Also, another thing is just the scouts capturing the map the way they're doing. It's so hard to deal with as a Necron, so you have to be at the right place at the right time to decap and stop them. I think certain maps, Space Marines versus Necrons, is actually more like a 50-50. It's just the average map is in SM's favor, and then there's obviously the maps that is absolutely horrific for Necrons, and it's unplayable. Like, you cannot play on Quest Triumph, you cannot play on Meaning Mines. There's another one that's really, really bad. Shrine of Excellence is probably the worst map. There's actually a third map, or a fourth map that I'm forgetting right now. Like, Outer Reaches as well. Like, there's maps here and there where it's, like, really not good for Space Marines, or for Necrons. Outer Reaches is actually low-key playable, but the other three is literally, by definition, unplayable, right? So, Space Marines overall is definitely favored in this matchup. Some people would debate that it's closer to a 50-50, but I think most people will actually agree that it's SM favored. But, guys, without further ado, thank you guys for watching. What we have now is Master Yoba first place. I'm actually going to show you.